Preface of 2 Years Before the Mast. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Preface. I am unwilling to present this narrative to the public without a few words in explanation of my reasons for publishing it. Since Mr. Cooper's Pilot and Red Rover, there have been so many stories of sea life written, that I should really think it unjustifiable in me to add one to the number, without being able to give reasons in some measure warranting me in so doing. With the single exception, as I am quite confident, of Mr. Ames's entertaining but hasty and desultory work, called Mariner's Sketches, all the books professing to give life at sea have been written by persons who have gained their experience as naval officers, or passengers, and of these there are very few which are intended to be taken as narratives of facts. Now, in the first place, the whole course of life and daily duties, the discipline, habits, and customs of a man of war are very different from those of the merchant service; and in the next place, however entertaining and well written these books may be, and however accurately they may give sea life as it appears to their authors, it must still be plain to every one that a naval officer, who goes to sea as a gentleman, with his gloves on, as the phrase is, and who associates only with his fellow officers, and hardly speaks to a sailor except through a boatswain's mate, must take a very different view of the whole matter from that which would be taken by a common sailor. Besides the interest which every one must feel in exhibitions of life in those forms in which he himself has never experienced it, there has been of late years a great deal of attention directed towards common seamen, and a strong sympathy awakened in their behalf. Yet I believe that, with the single exception which I have mentioned, there has not been a book written, professing to give their life and experiences, by one who has been of them, and can know what their life really is. A voice from the forecastle has hardly yet been heard. In the following pages I design to give an accurate and authentic narrative of a little more than 2 years spent as a common sailor, before the mast, in the American merchant service. It is written out from a journal which I kept at the time, and from notes which I made of most of the events as they happened, and in it I have adhered closely to fact in every particular, and endeavored to give each thing its true character. In so doing, I have been obliged occasionally to use strong and coarse expressions, and in some instances to give scenes which may be painful to nice feelings; but I have very carefully avoided doing so whenever I have not felt them essential to giving the true character of a scene. My design is, and it is this which has induced me to publish the book, to present the life of a common sailor at sea as it really is, the light and the dark together. There may be in some parts a good deal that is unintelligible to the general reader, but I have found from my own experience, and from what I have heard from others, that plain matters of fact in relation to customs and habits of life new to us, and descriptions of life under new aspects, act upon the inexperienced through the imagination, so that we are hardly aware of our want of technical knowledge. Thousands read the escape of the American frigate through the British Channel, and the chase and wreck of the Bristol trader in the Red Rover, and follow the minute nautical manoeuvres with breathless interest, who do not know the name of a rope in the ship, and perhaps with none the less admiration and enthusiasm for their want of acquaintance with the professional detail. In preparing this narrative I have carefully avoided incorporating into it any impressions but those made upon me by the events as they occurred, leaving to my concluding chapter, to which I shall respectfully call the reader's attention, those views which have been suggested to me by subsequent reflection. These reasons and the advice of a few friends have led me to give this narrative to the press. If it shall interest the general reader, and call more attention to the welfare of seamen, or give any information as to their real condition, which may serve to raise them in the rank of beings, and to promote in any measure their religious and moral improvement, and diminish the hardships of their daily life, the end of its publication will be answered. R. H. D. Jr. Boston, July, 1840. End of preface. Chapter 1. 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 1. Departure. The 14th of August was the day fixed upon for the sailing of the brig Pilgrim on her voyage from Boston, round Cape Horn, to the western coast of North America. As she was to get under way early in the afternoon, I made my appearance on board at 12 o'clock, in full sea rig, with my chest containing an outfit for a 2 or 3 years' voyage, which I had undertaken from a determination to cure, if possible, by an entire change of life, and by a long absence from books, with plenty of hard work, plain food, and open air, a weakness of the eyes, which had obliged me to give up my studies, and which no medical aid seemed likely to remedy. The change from the tight frock coat, silk cap, and kid gloves of an undergraduate at Harvard, to the loose duck trousers, checked shirt, and tarpaulin hat of a sailor, though somewhat of a transformation, was soon made, and I supposed that I should pass very well for a Jack Tar. But it is impossible to deceive the practised eye in these matters, and while I thought myself to be looking as salt as Neptune himself, I was, no doubt, known for a landsman by every one on board as soon as I hove in sight. A sailor has a peculiar cut to his clothes, and a way of wearing them which a green hand can never get. The trowsers tight round the hips, and thence hanging long and loose round the feet, a superabundance of checked shirt, a low crowned, well varnished black hat, worn on the back of the head, with a half a fathom of black ribbon hanging over the left eye, and a slip tie to the black silk neckerchief, with sundry other minutiae, are signs, the want of which betrays the beginner at once. Besides the points in my dress which were out of the way, doubtless my complexion and hands were quite enough to distinguish me from the regular "salt," who, with a sunburnt cheek, wide step, and rolling gait, swings his bronzed and toughened hands athwart ships, half opened, as though just ready to grasp a rope. With all my imperfections on my head, I joined the crew, and we hauled out into the stream, and came to anchor for the night. The next day we were employed in preparation for sea, reeving studding sail gear, crossing royal yards, putting on chafing gear, and taking on board our powder. On the following night I stood my first watch. I remained awake nearly all the first part of the night from fear that I might not hear when I was called, and when I went on deck, so great were my ideas of the importance of my trust, that I walked regularly fore and aft the whole length of the vessel, looking out over the bows and taffrail at each turn, and was not a little surprised at the coolness of the old seaman whom I called to take my place, in stowing himself snugly away under the long boat for a nap. That was a sufficient look out, he thought, for a fine night at anchor in a safe harbor. The next morning was Saturday, and a breeze having sprung up from the southward, we took a pilot on board, hove up our anchor, and began beating down the bay. I took leave of those of my friends who came to see me off, and had barely opportunity for a last look at the city and well known objects, as no time is allowed on board ship for sentiment. As we drew down into the lower harbor, we found the wind ahead in the bay, and were obliged to come to anchor in the roads. We remained there through the day and part of the night. My watch began at 11 o'clock at night, and I received orders to call the captain if the wind came out from the westward. About midnight the wind became fair, and having summoned the captain, I was ordered to call all hands. How I accomplished this I do not know, but I am quite sure that I did not give the true hoarse boatswain's cry of "All hands up anchor ahoy!" In a short time every one was in motion, the sails loosed, the yards braced, and we began to heave up the anchor, which was our last hold upon Yankee land. I could take but small part in these preparations.
My little knowledge of the vessel was all at fault. Unintelligible orders were so rapidly given, and so immediately executed, there was such a hurrying about, and such an intermingling of strange cries and stranger actions, that I was completely bewildered. There is not so hopeless and pitiable an object in the world as a landsman beginning a sailor's life. At length those peculiar long drawn sounds, which denote that the crew are heaving at the windlass, began, and in a few minutes we were under way. The noise of the water thrown from the bows was heard, and the vessel leaned over from the damp night breeze, and rolled with the heavy ground swell, and we had actually begun our long, long journey. This was literally bidding good night to my native land. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 2 First Impressions. The first day we passed at sea was Sunday. As we were just from port, and there was a great deal to be done on board, we were kept at work all day, and at night the watches were set, and everything was put into sea order. When we were called aft to be divided into watches, I had a good specimen of the manner of a sea captain. After the division had been made, he gave a short characteristic speech, walking the quarter deck with a cigar in his mouth, and dropping the words out between the puffs.
"Now, my men, we have begun a long voyage. If we get along well together, we shall have a comfortable time. If we don't, we shall have hell afloat. All you've got to do is to obey your orders, and do your duty like men. Then you will fare well enough. If you don't, you will fare hard enough, I can tell you. If we pull together, you will find me a clever fellow. If we don't, you will find me a bloody rascal. That's all I've got to say. Go below the larboard watch."
I, being in the starboard or second mate's watch, had the opportunity of keeping the first watch at sea. Stimson, a young man making like myself his first voyage, was in the same watch, and as he was the son of a professional man, and had been in a merchant's counting room in Boston, we found that we had some acquaintances and topics in common. We talked these matters over, Boston, what our friends were probably doing, our voyage, etc., until he went to take his turn at the lookout, and left me to myself. I had now a good opportunity for reflection. I felt for the first time the perfect silence of the sea. The officer was walking the quarter deck, where I had no right to go. One or two men were talking on the forecastle, whom I had little inclination to join, so that I was left open to the full impression of everything about me. However much I was affected by the beauty of the sea, the bright stars, and the clouds swiftly driven over them, I could not but remember that I was separating myself from all the social and intellectual enjoyments of life. Yet, strange as it may seem, I did then and afterwards take pleasure in these reflections, hoping by them to prevent my becoming insensible to the value of what I was losing. But all my dreams were soon put to flight by an order from the officer to trim the yards, as the wind was getting ahead, and I could plainly see by the looks the sailors occasionally cast to windward, and by the dark clouds that were fast coming up, that we had bad weather to prepare for, and I had heard the captain say that he expected to be in the Gulf Stream by 12 o'clock. In a few minutes 8 bells were struck, the watch called, and we went below. I now began to feel the first discomforts of a sailor's life. The steerage in which I lived was filled with coils of rigging, spare sails, old junk, and ship's stores, which had not been stowed away. Moreover, there had been no berths put up for us to sleep in, and we were not allowed to drive nails to hang our clothes upon. The sea, too, had risen. The vessel was rolling heavily, and everything was pitched about in grand confusion. There was a complete "hurrah's nest," as the sailors say, everything on top and nothing at hand. A large hawser had been coiled away on my chest. My hats, boots, mattress, and blankets had all fetched away and gone over to leeward, and were jammed and broken under the boxes and coils of rigging. To crown all, we were allowed no light to find anything with, and I was just beginning to feel strong symptoms of sea sickness, and that listlessness and inactivity which accompany it. Giving up all attempts to collect my things together, I lay down on the sails, expecting every moment to hear the cry, "All hands ahoy!" which the approaching storm would make necessary. I shortly heard the rain drops falling on deck thick and fast, and the watch evidently had their hands full of work, for I could hear the loud and repeated orders of the mate, trampling of feet, creaking of the blocks, and all the accompaniments of a coming storm. In a few minutes the slide of the hatch was thrown back, which let down the noise and tumult of the deck still louder. The cry of "All hands ahoy! Tumble up here and take in sail!" saluted our ears. The hatch was quickly shut again. When I got upon deck, a new scene and a new experience was before me. The little brig was close hauled upon the wind, and lying over, as it then seemed to me, nearly upon her beam ends. The heavy head sea was beating against her bows with the noise and force almost of a sledge hammer, and flying over the deck, drenching us completely through. The topsail halyards had been let go, and the great sails were filling out and backing against the masts with a noise like thunder. The wind was whistling through the rigging, loose ropes flying about, loud and to me unintelligible orders constantly given, and rapidly executed, and the sailors singing out at the ropes in their hoarse and peculiar strains. In addition to this, I had not got my sea legs on, was dreadfully seasick, with hardly strength enough to hold on to anything, and it was pitch dark. This was my condition when I was ordered aloft, for the first time, to reef topsails. How I got along I cannot now remember. I "laid out" on the yards, and held on with all my strength. I could not have been of much service, for I remember having been sick several times before I left the topsail yard, making wild vomits into the black night to leeward. Soon all was snug aloft, and we were again allowed to go below. This I did not consider much of a favor, for the confusion of everything below, and an inexpressibly sickening smell, caused by the shaking up of bilge water in the hold, made the steerage but an indifferent refuge from the cold, wet decks. I had often read of the nautical experience of others, but I felt as though there could be none worse than mine, for in addition to every other evil, I could not but remember that this was only the first night of a 2 years' voyage. For we were continually ordered about by the officer, who said that it was good for us to be in motion. Yet anything was better than the horrible state of things below. I remember very well going to the hatchway, and putting my head down, when I was oppressed by nausea, and always being relieved immediately. It was an effectual emetic. This state of things continued for 2 days. Wednesday, August 20th. We had the watch on deck from 4 till 8 this morning. When we came on deck at 4 o'clock, we found things much changed for the better. The sea and wind had gone down, and the stars were out bright. I experienced a corresponding change in my feelings, yet continued extremely weak from my sickness. I stood in the waist on the weather side, watching the gradual breaking of the day, and the first streaks of the early light. Much has been said of the sunrise at sea, but it will not compare with the sunrise on shore. It wants the accompaniments of the songs of birds, the awakening hum of humanity, and the glancing of the first beams upon trees, hills, spires, and housetops, to give it life and spirit. There is no scenery, but although the actual rise of the sun at sea is not so beautiful, yet nothing will compare for melancholy and dreariness with the early breaking of day upon old ocean's gray and melancholy waste. There is something in the first gray streaks stretching along the eastern horizon, and throwing an indistinct light upon the face of the deep, which combines with the boundlessness and unknown depths of the sea around, and gives one a feeling of loneliness, of dread, of melancholy foreboding, which nothing else in nature can. This gradually passes away as the light grows brighter, and when the sun comes up, the ordinary monotonous sea day begins. From such reflections as these, I was aroused by the order from the officer,
"Forward there! Rig the head pump!"
I found that no time was allowed for daydreaming, but that we must turn to at the first light. Having called up the idlers, namely, carpenter, cook, and steward, and rigged the pump, we began washing down the decks. This operation, which is performed every morning at sea, takes nearly 2 hours, and I had hardly strength enough to get through it. After we had finished, swabbed down decks, and coiled up the rigging, I sat on the spars, waiting for 7 bells, which was the signal for breakfast. The officer, seeing my lazy posture, ordered me to slush the mainmast from the royal masthead down. The vessel was then rolling a little, and I had taken no food for 3 days, so that I felt tempted to tell him that I had rather wait till after breakfast. But I knew that I must take the bull by the horns, and that if I showed any sign of want of spirit or backwardness, I should be ruined at once. So I took my bucket of grease and climbed up to the royal masthead. Here the rocking of the vessel, which increases the higher you go from the foot of the mast, which is the fulcrum of the lever, and the smell of the grease, which offended my fastidious senses, upset my stomach again, and I was not a little rejoiced when I had finished my job and got upon the comparative terra firma of the deck. In a few minutes 7 bells were struck, the log hove, the watch called, and we went to breakfast. Here I cannot but remember the advice of the cook, a simple-hearted African. "Now," says he, "my lad, you are well cleaned out. You haven't got a drop of your long-shore swash aboard of you. You must begin on a new tack, pitch all your sweetmeats overboard, and turn to upon good hearty salt beef and ship bread, and I'll promise you, you'll have your ribs well sheathed, and be as hearty as any of 'em, afore you are up to the Horn." This would be good advice to give to passengers when they set their hearts on the little niceties which they have laid in case of seasickness. I cannot describe the change which half a pound of cold salt beef and a biscuit or two produced in me. I was a new being. Having a watch below until noon, so that I had some time to myself, I got a huge piece of strong cold salt beef from the cook, and kept gnawing upon it until 12 o'clock. When we went on deck I felt somewhat like a man, and could begin to learn my sea duty with considerable spirit. At about 2 o'clock we heard the loud cry of "Sail ho!" from aloft, and soon saw 2 sails to windward, going directly athwart our hawse. This was the first time that I had seen a sail at sea. I thought then, and have always since, that no sight exceeds it in interest, and few in beauty. They passed to leeward of us and out of hailing distance, but the captain could read the names on their sterns with the glass. They were the ship Helen Mar of New York, and the brig Mermaid of Boston. They were both steering westward, and were bound in for our dear native land. Thursday, August 21st. This day the sun rose clear. We had a fine wind, and everything was bright and cheerful. I had now got my sea legs on, and was beginning to enter upon the regular duties of a sea life. About 6 bells, that is, 3 o'clock, P.M., we saw a sail on our larboard bow. I was very desirous, like every new sailor, to speak to her. She came down to us, backed her main topsail, and the two vessels stood head on, bowing and curvetting at each other like a couple of war horses reined in by their riders. It was the first vessel that I had seen near, and I was surprised to find how much she rolled and pitched in so quiet a sea. She plunged her head into the sea, and then, her stern settling gradually down, her huge bows rose up, showing the bright copper, and her stem and breast hooks dripping, like old Neptune's locks, with the brine. Her decks were filled with passengers who had come up at the cry of "Sail ho!" and who by their dress and features appeared to be Swiss and French emigrants. She hailed us at first in French, but receiving no answer, she tried us in English. She was the ship La Carolina, from Havre for New York. We desired her to report the brig Pilgrim from Boston for the northwest coast of America 5 days out. She then filled away and left us to plow on through our waste of waters. There is a settled routine for hailing ships at sea.
Ship ahoy!
Answer:
Hello! What ship is that, pray? The ship Carolina, from Havre, bound to New York. Where are you from? The brig Pilgrim, from Boston, bound to the coast of California, 5 days out.
unless there is leisure or something special to say, this form is not much varied from. This day ended pleasantly. We had got into regular and comfortable weather, and into that routine of sea life which is only broken by a storm, a sail, or the sight of land. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 3. Ship's Duties. As we have now had a long spell of fine weather without any incident to break the monotony of our lives, I may have no better place for a description of the duties, regulations, and customs of an American merchantman, of which ours was a fair specimen. The captain, in the first place, is lord paramount. He stands no watch, comes and goes when he pleases, is accountable to no one, and must be obeyed in everything, without a question even from his chief officer. He has the power to turn his officers off duty, and even to break them and make them do duty as sailors in the forecastle. Note: there is a doubt of his power to do the latter. End note. Where there are no passengers and no supercargo as in our vessel, he has no companion but his own dignity, and few pleasures, unless he differs from most of his kind, beyond the consciousness of possessing supreme power, and occasionally the exercise of it. The prime minister, the official organ, and the active and superintending officer is the chief mate. He is first lieutenant, boatswain, sailing master, and quartermaster. The captain tells him what he wishes to have done, and leaves to him the care and overseeing of allotting the work, and also the responsibility of its being well done. The mate, as he is always called, par excellence, also keeps the log book, for which he is responsible to the owners and insurers, and has the charge of the stowage, safe keeping, and delivery of the cargo. He is also ex officio, the wit of the crew, for the captain does not condescend to joke with the men, and the second mate no one cares for, so that when the mate thinks fit to entertain the people with a coarse joke or a little practical wit, every one feels bound to laugh. The second mate's is proverbially a dog's berth. He is neither officer nor man. He is obliged to go aloft to reef and furl the topsails, and to put his hands into the tar and slush with the rest, and the men do not much respect him as an officer. The crew call him the sailor's waiter, as he has to furnish them with spun yarn, marline, and all other stuffs that they need in their work, and has charge of the boatswain's locker, which includes serving boards, marline spikes, etc., etc. He is expected by the captain to maintain his dignity and to enforce obedience, and still is kept at a great distance from the mate, and obliged to work with the crew. He is one to whom little is given, and of whom much is required. His wages are usually double those of a common sailor, and he eats and sleeps in the cabin; but he is obliged to be on deck nearly all his time, and eats at the second table; that is, makes a meal out of what the captain and chief mate leave. The steward is the captain's servant, and has charge of the pantry, from which every one, even the mate himself, is excluded. These distinctions usually find him an enemy in the mate, who does not like to have any one on board who is not entirely under his control. The crew do not consider him as one of their number, so he is left to the mercy of the captain. The cook, whose title is Doctor, is the patron of the crew, and those who are in his favor can get their wet mittens and stockings dried, or light their pipes at the galley in the night watch. These two worthies, together with the carpenter and sailmaker, if there be one, stand no watch, but, being employed all day, are allowed to sleep in at night, unless all hands are called. The crew are divided into two divisions, as equally as may be, called the watches. Of these, the chief mate commands the larboard, and the second mate the starboard. They divide the time between them, being on and off duty, or, as it is called, on deck and below, every other 4 hours. The 3 night watches are called the first, the middle, and the morning watch. If, for instance, the chief mate with the larboard watch have the first night watch from 8 to 12, at that hour the starboard watch and the second mate take the deck, while the larboard watch and the first mate go below until 4 in the morning, when they come on deck again and remain until 8. As the larboard watch will have been on deck 8 hours out of the 12, while the starboard watch will have been up only 4 hours, the former have what is called a forenoon watch below, that is, from 8 A.M. till 12 A.M. In a man of war and in some merchantmen, this alternation of watches is kept up throughout the 24 hours, which is called having watch and watch. But our ship, like most merchantmen, had all hands from 12 o'clock till dark, except in very bad weather, when we were allowed watch and watch. An explanation of dog watches may perhaps be necessary to one who has never been to sea. Their purpose is to shift the watches each night, so that the same watch need not be on deck at the same hours throughout a voyage. In order to effect this, the watch from 4 to 8 P.M. is divided into 2 half watches, one from 4 to 6, and the other from 6 to 8. By this means they divide the 24 hours into 7 watches instead of 6, and thus shift the hours every night. As the dog watches come during twilight, after the day's work is done, and before the night watch is set, they are the watches in which everybody is on deck. The captain is up, walking on the weather side of the quarter deck, the chief mate on the lee side, and the second mate about the weather gangway. The steward has finished his work in the cabin, and has come up to smoke his pipe with the cook in the galley. The crew are sitting on the windlass, or lying on the forecastle, smoking, singing, or telling long yarns. At 8 o'clock, 8 bells are struck, the log is hove, the watch set, the wheel relieved, the galley shut up, and the watch off duty goes below. The morning begins with the watch on decks turning to at daybreak, and washing down, scrubbing, and swabbing the decks. This, together with filling the scuttle butt with fresh water, and coiling up the rigging, usually occupies the time until 7 bells, half after 7, when all hands get to breakfast. At 8 the day's work begins, and lasts until sundown, with the exception of an hour for dinner. Before I end my explanations, it may be well to define a day's work, and to correct a mistake prevalent among landsmen about a sailor's life. Nothing is more common than to hear people say, "Are not sailors very idle at sea? What can they find to do?"
This is a natural mistake, and being frequently made, is one which every sailor feels interested in having corrected. In the first place, then, the discipline of the ship requires every man to be at work upon something when he is on deck, except at night and on Sundays. At all other times you will never see a man on board a well ordered vessel standing idle on deck, sitting down, or leaning over the side. It is the officer's duty to keep every one at work, even if there is nothing to be done but to scrape the rust from the chain cables. In no state prison are the convicts more regularly set to work and more closely watched. No conversation is allowed among the crew at their duty, and though they frequently do talk when aloft, or when near one another, yet they stop when an officer is nigh. With regard to the work upon which men are put, it is a matter which probably would not be understood by one who has not been at sea. When I first left port and found that we were kept regularly employed for a week or two, I supposed that we were getting the vessel into sea trim, and that it would soon be over, and we should have nothing to do but to sail the ship. But I found that it continued so for 2 years, and at the end of the 2 years there was as much to be done as ever. As has often been said, a ship is like a lady's watch, always out of repair. When first leaving port, studding sail gear is to be rove, all the running rigging to be examined, that which is unfit for use to be got down, and new rigging rove in its place. Then the standing rigging is to be overhauled, replaced, and repaired in 1,000 different ways, and wherever any of the numberless ropes of the yards are chafing or wearing upon it, there chafing gear, as it is called, must be put on. This chafing gear consists of worming, parceling, roundings, battens, and service of all kinds, rope yarns, spun yarn, marline, and seizing stuffs. Taking off, putting on, and mending the chafing gear alone, upon a vessel, would find constant employment for a man or 2 men, during working hours, for a whole voyage. The next point to be considered is, that all the small stuffs which are used on board a ship, such as spun yarn, marline, seizing stuff, etc., etc., are made on board. The owners of a vessel buy up incredible quantities of old junk, which the sailors unlay, and after drawing out the yarns, knot them together and roll them up in balls. These rope yarns are constantly used for various purposes, but the greater part is manufactured into spun yarn. For this purpose, every vessel is furnished with a spun yarn winch, which is very simple, consisting of a wheel and spindle. This may be heard constantly going on deck, in pleasant weather, and we had employment, during a great part of the time, for 3 hands, in drawing and knotting yarns, and in making spun yarn. Another method of employing the crew is setting up rigging. Whenever any of the standing rigging becomes slack, which is continually happening, the seizings and coverings must be taken off, tackles got up, and, after the rigging is bowsed well taut, the seizings and coverings be replaced, which is a very nice piece of work. There is also such a connection between different parts of a vessel, that one rope can seldom be touched without requiring a change in another. You cannot stay a mast aft by the back stays, without slackening up the head stays, etc., etc. If we add to this all the tarring, greasing, oiling, varnishing, painting, scraping, and scrubbing, which is required in the course of a long voyage, and also remember, this is all to be done in addition to watching at night, steering, reefing, furling, bracing, making and setting sail, and pulling, hauling, and climbing in every direction, one would hardly ask, what can a sailor find to do at sea? If, after all this labor, after exposing their lives and limbs in storms, wet and cold, wherein the cub-drawn bear would couch, the lion and the belly-pinched wolf keep their furs dry. The merchants and captains think that the sailors have not earned their $12 a month, out of which they clothe themselves, and their salt beef and hard bread. They keep them picking oakum, ad infinitum. This is the usual resource upon a rainy day, for then it will not do to work upon rigging, and when it is pouring down in floods, instead of letting the sailors stand about in sheltered places and talk, and keep themselves comfortable, they are separated to different parts of the ship, and kept at work picking oakum. I have seen oakum stuff placed about in different parts of the ship, so that the sailors might not be idle in the snatches between the frequent squalls upon crossing the equator. Some officers have been so driven to find work for the crew in a ship ready for sea, that they have set them to pounding the anchors (often done) and scraping the chain cables. The Philadelphia Catechism is, 6 days shalt thou labor, and do all thou art able, and on the 7th holystone the decks and scrape the cable. This kind of work, of course, is not kept up off Cape Horn, Cape of Good Hope, and in extreme north and south latitudes; but I have seen the decks washed down and scrubbed when the water would have frozen if it had been fresh, and all hands kept at work upon the rigging when we had on our pea jackets, and our hands so numb that we could hardly hold our marline spikes. I have here gone out of my narrative course in order that any who read this may, at the start, form as correct an idea of a sailor's life and duty as possible. I have done it in this place because, for some time, our life was nothing but the unvarying repetition of these duties, which can be better described together. Before leaving this description, however, I would state, in order to show landsmen how little they know of the nature of a ship, that a ship carpenter is kept constantly employed, during good weather, on board vessels which are in what is called perfect sea order. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 4. Sundays at Sea. After speaking with the Carolina on the 21st of August, nothing occurred to break the monotony of our life until Friday, September 5th, when we saw a sail on our weather starboard beam. She proved to be a brig under English colors, and, passing under our stern, reported herself as 49 days from Buenos Aires, bound to Liverpool. Before she had passed us, "Sail ho" was cried again, and we made another sail, broad on our weather bow, and steering athwart our hawse. She passed out of hail, but we made her out to be a hermaphrodite brig, with Brazilian colors in her main rigging. By her course, she must have been bound from Brazil to the south of Europe, probably Portugal. Sunday, September 7th. Fell in with the northeast trade winds. This morning we caught our first dolphin, which I was very eager to see. I was disappointed in the colors of this fish when dying. They were certainly very beautiful, but not equal to what has been said of them. They are too indistinct. To do the fish justice, there is nothing more beautiful than the dolphin when swimming a few feet below the surface on a bright day. It is the most elegantly formed, and also the quickest, fish in salt water, and the rays of the sun striking upon it in its rapid and changing motions, reflected from the water, made it look like a stray beam from a rainbow. This day was spent like all pleasant Sundays at sea. The decks are washed down, the rigging coiled up, and everything put in order, and throughout the day only one watch is kept on deck at a time. The men are all dressed in their best white duck trousers and red or checked shirts, and have nothing to do but to make the necessary changes in the sails. They employ themselves in reading, talking, smoking, and mending their clothes. If the weather is pleasant, they bring their work and their books upon deck, and sit down upon the forecastle and the windlass. This is the only day on which these privileges are allowed them. When Monday comes, they put on their tarry trousers again, and prepare for 6 days of labor. To enhance the value of Sunday to the crew, they are allowed on that day a pudding, or, as it is called, a duff. This is nothing more than flour boiled with water, and eaten with molasses. It is very heavy, dark, and clammy, yet it is looked upon as a luxury, and really forms an agreeable variety with salt beef and pork. Many a rascally captain has made up with his crew, for hard usage, by allowing them duff twice a week on the passage home. On board some vessels, Sunday is made a day of instruction and of religious exercise, but we had a crew of swearers, from the captain to the smallest boy,
and a day of rest and of something like quiet social enjoyment was all that we could expect. We continued running large before the northeast trade winds for several days, until Monday, September 22nd, when, upon coming on deck at 7 bells in the morning, we found the other watch aloft, throwing water upon the sails, and, looking astern, we saw a small clipper-built brig with a black hull heading directly after us. We went to work immediately, and put all the canvas upon the brig which we could get upon her, rigging out oars for extra studding sail yards, and continued wetting down the sails by buckets of water whipped up to the mast head, until about 9 o'clock, when there came on a drizzling rain. The vessel continued in pursuit, changing her course as we changed ours, to keep before the wind. The captain, who watched her with his glass, said that she was armed and full of men, and showed no colors. We continued running dead before the wind, knowing that we sailed better so, and that clippers are fastest on the wind. We had also another advantage: the wind was light, and we spread more canvas than she did, having royals and skysails fore and aft, and 10 studding sails, while she, being a hermaphrodite brig, had only a gaff topsail aft. Early in the morning she was overhauling us a little, but after the rain came on and the wind grew lighter, we began to leave her astern. All hands remained on deck throughout the day, and we got our fire arms in order; but we were too few to have done anything with her if she proved to be what we feared. Fortunately there was no moon, and the night which followed was exceedingly dark, so that, by putting out all the lights on board and altering our course 4 points, we hoped to get out of her reach. We removed the light in the binnacle and steered by the stars, and kept perfect silence through the night. At daybreak there was no sign of anything in the horizon, and we kept the vessel off to her course. Wednesday, October 1st. Crossed the equator in longitude 24 degrees, 24 minutes west. I now, for the first time, felt at liberty, according to the old usage, to call myself a son of Neptune, and was very glad to be able to claim the title without the disagreeable initiation which so many have to go through. After once crossing the line, you can never be subjected to the process, but are considered as a son of Neptune, with full power to play tricks upon others. This ancient custom is now seldom allowed, unless there are passengers on board, in which case there is always a good deal of sport. It had been obvious to all hands for some time that the second mate, whose name was Foster, was an idle, careless fellow, and not much of a sailor, and that the captain was exceedingly dissatisfied with him. The power of the captain in these cases was well known, and we all anticipated a difficulty. Foster, called Mr. by virtue of his office, was but half a sailor, having always been on short voyages, and remained at home a long time between them. His father was a man of some property, and intended to have given his son a liberal education, but he, being idle and worthless, was sent off to sea, and succeeded no better there; for, unlike many scamps, he had none of the qualities of a sailor. He was "not the stuff they make sailors of." He used to hold long yarns with the crew, and talk against the captain, and play with the boys, and relax discipline in every way. This kind of conduct always makes the captain suspicious, and is never pleasant in the end to the men, they preferring to have an officer active, vigilant, and as distant as may be with kindness. Among other bad practices, he frequently slept on his watch, and having been discovered asleep by the captain, he was told that he would be turned off duty if he did it again. To prevent his sleeping on deck, the hen coops were ordered to be knocked up, for the captain never sat down on deck himself, and never permitted an officer to do so. The second night after crossing the equator, we had the watch from 8 to 12, and it was my helm for the last 2 hours. There had been light squalls through the night, and the captain told Mr. Foster, who commanded our watch, to keep a bright look out. Soon after I came to the helm, I found that he was quite drowsy, and at last he stretched himself on the companion and went fast asleep. Soon afterwards the captain came softly on deck, and stood by me for some time looking at the compass. The officer at length became aware of the captain's presence, but pretending not to know it, began humming and whistling to himself, to show that he was not asleep, and went forward without looking behind him, and ordered the main royal to be loosed. On turning round to come aft, he pretended surprise at seeing the master on deck. This would not do. The captain was too wide awake for him, and, beginning upon him at once, gave him a grand blow up in true nautical style.
"You're a lazy, good for nothing rascal! You're neither man, boy, soldier, nor sailor. You're no more than a thing aboard a vessel. You don't earn your salt. You're worse than a Mahon soldier,"
and other still more choice extracts from the sailor's vocabulary. After the poor fellow had taken this harangue, he was sent into his state room, and the captain stood the rest of the watch himself. At 7 bells in the morning all hands were called aft, and told that F was no longer an officer on board, and that we might choose one of our own number for second mate. It is not uncommon for the captain to make this offer, and it is good policy, for the crew think themselves the choosers, and are flattered by it, but have to obey nevertheless. Our crew, as is usual, refused to take the responsibility of choosing a man of whom we would never be able to complain, and left it to the captain. He picked out an active and intelligent young sailor, born on the banks of the Kennebec, who had been on several Canton voyages, and proclaimed him in the following manner: "I choose Jim Hall. He's your second mate. All you've got to do is to obey him as you would me, and remember that he is Mr. Hall." F went forward into the forecastle as a common sailor, and lost the handle to his name, while young foremast Jim became Mr. Hall, and took up his quarters in the land of knives and forks and teacups. Sunday, October 5th. It was our morning watch, when soon after the day began to break, a man on the forecastle called out, "Land ho!" I had never heard the cry before, and did not know what it meant, and few would suspect what the words were when hearing the strange sound for the first time; but I soon found, by the direction of all eyes, that there was land stretching along on our weather beam. We immediately took in studding sails and hauled our wind, running in for the land. This was done to determine our longitude, for by the captain's chronometer we were in 25° west, but by his observations we were much farther, and he had been for some time in doubt whether it was his chronometer or his sextant which was out of order. This landfall settled the matter, and the former instrument was condemned, and, becoming still worse, was never afterwards used. As we ran in towards the coast, we found that we were directly off the port of Pernambuco, and could see with the telescope the roofs of the houses, and one large church, and the town of Olinda. We ran along by the mouth of the harbor, and saw a full rigged brig going in. At 2 P.M. we again stood out to sea, leaving the land on our quarter, and at sundown it was out of sight. It was here that I first saw one of those singular things called catamarans. They are composed of logs lashed together upon the water, the men sitting with their feet in the water, having one large sail, are quite fast, and, strange as it may seem, are trusted as good sea boats. We saw several, with from 1 to 3 men in each, boldly putting out to sea, after it had become almost dark. The Indians go out in them after fish, and as the weather is regular in certain seasons, they have no fear. After taking a new departure from Olinda, we kept off on our way to Cape Horn. We met with nothing remarkable until we were in the latitude of the river La Plata. Here there are violent gales from the south west, called pamperos, which are very destructive to the shipping in the river, and are felt for many leagues at sea. They are usually preceded by lightning. The captain told the mates to keep a bright look out, and if they saw lightning at the southwest, to take sail at once. We got the first touch of one during my watch on deck. I was walking in the lee gangway, and thought that I saw lightning on the lee bow. I told the second mate, who came over and looked out for some time. It was very black in the southwest, and in about 10 minutes we saw a distinct flash. The wind, which had been southeast, had now left us, and it was dead calm.
we sprang aloft immediately and furled the royals and top gallant sails, and took in the flying jib, hurled up the mainsail and trysail, squared the after yards, and waited the attack. A huge mist, capped with black clouds, came driving towards us, extending over that portion of the horizon, and covering the stars, which shone brightly in the other part of the heavens. It came upon us at once with a blast, and a shower of hail and rain, which almost took our breath from us. The hardiest was obliged to turn his back. We let the halyards run, and fortunately were not taken aback. The little vessel paid off from the wind, and ran on for some time directly before it, tearing through the water, with everything flying. Having called all hands, we close reefed the topsails and trysail, furled the courses and jib, set the foretopmast staysail, and brought her up nearly to her course, with the weather braces hauled in a little to ease her. This was the first blow I had met with which could really be called a gale. We had reefed our topsails in the Gulf Stream, and I thought it was something serious, but an older sailor would have thought nothing of it. As I had now become used to the vessel and to my duty, I was of some service on a yard, and could knot my reef point as well as anybody. I obeyed the order to lay aloft with the rest. Note: this word lay, which is in such general use on board ship, being used in giving orders instead of go, as lay forward, lay aft, lay aloft, etc., I do not understand to be the neuter verb lie, mispronounced, but to be the active verb lay, with the objective case understood, as lay yourselves forward, lay yourselves aft, etc. At all events, lay is an active verb at sea, and means go. And found the reefing a very exciting scene, for one watch reefed the foretopsail and the other the main, and every one did his utmost to get his topsail hoisted first. We had a great advantage over the larboard watch, because the chief mate never goes aloft, while our new second mate used to jump into the rigging as soon as we began to haul out the reef tackle, and have the weather earing passed before there was a man upon the yard. In this way we were almost always able to raise the cry of "Haul out to leeward" before them, and having knotted our points, would slide down the shrouds and backstays, and sing out at the topsail halyards, to let it be known that we were ahead of them. Reefing is the most exciting part of a sailor's duty. All hands are engaged upon it, and after the halyards are let go, there is no time to be lost, no sogering or hanging back, then. If one is not quick enough, another runs over him. The first on the yard goes to the weather earing, the second to the lee, and the next two to the dog's ears, while the others lay along into the bunt, just giving each other elbow room. In reefing, the yard arms, the extremes of the yards, are the posts of honor, but in furling, the strongest and most experienced stand in the slings, or middle of the yard, to make up the bunt. If the second mate is a smart fellow, he will never let any one take either of these posts from him; but if he is wanting either in seamanship, strength, or activity, some better man will get the bunt and earings from him, which immediately brings him into disrepute. We remained for the rest of the night and throughout the next day under the same close sail, for it continued to blow very fresh, and though we had no more hail, yet there was a soaking rain, and it was quite cold and uncomfortable; the more so because we were not prepared for cold weather, but had on our thin clothes. We were glad to get a watch below, and put on our thick clothing, boots, and southwesters. Toward sundown the gale moderated a little, and it began to clear off in the southwest. We shook our reefs out, and before midnight had top gallant sails upon her. We had now made up our minds for Cape Horn in cold weather, and entered upon the necessary preparations. Tuesday, November 4th. At daybreak, saw land upon our larboard quarter. There were two islands of different sizes, but of the same shape, running high, beginning low at the water's edge, and running with a curved ascent to the middle. They were so far off as to be of a deep blue color, and in a few hours we sank them in the northeast. These were the Falkland Islands. we had run between them and the mainland of Patagonia. At sunset, the second mate, who was at the masthead, said that he saw land on the starboard bow. This must have been the island of Staten Land, and we were now in the region of Cape Horn, with a fine breeze from the northward, topmast and topgallant studding sails set, and every prospect of a speedy and pleasant passage round. Chapter 5 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Downer, Jr. Chapter 5. Cape Horn. Wednesday, November 5th. The weather was fine during the previous night, and we had a clear view of the Magellan Clouds and of the Southern Cross. The Magellan Clouds consist of 3 small nebulae in the southern part of the heavens, 2 bright like the Milky Way, and 1 dark. They are first seen just above the horizon, soon after crossing the southern tropic. The Southern Cross begins to be seen at 18 degrees north, and when off Cape Horn is nearly overhead. It is composed of 4 stars in that form, and is one of the brightest constellations in the heavens. During the first part of this day, Wednesday, the wind was light, but after noon it came on fresh, and we furled the royals. We still kept the studding sails out, and the captain said he should go round with them if he could. Just before 8 o'clock, then about sundown in that latitude, the cry of "All hands ahoy!" was sounded down the forescuttle and the after hatchway, and, hurrying upon deck, we found a large black cloud rolling on toward us from the southwest, and darkening the whole heavens. "Here comes Cape Horn!" said the chief mate, and we had hardly time to haul down and clew up before it was upon us. In a few minutes a heavier sea was raised than I had ever seen, and as it was directly ahead, the little brig, which was no better than a bathing machine, plunged into it, and all the forward part of her was under water, the sea pouring in through the bow ports and the hawse holes, and over the knight heads, threatening to wash everything overboard. In the lee scuppers it was up to a man's waist. We sprang aloft and double reefed the topsails, and furled the other sails, and made all snug. But this would not do. The brig was laboring and straining against the head sea, and the gale was growing worse and worse. At the same time sleet and hail were driving with all fury against us. We clewed down and hauled out the reef tackle again, and close reefed the foretopsail, and furled the main, and hove her to on the starboard tack. Here was an end to our fine prospects. We made up our minds to head winds and cold weather, sent down the royal yards, and unrove the gear; but all the rest of the top hamper remained aloft, even to the skysail masts and studding sail booms. Throughout the night it stormed violently, rain, hail, snow, and sleet beating upon the vessel, the wind continued ahead, and the sea running high. At daybreak, about 3 A.M., the deck was covered with snow. The captain sent up the steward with a glass of grog to each of the watch, and all the time that we were off the Cape, grog was given to the morning watch, and to all hands whenever we reefed topsails. The clouds cleared away at sunrise, and, the wind becoming more fair, we again made sail and stood nearly up to our course. Thursday, November 6th. It continued more pleasant through the first part of the day, but at night we had the same scene over again. This time we did not heave to, as on the night before, but endeavored to beat to windward under close reefed topsails, balanced reefed trysail, and foretopmast staysail. This night it was my turn to steer, or, as the sailors say, my trick at the helm, for 2 hours. Inexperienced as I was, I made out to steer to the satisfaction of the officer, and neither S nor I gave up our tricks all the time we were off the Cape. This was something to boast of, for it requires a good deal of skill and watchfulness to steer a vessel close hauled, in a gale of wind, against a heavy head sea. Ease her when she pitches, is the word, and a little carelessness in letting her ship a heavy sea might sweep the decks, or take a mast out of her. Friday, November 7th, Towards morning the wind went down, and during the whole forenoon we lay tossing about in a dead calm, and in the midst of a thick fog. The calms here are unlike those in most parts of the world, for there is generally so high a sea running with periods of calm so short that it has no time to go down, and vessels, being under no command of sail or rudder, lie like logs upon the water. We were obliged to steady the booms and yards by guys and braces, and to lash everything well below. We now found our top hamper to be of some use, for though it is liable to be carried away or sprung by the sudden bringing up of a vessel when pitching in a chopping sea, yet it is a great help in steadying a vessel when rolling in a long swell, giving more slowness, ease, and regularity to the motion. The calm of the morning reminds me of a scene which I forgot to describe at the time of its occurrence, but which I remember from its being the first time that I had heard the near breathing of whales. It was on the night that we passed between the Falkland Islands and Staten Land. We had the watch from 12 to 4, and coming upon deck, found the little brig lying perfectly still, enclosed in a thick fog, and the sea as smooth as though oil had been poured upon it, yet now and then a long, low swell rolling under its surface, slightly lifting the vessel, but without breaking the glassy smoothness of the water. We were surrounded, far and near, by shoals of sluggish whales and grampuses, which the fog prevented our seeing, rising slowly to the surface, or perhaps lying out at length, heaving out those lazy, deep, and long-drawn breathings, which give such an impression of supineness and strength. Some of the watch were asleep, and others were quiet, so that there was nothing to break the illusion, and I stood, leaning over the bulwarks, listening to the slow breathings of the mighty creatures. Now one breaking the water just alongside, whose black body I almost fancied that I could see through the fog, and again another, which I could just hear in the distance, until the low and regular swell seemed like the heaving of the ocean's mighty bosom to the sound of its own heavy and long-drawn respirations. Towards the evening of this day, Friday 7th, the fog cleared off, and we had every appearance of a cold blow, and soon after sundown it came. Again it was clew up and haul down, reef and furl, until we had got her down to close reefed topsails, double reefed trysail, and reefed fore spencer. Snow, hail, and sleet were driving upon us most of the night, and the sea was breaking over the bows and covering the forward part of the little vessel; but as she would lay her course, the captain refused to heave her to. Saturday, November 8th. This day began with calm and thick fog, and ended with hail, snow, and a violent wind, and close reefed topsails. Sunday, November 9th. Today the sun rose clear, and continued so until 12 o'clock, when the captain got an observation; and we thought it a little remarkable that, as we had not had one unpleasant Sunday during the whole voyage, the only tolerable day here should be a Sunday. We got time to clear up the steerage and the forecastle, and set things to rights, and to overhaul our wet clothes a little; but this did not last very long. Between 5 and 6, the sun was then nearly 3 hours high, the cry of "All starboard lines ahoy!" summoned our watch on deck, and immediately all hands were called. Note: It is the fashion to call the respective watches starboard lines and larboard lines. A true specimen of Cape Horn was coming upon us. A great cloud of a dark slate color was driving on us from the southwest, and we did our best to take in sail, for the light sails had been set during the first part of the day, before we were in the midst of it. We had got the light sails furled, the courses hauled up, and the topsail reef tackles hauled out, and were just mounting the fore rigging, when the storm struck us. In an instant the sea, which had been comparatively quiet, was running higher and higher, and it became almost as dark as night. The hail and sleet were harder than I had yet felt them, seeming almost to pin us down to the rigging. We were longer taking in sail than ever before. The sails were stiff and wet, the ropes and rigging covered with snow and sleet, and we ourselves cold and nearly blinded with the violence of the storm. By the time we had got down upon the deck again, the little brig was plunging madly into a tremendous head sea, which at every drive rushed in through the bow ports and over the bows, and buried all the forward part of the vessel. At this instant, the chief mate, who was standing on the top of the windlass at the foot of the spencer mast, called out,
"Lay out there and furl the jib."
This was no agreeable or safe duty, yet it must be done. John, a Swede, the best sailor on board, who belonged on the forecastle, sprang out upon the bowsprit. Another one must go. It was a clear case of holding back. I was near the mate, but sprang past several, threw the downhaul over the windlass, and jumped between the knightheads out upon the bowsprit. The crew stood abaft the windlass and hauled the jib down, while John and I got out upon the weather side of the jib boom. Our feet on the foot ropes, holding on by the spar, the great jib flying off to leeward and slatting, so as almost to throw us off the boom. For some time we could do nothing but hold on, and the vessel, diving into two huge seas, one after the other, plunged us twice into the water up to our chins. We hardly knew whether we were on or off, when, the boom lifting us up dripping from the water, we were raised high into the air, and then plunged below again. John thought the boom would go every moment, and called out to the mate to keep the vessel off, and haul down the staysail; but the fury of the wind and the breaking of the seas against the bows defied every attempt to make ourselves heard, and we were obliged to do the best we could in our situation. Fortunately, no other seas so heavy struck her, and we succeeded in furling the jib after a fashion, and coming in over the staysail nettings, were not a little pleased to find that all was snug, and the watch gone below, for we were soaked through, and it was very cold. John admitted that it had been a post of danger, which good sailors seldom do when the thing is over. The weather continued nearly the same through the night. Monday, November 10th. During a part of this day we were hove to, but the rest of the time were driving on, under close reefed sails, with a heavy sea, a strong gale, and frequent squalls of hail and snow. Tuesday, November 11th. The same. Wednesday, the same. Thursday, the same. We had now got hardened to Cape weather. The vessel was under reduced sail, and everything secured on deck and below, so that we had little to do but to steer and stand our watch. Our clothes were all wet through, and the only change was from wet to more wet. There is no fire in the forecastle, and we cannot dry clothes in the galley. It was in vain to think of reading or working below, for we were too tired. The hatchways were closed down, and everything was wet and uncomfortable, black and dirty, heaving and pitching. We had only to come below when the watch was out, wring our wet clothes, hang them up to chafe against the bulkheads, and turn in and sleep as soundly as we could, until our watch was called again. A sailor can sleep anywhere. No sound of wind, water, canvas, rope, wood, or iron can keep him awake; and we were always fast asleep when the 3 blows on the hatchway, and the unwelcome cry of
"All starboard ahoy! 8 bells there below! Do you hear the news?"
the usual formula for calling the watch, roused us from our berths up on the cold wet decks. The only time when we could be said to take any pleasure was at night and morning, when we were allowed a tin pot full of hot tea, or, as the sailors significantly call it, water bewitched, sweetened with molasses. This, bad as it was still warm and comforting, and, together with our sea biscuits and cold salt beef, made a meal. Yet even this meal was attended with some uncertainty. We had to go ourselves to the galley and take our kid and beef and tin pots of tea, and run the risk of losing them before we could get below. Many a kid of beef have I seen rolling in the scuppers, the bearer lying at his length on the decks. I remember an English lad, who was the life of the crew, whom we afterwards lost overboard, standing for nearly 10 minutes at the galley with his pot of tea in his hand, waiting for a chance to get down in the forecastle, and, seeing what he thought was a smooth spell, started to go forward. He had just got to the end of the windlass when a great sea broke over the bows, and for a moment I saw nothing of him but his head and shoulders, and at the next instant, being taken off his legs, he was carried aft with the sea, until her stern lying up and standing water. He had just got to the end of the windlass when a great sea broke over the bows, and for a moment I saw nothing of him but his head and shoulders, and at the next instant, being taken off his legs, he was carried aft with the sea, until her stern lifting up and sending the water forward, he was left high and dry at the side of the long boat, still holding on to his tin pot, which had now nothing in it but salt water. But nothing could ever daunt him or overcome for a moment his habitual good humor. Regaining his legs and shaking his fist at the man at the wheel, he rolled below, saying as he passed, "A man's no sailor if he can't take a joke." The ducking was not the worst of such an affair, for, as there was an allowance of tea, you could get no more from the galley, and though the others would never suffer a man to go without, but would always turn in a little from their own pots to fill up his, yet this was at best but dividing the loss among all hands. Something of the same kind befell me a few days after. The cook had just made for us a mess of hot scouse, that is, biscuit pounded fine, salt beef cut into small pieces, and a few potatoes. This was a rare treat, and I, being the last at the galley, had it put in my charge to carry down for the mess. I got along very well as far as the hatchway, and was just going down the steps, when a heavy sea, lifting the stern out of water and passing forward, dropping it again, threw the steps from their place, and I came down into the steerage a little faster than I meant to, with the kid on top of me, and the whole precious mess scattered over the floor. Whatever your feelings may be, you must make a joke of everything at sea, and if you were to fall from aloft and to be caught in the belly of a sail, and thus saved from instant death, it would not do to look at all disturbed, or to treat it as a serious matter. Friday, November 14th. We were now well to the westward of the Cape, and were changing our course to the northward as much as we dared, since the strong southwest winds, which prevailed then, carried us in toward Patagonia. At 2 P.M. we saw a sail on our larboard beam, and at 4 we made it out to be a large ship, steering our course under single reefed topsails. We at that time had shaken the reefs out of our topsails, as the wind was lighter, and set the main top gallant sail. As soon as our captain saw what sail she was under, he set the fore top gallant sail and flying jib, and the old Weller, for such his boats and short sails showed him to be, felt a little ashamed, and shook the reefs out of his topsails, but could do no more, for he had sent down his top gallant masts off the Cape. He ran down for us, and answered our hail as the whale ship New England of Poughkeepsie, 120 days from New York. Our captain gave our name, and added 92 days from Boston. Then they had a little conversation about longitude, in which they found that they could not agree. The ship fell astern, and continued in sight during the night. Towards morning, the wind having become light, we crossed our royal and skysail yards, and at daylight we were seen under a cloud of sail, having royals and skysails fore and aft. The spouter, as the sailors call a whaleman, had sent up his main top gallant mast, and set the sail, and made signal for us to heave to. About 7:30 their whale boat came alongside, and Captain Job Terry sprang on board, a man known in every port and by every vessel in the Pacific Ocean. "Don't you know Job Terry? I thought everybody knew Job Terry," said a green hand, who came in the boat to me, when I asked him about his captain. He was indeed a singular man. He was 6 feet high, wore thick cowhide boots, and brown coat and trowsers, and, except a sunburnt complexion, had not the slightest appearance of a sailor. Yet he had been 40 years in the whale trade, and, as he said himself, had owned ships, built ships, and sailed ships. His boat's crew were a pretty raw set, just out of the bush, and as the sailors phrase it, hadn't got the hayseed out of their hair. Captain Terry convinced our captain that our reckoning was a little out, and having spent the day on board, put off in his boat at sunset for his ship, which was now 6 or 8 miles astern. He began a yarn when he came aboard, which lasted, but with little intermission, for 4 hours. It was all about himself and the Peruvian government, and the Dublin frigate and her captain, Lord James Townshend, and President Jackson, and the ship Ann McKim of Baltimore. It would probably never have come to an end had not a good breeze sprung up, which sent him off to his own vessel. One of the lads who came in his boat, a thoroughly countrified looking fellow, seemed to care very little about the vessel, rigging, or anything else, but went round looking at the livestock, and leaned over the pigsty, and said he wished he was back again tending his father's pigs. A curious case of dignity occurred here. It seems that in a whale ship there is an intermediate class called boat steerers. One of them came in Captain Terry's boat, but we thought he was a coxswain of the boat, and a coxswain is only a sailor. In the whaler, the boat steerers are between the officers and crew, a sort of petty officers, kept by themselves in the waist, sleep amidships, and eat by themselves, either at a separate table, or at the cabin table, after the captain and mates are done. Of all this hierarchy we were entirely ignorant, so the poor boat steerer was left to himself. The second mate would not notice him, and seemed surprised at his keeping amidships, but his pride of office would not allow him to go forward. With dinner time came the experimentum crucis. What would he do? The second mate went to the second table without asking him. There was nothing for him but famine or humiliation. We asked him into the forecastle, but he faintly declined. The whale boat crew explained it to us, and we asked him again. Hunger got the victory over pride of rank, and his boat steering majesty had to take his grub out of our kid, and eat with his jackknife. Yet the man was ill at ease all the time, was sparing of his conversation, and kept up the notion of condescension under stress of circumstances. One would say that, instead of a tendency to equality in human beings, the tendency is to make the most of inequalities, natural or artificial. At 8 o'clock we altered our course to the northward, bound for Juan Fernandez. This day we saw the last of the albatrosses, which had been our companions a great part of the time off the Cape. I had been interested in the bird from descriptions and Coleridge's poem, and was not at all disappointed. We caught one or two with a baited hook which we floated astern upon a shingle. Their long flapping wings, long legs, and large staring eyes, give them a very peculiar appearance. They look well on the wing, but one of the finest sights that I have ever seen was an albatross asleep upon the water, during a calm off Cape Horn, when a heavy sea was running. There being no breeze, the surface of the water was unbroken, but a long heavy swell was rolling, and we saw the fellow, all white, directly ahead of us, asleep upon the waves, with his head under his wing, now rising on the top of one of the big billows, and then falling slowly until he was lost in the hollow between. He was undisturbed for some time, until the noise of our bows, gradually approaching him, roused him, when, lifting his head, he stared upon us for a moment, and then spread his wide wings and took his flight. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 6. Loss of a Man. Monday, November 19th. This was a black day in our calendar. At 7 o'clock in the morning, it being our watch below, we were aroused from a sound sleep by the cry of
All hands ahoy! A man overboard!
This unwonted cry sent a thrill through the heart of every one, and, hurrying on deck, we found the vessel hove flat aback, with all her studding sails set; for, the boy who was at the helm leaving it to throw something overboard, the carpenter, who was an old sailor, knowing that the wind was light, put the helm down and hove her aback. The watch on deck were lowering away the quarter boat, and I got on deck just in time to fling myself into her as she was leaving the side; but it was not until out upon the wide Pacific, in our little boat, that I knew whom we had lost. It was George Balmer, the young English sailor, whom I have before spoken of as the life of the crew. He was prized by the officers as an active and willing seaman, and by the men as a lively, hearty fellow, and a good shipmate. He was going aloft to fit a strap round the main topmast head, for ringtail halyards, and had the strap and block, a coil of halyards, and a marlinspike about his neck. He fell from the starboard futtock shrouds, and, not knowing how to swim, and being heavily dressed, with all these things round his neck, he probably sank immediately. We pulled astern, in the direction in which he fell, and though we knew that there was no hope of saving him, yet no one wished to speak of returning, and we rowed about for nearly an hour without an idea of doing anything, but unwilling to acknowledge to ourselves that we must give him up. At length we turned the boat's head, and made towards the brig. Death is at all times solemn, but never so much so as at sea. A man dies on shore, his body remains with his friends, and the mourners go about the streets; but when a man falls overboard at sea and is lost, there is a suddenness in the event, and a difficulty in realizing it, which give to it an air of awful mystery. A man dies on shore; you follow his body to the grave, and a stone marks the spot. You are often prepared for the event. There is always something which helps you to realize it when it happens, and to recall it when it has passed. A man is shot down by your side in battle, and the mangled body remains an object, and a real evidence; but at sea, the man is near you, at your side, you hear his voice, and in an instant he is gone, and nothing but a vacancy shows his loss. Then, too, at sea, to use a homely but expressive phrase, you miss a man so much. A dozen men are shut up together in a little bark upon the wide, wide sea, and for months and months see no forms and hear no voices but their own, and one is taken suddenly from among them, and they miss him at every turn. It is like losing a limb. There are no new faces or new scenes to fill up the gap. There is always an empty berth in the forecastle, and one man is wanting when the small night watch is mustered. There is one less to take the wheel, and one less to lay out with you upon the yard. You miss his form and the sound of his voice, for habit had made them almost necessary to you, and each of your senses feels the loss. All these things make such a death peculiarly solemn, and the effect of it remains upon the crew for some time. There is more kindness shown by the officers to the crew, and by the crew to one another. There is more quietness and seriousness. The oath and the loud laugh are gone. The officers are more watchful, and the crew go more carefully aloft. The lost man is seldom mentioned, or is dismissed with a sailor's rude eulogy. "Well, poor George is gone. His cruise is up soon. He knew his work, and did his duty, and was a good shipmate." Then usually follows some allusion to another world, for sailors are almost all believers in their way, though their notions and opinions are unfixed and at loose ends. They say, "God won't be hard upon the poor fellow," and seldom get beyond the common phrase, which seems to imply that their sufferings and hard treatment here will be passed to their credit in the books of the great Captain hereafter. To work hard, live hard, die hard, and to go to hell after all, would be hard indeed. Our cook, a simple hearted old African, who had been through a good deal in his day, and was rather seriously inclined, always going to church twice a day when on shore, and reading his Bible on a Sunday in the galley, talked to the crew about spending the Lord's day badly, and told them that they might go as suddenly as George had, and be as little prepared. Yet a sailor's life is at best but a mixture of a little good with much evil, and a little pleasure with much pain. The beautiful is linked with the revolting, and the sublime with the commonplace, and the solemn with the ludicrous. Not long after we had returned on board with our sad report, an auction was held of the poor man's effects. The captain had first, however, called all hands aft, and asked them if they were satisfied that everything had been done to save the man, and if they thought that there was any use in remaining there longer. The crew all said it was in vain, for the man did not know how to swim, and was very heavily dressed. So we then filed away, and kept the brig off to her course. The laws regulating navigation make the captain answerable for the effects of a sailor who dies during the voyage, and it is either a law or a custom, established for convenience, that the captain should soon hold an auction of his things, in which they are bid off by the sailors, and the sums which they give are deducted from their wages at the end of the voyage. In this way the trouble and risk of keeping his things through the voyage are avoided, and his clothes are usually sold for more than they would be worth on shore. Accordingly, we had no sooner got the ship before the wind than his chest was brought up upon the forecastle, and the sail began. The jackets and trowsers in which we had seen him dressed so lately were exposed and bid off while the life was hardly out of his body, and the chest was taken aft and used as a store chest, so that there was nothing left which could be called his. Sailors have an unwillingness to wear a dead man's clothes during the same voyage, and they seldom do so, unless they are in absolute want. As is usual after a death, many stories were told about George. Some had heard him say that he repented never having learned to swim, and that he knew that he should meet his death by drowning. Another said that he never knew any good to come of a voyage made against the will, and the deceased man shipped and spent his advance, and was afterwards very unwilling to go, but, not being able to refund, was obliged to sail with us. A boy, too, who had become quite attached to him, said that George talked to him during most of the watch on the night before, about his mother and family at home, and this was the first time that he had mentioned the subject during the voyage. The night after this event, when I went to the galley to get a light, I found the cook inclined to be talkative, so I sat down on the spars and gave him an opportunity to hold a yarn. I was the more inclined to do so, as I found that he was full of the superstitions once more common among seamen, and which the recent death had waked up in his mind. He talked about George's having spoken of his friends, and said he believed few men died without having a warning of it, which he supported by a great many stories of dreams, and of unusual behavior of men before death. From this he went on to other superstitions, the Flying Dutchman, etc., and talked rather mysteriously, having something evidently on his mind. At length he put his head out of the galley, and looked carefully about to see if any one was within hearing, and being satisfied on that point, asked me in a low voice, "I say, you know what countryman he happened to be?" "Yes," I said, "he's a German." "What kind of a German?" said the cook. "He belongs to Bremen," said I. "Are you sure o' that?" he said. I satisfied him on that point by saying that he could speak no language but the German and English. "I'm plaguy glad o' that," said the cook. "I was mighty 'fraid he was a Fin. I tell you what, I've been plaguy civil to that man all the voyage." I asked him the reason of this, and found that he was fully possessed with the notion that Fins are wizards, and especially have power over winds and storms. I tried to reason with him about it, but he had the best of all arguments, that from experience at hand, and was not to be moved. He had been to the Sandwich Islands in a vessel in which the sailmaker was a Fin, and could do anything he was of a mind to. This sailmaker kept a junk bottle in his berth, which was nearly always just half full of rum, though he got drunk upon it nearly every day. He had seen him sit for hours together, talking to this bottle, which he had stood up before him on the table. The same man cut his throat in his berth, and everybody said he was possessed. He had heard of ships, too, beating up the Gulf of Finland against a head wind, and having a ship heave in sight astern, overhaul, and pass them, with as fair a wind as could blow, and all studding sails out, and find she was from Finland.
"Oh ho," said he, "I've seen too much o' them men to want to see 'em 'board a ship. If they can have their own way, they play the devil with you."
As I still doubted, he said he would leave it to John, who was the oldest seaman aboard, and would know if anybody did. John, to be sure, was the oldest, and at the same time the most ignorant man in the ship, but I consented to have him called. The cook stated the matter to him, and John, as I anticipated, sided with the cook, and said that he himself had been in a ship where they had had a head wind for a fortnight, and the captain found out at last that one of the men, with whom he had had some hard words a short time before, was a Fin, and immediately told him if he didn't stop the head wind he would shut him down in the forepeak. The Fin would not give in, and the captain shut him down in the forepeak, and would not give him anything to eat. The Fin held out for a day and a half, when he could not stand it any longer, and did something or other which brought the wind round again, and they let him up. "There," said the cook, "what you think o' that?" I told him I had no doubt it was true, and that it would have been odd if the wind had not changed in 15 days, Fin or no Fin.
"Oh," says he, "go away. You think 'cause you've been to college you know better than anybody. You know better than them that has seen with their own eyes. You wait till you've been to sea as long as I have, and then you'll know."
End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 7. Juan Fernandez. We continued sailing along with a fair wind and fine weather until Tuesday, November 25th, when at daylight we saw the island of Juan Fernandez directly ahead, rising like a deep blue cloud out of the sea. We were then probably nearly 70 miles from it, and so high and so blue did it appear that I mistook it for a cloud resting over the island, and looked for the island under it, until it gradually turned to a deader and greener color, and I could mark the inequalities upon its surface. At length we could distinguish trees and rocks, and by the afternoon this beautiful island lay fairly before us, and we directed our course to the only harbor. Arriving at the entrance soon after sundown, we found a Chilean man-of-war brig, the only vessel coming out. She hailed us, and an officer on board, whom we supposed to be an American, advised us to run in before night, and said that they were bound to Valparaiso. We ran immediately for the anchorage, but, owing to the winds which drew about the mountains and came to us in flaws from different points of the compass, we did not come to an anchor until nearly midnight. We had a boat ahead all the time that we were working in, and those aboard ship were continually bracing the yards about for every puff that struck us, until about 12 o'clock, when we came to in 40 fathoms water, and our anchor struck bottom for the first time since we left Boston, 103 days. We were then divided into 3 watches, and thus stood out the remainder of the night. I was called on deck to stand my watch at about 3 in the morning, and I shall never forget the peculiar sensation which I experienced on finding myself once more surrounded by land, feeling the night breeze coming from off shore, and hearing the frogs and crickets. The mountains seemed almost to hang over us, and apparently from the very heart of them there came out, at regular intervals, a loud echoing sound, which affected me as hardly human. We saw no lights, and could hardly account for the sound until the mate, who had been there before, told us that it was the alerta of the Chilean soldiers, who were stationed over some convicts confined in caves nearly halfway up the mountain. At the expiration of my watch, I went below, feeling not a little anxious for the day, that I might see more nearly, and perhaps tread upon, this romantic, I may almost say classic island. When all hands were called, it was nearly sunrise, and between that time and breakfast, although quite busy on board in getting up water casks, etc., I had a good view of the objects about me. The harbor was nearly landlocked, and at the head of it was a landing, protected by a small breakwater of stones, upon which 2 large boats were hauled up, with a sentry standing over them.
Near this was a variety of huts or cottages, nearly 100 in number, the best of them built of mud or unburnt clay, and whitewashed, but the greater part Robinson Crusoe like, only of posts and branches of trees. The governor's house, as it is called, was the most conspicuous, being large, with grated windows, and roof of red tiles, yet, like all the rest, only of one story. Near it was a small chapel, distinguished by a cross, and a long, low, brown-looking building, surrounded by something like a palisade, from which an old and dingy-looking Chilean flag was flying. This, of course, was dignified by the title of Presidio. A sentinel was stationed at the chapel, another at the governor's house, and a few soldiers, armed with bayonets, looking rather ragged, with shoes cut at the toes, were strolling about among the houses, or waiting at the landing place for our boat to come ashore. The mountains were high, but not so overhanging as they appeared to be by starlight. They seemed to bear off toward the center of the island, and were green and well wooded, with some large, and, I am told, exceedingly fertile valleys, with mule tracks leading to different parts of the island. I cannot here forget how S and I got the laugh of the crew upon us by our eagerness to get on shore. The captain having ordered the quarter boat to be lowered, we both, thinking it was going ashore, sprang down into the forecastle, filled our jacket pockets with tobacco to barter with the people ashore, had, when the officer called for 4 hands in the boat, nearly broke our necks in our haste to be first over the side, and had the pleasure of pulling ahead of the brig with the tow line for half an hour, and coming on board again to be laughed at by the crew who had seen our maneuver. After breakfast, the second mate was ordered ashore with 5 hands to fill the water casks, and, to my joy, I was among the number. We pulled ashore with empty casks, and here again fortune favored me, for the water was too thick and muddy to be put into the casks, and the governor had sent men up to the head of the stream to clear it out for us, which gave us nearly 2 hours' leisure. This leisure we employed in wandering about among the houses, and eating a little fruit which was offered to us: ground apples, melons, grapes, strawberries of an enormous size, and cherries abound here. The latter are said to have been planted by Lord Anson. The soldiers were miserably clad, and asked with some interest whether we had shoes to sell on board. I doubt very much if they had the means of buying them. They were very eager to get tobacco, for which they gave shells, fruit, etc. Knives were also in demand, but we were forbidden by the governor to let any one have them, as he told us that all the people there, except the soldiers and a few officers, were convicts sent from Valparaiso, and that it was necessary to keep all weapons from their hands. The island, it seems, belongs to Chile, and had been used by the government as a penal colony for nearly 2 years, and the governor, an Englishman who had entered the Chilean navy, with a priest, 6 taskmasters, and a body of soldiers, were stationed there to keep them in order. This was no easy task, and, only a few months before our arrival, a few of them had stolen a boat at night, boarded a brig lying in the harbor, sent the captain and crew ashore in their boat, and gone off to sea. We were informed of this, and loaded our arms and kept strict watch on board through the night, and were careful not to let the convicts get our knives from us when on shore. The worst part of the convicts, I found, were locked up under sentry in caves dug into the side of the mountain, nearly halfway up, with mule tracks leading to them, whence they were taken by day and set to work under taskmasters upon building an aqueduct, a wharf, and other public works, while the rest lived in the houses which they put up for themselves, had their families with them, and seemed to me to be the laziest people on the face of the earth. They did nothing but take a paseo into the woods, a paseo among the houses, a paseo at the landing place, looking at us and our vessel, and too lazy to speak fast, while the others were driven about at a rapid trot, in single file, with burdens on their shoulders, and followed up by their taskmasters, with long rods in their hands, and broad-brimmed straw hats upon their heads. Upon what precise grounds this great distinction was made, I do not know, and I could not very well know, for the governor was the only man who spoke English upon the island, and he was out of my walk, for I was a sailor ashore as well as on board. Having filled our casks, we returned on board, and soon after, the governor, dressed in a uniform like that of an American militia officer, the padre, in the dress of the Grey Friars, with hood and all complete, and the captain, with big whiskers and dirty regimentals, came on board to dine. While at dinner, a large ship appeared in the offing, and soon afterwards we saw a light whale boat pulling into the harbor. The ship lay off and on, and a boat came alongside of us, and put on board the captain, a plain young Quaker, dressed all in brown. The ship was the Cortez, whaleman, of New Bedford, and had put in to see if there were any vessels from round the Horn, and to hear the latest news from America. They remained aboard a short time, and had a little talk with the crew, when they left us and pulled off to their ship, which, having filled away, was soon out of sight. A small boat which came from shore to take away the governor and suite, as they styled themselves, brought, as a present to the crew, a large pail of milk, a few shells, and a block of sandalwood. The milk, which was the first we had tasted since leaving Boston, we soon dispatched. A piece of the sandalwood I obtained, and learned that it grew on the hills in the centre of the island. I regretted that I did not bring away other specimens, but what I had, the piece of sandalwood, and a small flower which I plucked and brought on board in the crown of my tarpaulin, and carefully pressed between the leaves of a volume of Cowper's letters, were lost with my chest and its contents by another's negligence on our arrival home. About an hour before sundown, having stowed our water casks, we began getting under way, and were not a little while about it, for we were in 30 fathoms water, and in one of the gusts which came from off shore had to let go our bow anchor; and as the southerly wind draws round the mountains and comes off in uncertain flaws, we were continually swinging round, and had thus got a very foul hawse. We hove in upon our chain, and after stopping and unshackling it again and again, and hoisting and hauling down sail, we at length tipped our anchor and stood out to sea. It was bright starlight when we were clear of the bay, and the lofty island lay behind us in its still beauty. It was bright starlight when we were clear of the bay, and the lofty island lay behind us in its still beauty, and I gave a parting look and bade farewell to the most romantic spot of earth that my eyes had ever seen. I did then, and have ever since, felt an attachment for that island altogether peculiar. It was partly, no doubt, from its having been the first land that I had seen since leaving home, and still more from the associations which every one has connected with it in his childhood from reading Robinson Crusoe. To this I may add the height and romantic outline of its mountains, the beauty and freshness of its verdure, and the extreme fertility of its soil, and its solitary position in the midst of the wide expanse of the South Pacific, as all concurring to give it its charm. When thoughts of this place have occurred to me at different times, I have endeavored to recall more particulars with regard to it. It is situated about 33 degrees 30' south, and is distant a little more than 300 miles from Valparaiso, on the coast of Chile, which is in the same latitude. It is about 15 miles in length, and 5 in breadth. The harbor in which we anchored, called by Lord Anson Cumberland Bay, is the only one in the island, 2 small bights of land on each side of the main bay, sometimes dignified by the name of bays, being little more than landing places for boats. The best anchorage is at the western side of the harbor, where we lay at about 3 cable lengths from the shore, in a little more than 30 fathoms water. This harbor is open to the north-northeast, and in fact nearly from north to east, but the only dangerous winds being the southwest, on which side are the highest mountains, it is considered safe. The more remarkable thing, perhaps, about it is the fish with which it abounds. 2 of our crew, who remained on board, caught in a short time enough to last us for several days, and one of the men, who was a Marblehead man, said that he had never saw or heard of such an abundance. There were cod, beam, silverfish, and other kinds, whose names they did not know, or which I have forgotten. There is an abundance of the best of water upon the island, small streams running through every valley, and leaping down from the sides of the hills. One stream of considerable size flows through the centre of the lawn upon which the houses are built, and furnishes an easy and abundant supply to the inhabitants. This, by means of a short wooden aqueduct, was brought quite down to our boats. The convicts had also built something in the way of a breakwater, and were to build a landing place for boats and goods, after which the Chilean government intended to lay port charges. Of the wood I can only say that it appeared to be abundant. The island in the month of November, when we were there, being in all the freshness and beauty of spring, appeared covered with trees. These were chiefly aromatic, and the largest was the myrtle. The soil is very loose and rich, and wherever it is broken up, there spring up radishes, turnips, ground apples, and other garden fruits. Goats, we were told, were not abundant, and we saw none, though it was said we might, if we had gone into the interior. We saw a few bullocks winding about in the narrow tracks upon the sides of the mountains, and the settlement was completely overrun with dogs of every nation, kindred, and degree. Hens and chickens were also abundant, and seemed to be taken good care of by the women. The men appeared to be the laziest of mortals, and indeed, as far as my observation goes, there are no people to whom the newly invented Yankee word of loafer is more applicable than to the Spanish Americans. These men stood about doing nothing, with their cloaks, little better in texture than an Indian's blanket, but of rich colors, thrown over their shoulders with an air which it is said that a Spanish beggar can always give to his rags, and with politeness and courtesy in their address, though with holes in their shoes, and without a sou in their pockets. The only interruption to the monotony of their day seemed to be when a gust of wind drew round between the mountains and blew off the boughs which they had placed for roofs to their houses, and gave them a few minutes' occupation in running about after them. One of the gusts occurred while we were on shore, and afforded us no little amusement in seeing the men look around, and, if they found that their roofs had stood, conclude that they might stand too, while those who saw theirs blown off, after uttering a few Spanish oaths, gathered their cloaks over their shoulders and started off after them. However, they were not gone long, but soon returned to their habitual occupation of doing nothing. It is perhaps needless to say that we saw nothing of the interior, but all those who have seen it give favorable accounts of it. Our captain went with the governor and a few servants upon mules over the mountains, and, upon their return, I heard the governor request him to stop at the island on his passage home, and offer him a handsome sum to bring a few deer with him from California, for he said that there were none upon the island, and he was very desirous of having it stocked. A steady though light southwesterly wind carried us well off from the island, and when I came on deck for the middle watch, I could just distinguish it from its hiding a few low stars in the southern horizon, though my unpractised eyes would hardly have known it for land. At the close of the watch, a few trade wind clouds, which had arisen, though we were hardly yet in their latitude, shut it out from our view, and the next day, Thursday, November 27th, upon coming on deck in the morning, we were again upon the wide Pacific, and saw no more land until we arrived upon the western coast of the great continent of America. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 8. Daily Life. As we saw neither land nor sail from the time of leaving Juan Fernandez until our arrival in California, nothing of interest occurred except our own doings on board. We caught the southeast trades, and ran before them for nearly 3 weeks without so much as altering a sail or bracing a yard. The captain took advantage of this fine weather to get the vessel in order for coming upon the coast. The carpenter was employed in fitting up a part of the steerage into a trade room, for our cargo, we now learned, was not to be landed, but to be sold by retail on board, and this trade room was built for the samples and the lighter goods to be kept in, and as a place for the general business. In the meantime, we were employed in working upon the rigging. Everything was set up taut, the lower rigging rattled down, or rather rattled up, according to the modern fashion, an abundance of spun yarn and seizing stuff made, and finally the whole standing rigging, fore and aft, was tarred down. It was my first essay at the latter business, and I had enough of it, for nearly all of it came upon my friend Stimson and myself. The men were needed at the other work, and Henry Mellis, the other young man who came out with us before the mast, was laid up with rheumatism in his feet, and the boy Sam was rather too young and small for the business; and as the winds were light and regular, he was kept during most of the daytime at the helm, so that we had quite as much as we wished of it. We put on short duck frocks, and taking a small bucket of tar and a bunch of oakum in our hands, went aloft, one at the main royal masthead and the other at the fore, and began tarring down. This is an important operation, and is usually done about once in 6 months in vessels upon a long voyage. It was done in our vessel several times afterwards, but by the whole crew at once, and finished off in a day; but at this time, as most of it, as I have said, came upon 2 of us, and we were new at the business, it took several days. In this operation they always begin at the masthead, and work down, tarring the shrouds, backstays, standing part of the lifts, the ties, runners, etc., and go out to the yard arms, and come in, tarring as they come, the lifts and foot ropes. Tarring the stays is more difficult, and is done by an operation which the sailors call riding down. A long piece of rope, top gallant studding sail halyards, or something of the kind, is taken up to the masthead from which the stay leads, and rove through a block for a girt line, or, as the sailors usually call it, a gantlin. With the end of this a bowline is taken round the stay, into which the man gets with his bucket of tar and bunch of oakum, and the other end being fast on deck, with some one to tend it, he is lowered down gradually, and tars the stays carefully as he goes. There he swings aloft 'twixt heaven and earth, and if the rope slips, breaks, or is let go, or if the bowline slips, he falls overboard or breaks his neck. This, however, is a thing which never enters into the sailor's calculation. He only thinks of leaving no holydays, places not tarred; for, in case he should, he would have to go over the whole again, or of dropping no tar upon the deck, for then there would be a soft word in his ear from the mate. In this manner I tarred down all the head stays, but found the rigging about the jib booms, martingale, and spritsail yard, upon which I was afterwards put, the hardest. Here you have to hang on with your eyelids, and tar with your hands. This dirty work could not last forever, and on Saturday night we finished it, scraped all the spots from the deck and rails, and, what was of more importance to us, cleaned ourselves thoroughly, rolled up our tarry frocks and trowsers, and laid them away for the next occasion, and put on our clean duck clothes, and had a good comfortable sailor Saturday night. The next day was pleasant, and indeed have it one unpleasant Sunday during the whole voyage, and that was off Cape Horn, where we could expect nothing better. On Monday we began painting, and getting the vessel ready for port. This work, too, is done by the crew, and every sailor who has been long voyages is a little of a painter, in addition to his other accomplishments. We painted her, both inside and out, from the truck to the water's edge. The outside is painted by lowering stages over the side by ropes, and on those we sat, with our brushes and paint pots by us, and our feet half the time in the water. This must be done, of course, on a smooth day, when the vessel does not roll much. I remember very well being over the side painting in this way one fine afternoon, our vessel going quietly along at the rate of 4 or 5 knots, and a pilot fish, the sure precursor of a shark, swimming alongside of us. The captain was leaning over the rail watching him, and we went quietly on with our work. In the midst of our painting, on Friday, December 19th, we crossed the equator for the second time. I had the sense of incongruity which all have when, for the first time, they find themselves living under an entire change of seasons, as crossing the line under a burning sun in the midst of December. Thursday, December 25th. This day was Christmas, but it brought us no holiday. The only change was that we had a plum duff for dinner, and the crew quarrelled with the steward because he did not give us our usual allowance of molasses to eat with it. He thought the plums would be a substitute for the molasses, but we were not to be cheated out of our rights in that way. Such are the trifles which produce quarrels on shipboard. In fact, we had been too long from port.
We were getting tired of one another, and were in an irritable state both forward and aft. Our fresh provisions were, of course, gone, and the captain had stopped our rice, so that we had nothing but salt beef and salt pork throughout the week, with the exception of a very small duff on Sunday. This added to the discontent, and many little things, daily and almost hourly occurring, which no one who has not himself been on a long and tedious voyage can conceive of or properly appreciate. Little wars and rumors of wars, reports of things said in the cabin, misunderstanding of words and looks, apparent abuses, brought us into a condition in which everything seemed to go wrong. Every encroachment upon the time allowed for rest appeared unnecessary. Every shifting of the studding sails was only to haze the crew. Haze is a word of frequent use on board ship. It is very expressive to a sailor, and means to punish by hard work. Let an officer once say, "I'll haze you," and your fate is fixed. You will be worked up if you are not a better man than he is. In the midst of this state of things, my messmate S and I petitioned the captain for leave to shift our berths from the steerage, where we had previously lived, into the forecastle. This, to our delight, was granted, and we turned in to bunk and mess with the crew forward. We now began to feel like sailors, which we never fully did when we were in the steerage. While there, however useful and active you may be, you are but a mongrel, a sort of afterguard and ship's cousin. You are immediately under the eye of the officers, cannot dance, sing, play, smoke, make a noise, or growl, or take any other sailor's pleasure. And you live with the steward, who is usually a go-between, and the crew never feel as though you were one of them. But if you live in the forecastle, you are as independent as a wood sawyer's clerk, nautica, and are a sailor. You hear sailors talk, learn their ways, their peculiarities of feeling as well as speaking and acting, and, moreover, pick up a great deal of curious and useful information in seamanship, ships, customs, foreign countries, etc., from their long yarns and equally long disputes. No man can be a sailor, or know what sailors are, unless he has lived in the forecastle with them, turned in and out with them, and eaten from the common kid. After I had been a week there, nothing would have tempted me to go back to my old berth, and never afterwards, even in the worst of weather, when in a close and leaking forecastle off Cape Horn, did I for a moment wish myself in the steerage. Another thing which you can learn better in the forecastle than you can anywhere else, is to make and mend clothes, and this is indispensable to sailors. A large part of their watches below they spend at this work, and here I learned the art myself, which stood me in so good stead afterwards. But to return to the state of the crew. Upon our coming into the forecastle, there was some difficulty about the uniting of the allowances of bread, by which we thought we were to lose a few pounds. This set us into a ferment. The captain would not condescend to explain, and we went aft in a body, with John the Swede, the oldest and best sailor of the crew, for spokesman. The recollection of the scene that followed always brings up a smile, especially the quarter-deck dignity and elocution of the captain. He was walking on the weather side of the quarter-deck, and seeing us coming aft, stopped short in his walk, and with a voice and look intended to annihilate us, called out, "Well, what the devil do you want now?" Whereupon we stated our grievances as respectfully as we could, but he broke in upon us, saying that we were getting fat and lazy, didn't have enough to do, and it was that which made us find fault. This provoked us, and we began to give word for word. This would never answer. He clenched his fist, stamped and swore, and ordered us all forward, saying with oaths interspersed to send the words home.
"Away with you! Go forward, every one of you! I'll haze you! I'll work you up! You don't have enough to do! If you ain't careful, I'll make a hell of heaven! You've mistaken your man! I'm Frank Thompson, all the way from down east. I've been through the mill, ground and bolted, and come out a regular built down east Johnny cake. When it's hot, damned good, but when it's cold, damned sour and indigestible, and you'll find me so."
The latter part of this harangue made a strong impression, and the down east Johnny cake became a byword for the rest of the voyage,
and on the coast of California after our arrival. One of his nicknames in all the ports was the Down East Johnny Cake. So much for our petition for the redress of grievances. The matter was, however, set right, for the mate, after allowing the captain due time to cool off, explained it to him, and at 8 we were called aft to hear another harangue, in which, of course, the whole blame of the misunderstanding was thrown upon us. We ventured to hint that he would not give us the time to explain, but it wouldn't do. We were driven back discomfited. Thus the affair blew over, but the irritation caused by it remained, and we never had peace or a good understanding again, so long as the captain and the crew remained together. We continued sailing along in the beautiful temperate climate of the Pacific. The Pacific well deserves its name, for except in the southern part at Cape Horn, and in the western parts, near the China and Indian Oceans, it has few storms, and is never either extremely hot or cold. Between the tropics there is a slight haziness, like a thin gauze drawn over the sun, which, without obstructing or obscuring the light, tempers the heat, which comes down with perpendicular fierceness in the Atlantic and Indian tropics. We sailed well to the westward to have the full advantage of the north-east trades, and when we had reached the latitude of Point Conception, where it is usual to make the land, we were several hundred miles to the westward of it. We immediately changed our course, due east, and sailed in that direction for a number of days. At length we began to heave to after dark, for fear of making the land at night, on a coast where there are no lighthouses, and but indifferent charts. And at daybreak on the morning of Tuesday, January 13th, 1835, we made the land at Point Conception, latitude 34 degrees 32 minutes north, longitude 120 degrees 30 minutes west. The port of Santa Barbara, to which we were bound, lying about 50 miles to the southward of this point. We continued sailing down the coast during the day and following night, and on the next morning, January 14th, we came to anchor in the spacious bay of Santa Barbara, after a voyage of 150 days from Boston. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 9. Santa Barbara. California extends along nearly the whole of the western coast of Mexico, between the Gulf of California in the south, and the Bay of San Francisco on the north, or between the 22nd and 38th degrees of north latitude. It is a subdivision into two provinces, Lower or Old California, lying between the Gulf and 32nd degree of latitude, the division line running, I believe, between the Bay of Todos Santos and the port of San Diego. The New or Upper California, the southernmost port of which is San Diego, in latitude 30 degrees 39 minutes, and the northernmost, San Francisco, situated in the large bay discovered by Sir Francis Drake in latitude 37 degrees 58 minutes, and now known as the Bay of San Francisco, so named, I suppose, by Franciscan missionaries. Upper California has a seat of government in Monterey, where is also the custom house, the only one on the coast, and at which every vessel intending to trade on the coast must enter its cargo before it can begin its traffic. We were to trade upon this coast exclusively, and therefore expected to go first to Monterey; but the captain's orders from home were to put in at Santa Barbara, which is the central port of the coast, and wait there for the agent who transacts all the business for the firm to which our vessel belonged. The bay, or as it is commonly called, the Canal of Santa Barbara, is very large, being formed by the mainland on one side, between Point Conception on the north, and Point Santa Buenaventura on the south, which here bends in like a crescent, and by three large islands opposite to it, and at the distance of some 20 miles. These points are just sufficient to give it the name of a bay, while at the same time there is so large and so much exposed to the southeast and northwest winds, that it is little better than an open roadstead, and the whole swell of the Pacific Ocean rolls in here before southeaster, and breaks so heavy a surf in the shallow waters that it is highly dangerous to lie near in to the shore during the southeaster season, that is between the months of November and April. This wind, the southeaster, is the bane of the coast of California. Between the months of November and April, including a part of each, which is the rainy season in this latitude, you are never safe from it, and accordingly, in those ports which are open to it, the vessels are obliged, during these months, to lie at anchor at a distance of 3 miles from the shore, with slip ropes on their cables, ready to slip and go to sea at a moment's warning. The only ports which are safe from this wind are San Francisco and Monterey in the north, and San Diego in the south. As it was January when we arrived, and the middle of the southeaster season, we came to anchor at the distance of 3 miles from the shore, in 11 fathoms water, and bent a slip rope and buoys to our cables, cast off the yard arm gaskets from the sails, and stopped them all with rope yarns. After we had done this, the boat went ashore with the captain, and returned with orders to the mate to send a boat ashore for him at sundown. I did not go in the first boat, and was glad to find that there was another going before night; for after so long a voyage as ours had been, a few hours seemed a long time to be in sight and out of reach of land. We spent the day on board in the usual duties, but as this was the first time we had been without the captain, we felt a little more freedom, and looked about us to see what sort of country we had got into, and were to pass a year or 2 of our lives in. It was a beautiful day, and so warm that we wore straw hats, duck trowsers, and all the summer gear. As this was midwinter, it spoke well for the climate, and we afterwards found that the thermometer never fell to the freezing point throughout the winter, and that there was very little difference between the seasons, except that during a long period of rainy and southeasterly weather, thick clothes were not uncomfortable. The large bay lay about us nearly smooth, as there was hardly a breath of wind stirring, though the boat's crew that went ashore told us that the long ground swell broke into a heavy surf on the beach. There was only one vessel in the port, a long, sharp brig of about 300 tons, with raking masts and very square yards, and English colors at her peak. We afterwards learned that she was built at Guayaquil, and named the Ayacucho, after the place where the battle was fought that gave Peru her independence, and was now owned by a Scotsman named Wilson, who commanded her, and was engaged in the trade between Callao and other ports of South America and California. She was a fast sailer, as we frequently afterwards saw, and had a crew of Sandwich Islanders on board. Besides this vessel, there was no object to break the surface of the bay. 2 points ran out as the horns of the crescent, one of which, the one to the westward, was low and sandy, and is that to which vessels are obliged to give a wide berth when running out for a southeaster. The other is high, bold, and well wooded, and has a mission upon it, called Santa Buenaventura, from which the point is named. In the middle of this crescent, directly opposite the anchoring ground, lie the mission and town of Santa Barbara, on a low plain, but a little above the level of the sea, covered with grass, though entirely without trees, and surrounded on 3 sides by an amphitheatre of mountains, which slant off to the distance of 15 or 20 miles. The mission stands a little back of the town, and is a large building, or rather collection of buildings, in the center of which is a high tower. The mission stands a little back of the town, and is a large building, or rather collection of buildings, in the center of which is a high tower, with a belfry of 5 bells. The whole being plastered makes quite a show at a distance, and is the mark by which vessels come to anchor. The town lies a little nearer to the beach, about half a mile from it, and is composed of 1-story houses built of sun-baked clay, or adobe, some of them whitewashed, with red tiles on the roofs. I should judge that there were about 100 of them, and in the midst of them stands the presidio, or fort, built of the same materials, and apparently but little stronger. The town is finely situated, with a bay in front, and an amphitheatre of hills behind. The only thing which diminishes its beauty is that the hills have no large trees upon them, they having been all burnt by a great fire which swept them off about a dozen years ago, and they had not yet grown again. The fire was described to me by an inhabitant as having been a very terrible and magnificent sight. The air of the whole valley was so heated that the people were obliged to leave the town and take up their quarters for several days upon the beach. Just before sundown, the mate ordered a boat's crew ashore, and I went as one of the number. We passed under the stern of the English brig, and had a long pull ashore. I shall never forget the impression which our first landing on the beach of California made upon me. The sun had just gone down, and it was getting dusky. The damp night wind was beginning to blow, and the heavy swell of the Pacific was setting in, and breaking in loud and high combers upon the beach. We lay on our oars in the swell, just outside of the surf, waiting for a good chance to run in, when a boat, which had put off from the Ayacucho, came alongside of us, with a crew of dusky Sandwich Islanders talking and hallooing in their outlandish tongue. They knew that we were novices in this kind of boating, and waited to see us go in. The second mate, however, who steered our boat, determined to have the advantage of their experience, and would not go in first. Finding at length how matters stood, they gave a shout, and taking advantage of a great comber which came swelling in, rearing its head, and lifting up the sterns of our boats nearly perpendicular, and again dropping them in the trough, they gave 3 or 4 long and strong pulls, and went in on the top of the great wave, throwing their oars overboard, and as far from the boat as they could throw them, and jumping out the instant the boat touched the beach, they seized hold of her by the gunwale on each side, and ran her up high and dry upon the sand. We saw at once how the thing was to be done, and also the necessity of keeping the boat stern out to sea, for the instant the sea should strike upon her broadside or quarter, she would be driven up broadside on and capsized. We pulled strongly in, and as soon as we felt that the sea had got hold of us, and was carrying us in with the speed of a race horse, we threw the oars as far from the boat as we could, and took hold of the gunwales, ready to spring out and seize her when she struck, the officer using his utmost strength, with his steering oar, to keep her stern out. We were shot up upon the beach, and seizing the boat, ran her up high and dry, and picking up our oars, stood by her, ready for the captain to come down. Finding that the captain did not come immediately, we put our oars in the boat, and leaving one to watch it, walked about the beach to see what we could of the place. The beach is nearly a mile in length between the 2 points, and of smooth sand. We had taken the only good landing place, which is in the middle, it being more stony towards the ends. It is about 20 yards in width from high water mark to a slight bank at which the soil begins, and so hard that it is a favorite place for running horses. It was growing dark, so that we could just distinguish the dim outlines of the 2 vessels in the offing, and the great seas were rolling in regular lines, growing larger and larger as they approached the shore, and hanging over the beach upon which they were to break, when their tops would curl over and turn white with foam, and, beginning at one extreme of the line, break rapidly to the other, as the child's long cart house falls when a cart is knocked down at the end. The Sandwich Islanders, in the meantime, had turned their boat round, and ran her down into the water, and were loading her with hides and tallow. As this was the work in which we were soon to be engaged, we looked on with some curiosity. They ran the boat so far into the water, that every large sea might float her, and 2 of them, with their trowsers rolled up, stood by the bows, one on each side, keeping her in her right position. This was hard work, for beside the force they had to use upon the boat, the large seas nearly took them off their legs. The others were running from the boat to the bank, upon which, out of the reach of the water, was a pile of dry bullocks' hides, doubled lengthwise in the middle, and nearly as stiff as boards. These they took upon their heads, one or two at a time, and carried down to the boat, in which one of their number stowed them away. They were obliged to carry them on their heads, to keep them out of the water, and we observed that they had on thick woolen caps. "Look here, Bill, and see what you're coming to," said one of our men to another who stood by the boat. "Well, D ," said the second mate to me, "this does not look much like Harvard College, does it? But it is what I call head work." To tell the truth, it did not look very encouraging. After they had got through the hides, the Kanakas laid hold of the bags of tallow. The bags are made of hide, and are about the size of a common meal bag, and lifted each upon the shoulders of two men, one at each end, who walked off with them to the boat, when all prepared to go aboard. Here, too, was something for us to learn. The man who steered shipped his oar and stood up in the stern, and those that pulled the two after oars sat upon their benches, with their oars shipped, ready to strike out as soon as she was afloat. The two men remained standing at the bows, and when, at length, a large sea came in and floated her, seized hold of the gunwales, and ran out with her till they were up to their armpits, and then tumbled over the gunwales into the bows, dripping with water. The men at the oars struck out, but it wouldn't do. The sea swept back and left them nearly high and dry. The two fellows jumped out again, and the next time they succeeded better; and, with the help of a deal of outlandish hallooing and bawling, we watched them till they were out of the breakers, and saw them steering for their vessel, which was now hidden in the darkness. The sand of the beach began to be cold to our bare feet. The frogs set up their croaking in the marshes, and one solitary owl, from the end of the distant point, gave out his melancholy note, mellowed by the distance, and we began to think that it was high time for the "old man," as the shipmaster is commonly called, to come down. In a few minutes we heard something coming toward us. It was a man on horseback. He came on the full gallop, reined up near us, addressed a few words to us, and receiving no answer, wheeled round and galloped off again. He was nearly as dark as an Indian, with a large Spanish hat, blanket cloak or serape, and leather leggings, with a long knife stuck in them. "This is the seventh city that ever I was in, and no Christian one neither," said Bill Brown. "Stand by," said John. "You haven't seen the worst of it yet." In the midst of this conversation the captain appeared, and we winded the boat round, shoved her down, and prepared to go off. The captain, who had been on the coast before, and knew the ropes, took the steering oar, and went off in the same way as the other boat. I, being the youngest, had the pleasure of standing at the bow, and getting wet through. We went off well, though the seas were high. Some of them lifted us up, and sliding from under us, seemed to let us drop through the air like a flat plank upon the body of the water. In a few minutes we were in the low, regular swell, and pulled for a light, which, as we neared it, we found had been run up to our trysail gaff. Coming aboard, we hoisted up all the boats, and, diving down into the forecastle, changed our wet clothes, and got our supper. After supper, the sailors lighted their pipes, cigars, those of us who had them, and we had to tell all we had seen ashore. Then followed conjectures about the people ashore, the length of the voyage, carrying hides, etc., etc., until 8 bells, when all hands were called aft, and the anchor watch set. We were to stand 2 in a watch, and as the nights were pretty long, 2 hours were to make a watch. The second mate was to keep the deck until 8 o'clock. All hands were to be called at daybreak, and the word was passed to keep a bright lookout. The second mate was to keep the deck until 8 o'clock. All hands were to be called at daybreak, and the word was passed to keep a bright lookout, and to call the mate if it should come on to blow from the south east. We had also orders to strike the bells every half hour through the night, as at sea. My watchmate was John, the Swedish sailor, and we stood from 12 to 2, he walking the larboard side, and I the starboard. At daylight all hands were called, and we went through the usual process of washing down, swabbing, etc., and got breakfast at 8 o'clock. In the course of the forenoon, a boat went aboard of the Ayacucho, and brought off a quarter of beef, which made us a fresh bite for dinner. This we were glad enough to have, and the mate told us that we should live upon fresh beef while we were on the coast, as it was cheaper here than salt. While at dinner, the cook called,
"Sail ho!"
and, coming on deck, we saw 2 sails bearing round the point. One was a large ship under top gallant sails, and the other a small hermaphrodite brig. They both backed their topsails and sent boats aboard of us. The ship's colors had puzzled us, and we found that she was from Genoa, with an assorted cargo, and was trading on the coast. She filled away again and stood out, being bound up the coast to San Francisco. The crew of the brig's boat were Sandwich Islanders, but one of them, who spoke a little English, told us that she was the Loriotte, Captain Nye, from Oahu, and was engaged in the hide and tallow trade. She was a lump of a thing, what the sailors call a butter box. This vessel, as well as the Ayacucho, and others which we afterwards saw engaged in the same trade, have English or Americans for officers, and 2 or 3 before the mast to do the work upon the rigging, and to be relied upon for seamanship, while the rest of the crew are Sandwich Islanders, who are active and very useful in boating. The 3 captains went ashore after dinner, and came off again at night. When in port, everything is attended to by the chief mate. The captain, unless he is also supercargo, has little to do, and is usually ashore much of his time. This we thought would be pleasanter for us, as the mate was a good-natured man, and not very strict. So it was for a time, but we were worse off in the end, for wherever the captain is a severe, energetic man, and the mate has neither of these qualities, there will always be trouble. And trouble we had already begun to anticipate. The captain had several times found fault with the mate in presence of the crew, and hints had been dropped that all was not right between them. When this is the case, and the captain suspects that his chief officer is too easy and familiar with the crew, he begins to interfere in all the duties, and to draw the reins more taut, and the crew have to suffer. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 10. A Southeaster. This night, after sundown, it looked black at the southward and eastward, and we were told to keep a bright lookout. Expecting to be called, we turned in early. Waking up about midnight, I found a man who had just come down from his watch striking a light. He said that it was beginning to puff from the southeast, that the sea was rolling in, and he had called the captain. And as he threw himself down on his chest with all his clothes on, I knew that he expected to be called. I felt the vessel pitching at her anchor, and the chain surging and snapping, and lay awake, prepared for an instant summons. In a few minutes it came, 3 knocks on the scuttle, and
"All hands ahoy! Bear a hand up and make sail!"
bear a hand is to make haste. We sprang for our clothes, and were about half dressed, when the mate called out down the scuttle,
"Tumble up here, men, tumble up, before she drags her anchor."
We were on deck in an instant.
"Lay aloft and loose the topsails!"
shouted the captain, as soon as the first man showed himself. Springing into the rigging, I saw the Ayacucho's topsails were loosed, and heard her crew singing out at the sheets as they were hauling them home. This had probably started our captain, as old Wilson, the captain of the Ayacucho, had been many years on the coast, and knew the signs of the weather. We soon had the topsails loosed, and one hand remaining as usual in each top to overhaul the rigging and light the sail out, the rest of us came down to man the sheets. While sheeting home, we saw the Ayacucho standing athwart our hawse, sharp into the wind, cutting through the head seas like a knife, with her raking masts and her sharp bows running up like the head of a greyhound. It was a beautiful sight. She was like a bird which had been frightened and had spread her wings in flight. After our topsails had been sheeted home, the head yards braced aback, the foretopmast staysails hoisted, and the buoys streamed, and all ready forward for slipping, we went aft and manned the slip rope, which came through the stern port with a turn round the timber heads.
All ready forward?
Asked the captain.
Aye, aye, sir, all ready.
Answered the mate.
Let go. All gone, sir.
And the chain cable grated over the windlass and through the hawse hole, and the little vessel's head, swinging off from the wind under the force of her backed headsails, brought the strain upon the slip rope.
Let go aft.
Instantly all was gone, and we were under way. As soon as she was well off from the wind, we filled away the head yards, braced all up sharp, set the foresail and trysail, and left our anchorage well astern, giving the point a good berth.
Nigh off, too,
said the captain to the mate, and looking astern, we could just see the little hermaphrodite brig under sail, standing after us. It now began to blow fresh, the rain fell fast, and it grew black, but the captain would not take in sail until we were well clear of the point. As soon as we left this on our quarter, and were standing out to sea, the order was given, and we went aloft, double reefed each topsail, furled the foresail, and double reefed the trysail, and were soon under easy sail. In these cases of slipping for south-easters, there is nothing to be done after you've got clear of the coast, but to lie to under easy sail, and wait for the gale to be over, which seldom lasts more than 2 days, and is sometimes over in 12 hours. But the wind never comes back to the southward until a good deal of rain has fallen.
Go below the watch,
said the mate. But here was a dispute which watch it should be. The mate soon settled it by sending his watch below, saying that we should have our turn the next time we got under way. We remained on deck till the expiration of the watch, the wind blowing very fresh, and the rain coming down in torrents. When the watch came up, we wore ship and stood on the other tack in towards land. When we came up again, which was at 4 in the morning, it was very dark, and there was not much wind, but it was raining as I thought I had never seen it rain before. We had on oilcloth suits and sou'wester caps, and had nothing to do but to stand bolt upright and let it pour down upon us. There are no umbrellas and no sheds to go under at sea. While we were standing about on deck, we saw the little brig drifting by us, hove to under her foretopsail double reefed, and she glided by like a phantom. Not a word was spoken, and we saw no one on deck but the man at the wheel. Toward morning, the captain put his head out of the companion-way, told the second mate, who commanded our watch, to look out for a change of wind, which usually followed a calm with heavy rain. It was well that he did, for in a few minutes it fell dead calm. The vessel lost her steerage way, the rain ceased, we hauled up the trysail and courses, squared the after yards, and waited for the change, which came in a few minutes, with a vengeance, from the northwest, the opposite point of the compass. Owing to our precautions, we were not taken aback, but ran before the wind with square yards. The captain coming on deck, we braced up a little, and stood back for our anchorage. With the change of wind came a change of weather, and in 2 hours the wind moderated into the light, steady breeze which blows down the coast the greater part of the year, and, from its regularity, might be called a trade wind. The sun came up bright, and we set royals, skysails, and studding sails, and were under fair way for Santa Barbara. The little Loriotte was astern of us, nearly out of sight, but we saw nothing of the Ayacucho. In a short time she appeared, standing out from Santa Rosa Island, under the lee of which she had been hove to all night. Our captain was eager to get in before her, and it would be a great credit to us, on the coast, to beat the Ayacucho, which had been called the best sailer in the North Pacific, in which she had been known as a trader for 6 months or more. We had an advantage over her in light winds, from our royals and skysails, which we carried both to the fore and main, and also from our studding sails; for Captain Wilson carried nothing above top gallant sails, and always unbent his studding sails when on the coast. As the wind was light and fair, we held our own for some time, when we were both obliged to brace up and come upon a taut bowline, after rounding the point; and here he had us on his own ground, and walked away from us, as you would haul in a line. He afterwards said that we sailed well enough with the wind free, but that, give him a taut bowline and he would beat us, if we had all the canvas of the Royal George. The Ayacucho got to the anchoring ground about half an hour before us, and was furling her sails when we came to it. This picking up your cables is a nice piece of work. It requires some seamanship to do it, and to come to at your former moorings without letting go another anchor. Captain Wilson was remarkable among the sailors on the coast for his skill in doing this, and our captain never let go a second anchor during all the time that I was with him. Coming a little to windward of our buoy, we clewed up with light sails, backed our main topsail, and lowered a boat, which pulled off, and made fast a spare hawser to the buoy on the end of the slip rope. We brought the other end to the capstan, and hove in upon it, until we came to the slip rope, which we took to the windlass, and walked her up to her chain, occasionally helping her by backing and filling the sails. The chain is then passed through the hawse hole and round the windlass, and bitted, the slip rope taken round outside and brought into the stern port, and she is safe in her old berth. After we had furled the sails and got dinner, we saw the Loriotte nearing, and she had her anchor before night. At sundown we went ashore again, and found the Loriotte's boat waiting on the beach. The Sandwich Islander who could speak English told us that he had been up to the town, that our agent, Mr. Robinson, and some other passengers, were going to Monterey with us, and that we were to sail the same night. In a few minutes Captain T , with 2 gentlemen and a lady, came down, and we got ready to go off. They had a good deal of baggage, which we put into the bows of the boat, and then 2 of us took the Señora in our arms, and waded with her through the water, and put her down safely in the stern. She appeared much amused with the transaction, and her husband was perfectly satisfied, thinking any arrangement good which saved him wetting his feet. I pulled the after oar, so that I heard the conversation, and learned that one of the men, who, as well as I could see in the darkness, was a young looking man, in the European dress, and covered up in a large cloak, was the agent of the firm to which our vessel belonged; and the other, who was dressed in the Spanish dress of the country, was a brother of our captain, who had been many years a trader on the coast, and that the lady was his wife. She was a delicate, dark complexioned young woman, of one of the respectable families of California. I also found that we were to sail the same night. As soon as we got on board, the boats were hoisted up, the sails loosed, the windlass manned, the slip ropes and gear cast off, and after about 20 minutes of heaving at the windlass, making sail, and bracing yards, we were well under way, and going with a fair wind up the coast to Monterey. The Loriotte got under way at the same time, and was also bound up to Monterey; but as she took a different course from us, keeping the land aboard while we kept well out to sea, we soon lost sight of her. We had a fair wind, which is unusual when going up, as the prevailing wind is the north, which blows directly down the coast, whence the northern are called the windward, and the southern the leeward ports. Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 11. Passage of the Coast. We got clear of the islands before sunrise the next morning, and by 12 o'clock were out of the canal and off Point Conception, the place where we first made the land upon our arrival. This is the largest point on the coast, and is an uninhabited headland, stretching out into the Pacific, and has the reputation of being very windy. Any vessel does well which gets by it without a gale, especially in the winter season. We were going along with studding sails set on both sides, when, as we came round the point, we had to haul our wind, and take in the lee studding sails. As the brig came more upon the wind, she felt it more, and we doused the skysails, but kept the weather studding sails on her, bracing the yards forward, so that the swinging boom nearly touched the spritsail yard. She now lay over to it, the wind was freshening, and the captain was evidently dragging on her. His brother and Mr. Robinson, looking a little disturbed, said something to him, but he only answered that he knew the vessel and what she would carry. He was evidently showing off, and letting them know how he could carry sail. He stood up to windward, holding on by the backstays, and looking up at the sticks to see how much they would bear, when a puff came which settled the matter. Then it was haul down and clew up, royals, flying jib, and studding sails, all at once. There was what the sailors call a mess. Everything let go, nothing hauled in, and everything flying. The poor Mexican woman came to the companion way, looking as pale as a ghost, and nearly frightened to death. The mate and some men forward were trying to haul in the lower studding sail, which had blown over the spritsail yard arm and round the guys, while the topmast studding sail boom, after buckling up and springing out again like a piece of whalebone, broke off at the boom iron. I jumped aloft to take in the main top gallant studding sail, but before I got into the top, the tack parted, and away went the sail, swinging forward of the top gallant sail, and tearing and sliding itself to pieces. The halyards were at this moment let go by the run, and such a piece of work I have never had before in taking in sail. After great exertions, I got it, or the remains of it, into the top, and was making it fast, when the captain, looking up, called out to me, "Lay aloft there, Dana, and furl that main royal." Leaving the studding sail, I went up to the cross trees, and here it looked rather squally. The foot of the top gallant mast was working between the cross and trussel trees, and the mast lay over at a fearful angle with the topmast below, while everything was working and cracking, strained to the utmost. There's nothing for Jack to do but to obey orders, and I went up upon the yard, and there was a worse mess, if possible, than I had left below. The braces had been let go, and the yard was swinging about like a turnpike gate, and the whole sail having blown out to leeward, the lee leech was over the yard arm, and the skysail was all adrift and flying about my head. I looked down, but it was in vain to attempt to make myself heard, for every one was busy below, and the wind roared. The sails were flapping in all directions. Fortunately, it was noon and broad daylight, and the man at the wheel, who had his eyes aloft, soon saw my difficulty, and after numberless signs and gestures, got some one to haul the necessary ropes taut. During this interval, I took a look below. Everything was in confusion on deck. The little vessel was tearing through the water as if she had lost her wits, the seas flying over her, and the masts leaning over at a wide angle from the vertical. At the other royal masthead was S , working away at the sail, which was blowing from him as fast as he could gather it in. The top gallant sail below me was soon clewed up, which relieved the mast, and in a short time I got my sail furled, and went below.
but I lost overboard a new tarpaulin hat, which troubled me more than anything else. We worked for about half an hour with might and main, and in an hour from the time the squall struck us, from having all our flying kites abroad, we came down to double reefed topsails and the storm sails. The wind had hauled ahead during the squall, and we were standing directly in for the point. So, as soon as we had got all snug, we wore round and stood off again, and had the pleasant prospect of beating up to Monterey, a distance of 100 miles, against a violent head wind. Before night it began to rain, and we had 5 days of rainy, stormy weather, under close sail all the time, and were blown several hundred miles off the coast. In the midst of this we discovered that our foretopmast was sprung, which no doubt happened in the squall, and were obliged to send down the foretop-gallant mast and carry as little sail as possible forward. Our 4 passengers were dreadfully seasick, so that we saw little or nothing of them during the 5 days. On the 6th day it cleared off, and the sun came out bright, but the wind and sea were still very high. It was quite like being in mid-ocean again, no land for hundreds of miles, and the captain taking the sun every day at noon. Our passengers now made their appearance, and I had for the first time the opportunity of seeing what a miserable and forlorn creature a seasick passenger is. Since I had got over my own seasickness, the 3rd day from Boston, I had seen nothing but hale, hearty men, with their sea legs on, and able to go anywhere, for we had no passengers on our voyage out; and I will own there was a pleasant feeling of superiority in being able to walk the deck, and eat, and go aloft, and compare oneself with the 2 poor, miserable, pale creatures, staggering and shuffling about decks, or holding on and looking up with giddy heads to see us climbing to the mastheads, or sitting quietly at work on the ends of the lofty yards. A whaleman at sea has little sympathy with one who is seasick. He is apt to be too conscious of a comparison which seems favorable to his own manhood. After a few days we made the land at Point Pinos, which is the headland at the entrance of the bay of Monterey. As we drew in and ran down the shore, we could distinguish well the face of the country, and found it better wooded than that to the southward of Point Conception. In fact, as I afterwards discovered, Point Conception may be made the dividing line between 2 different faces of the country. As you go to the northward of the point, the country becomes more wooded, has a richer appearance, and is better supplied with water. This is the case with Monterey, and still more so with San Francisco, while to the southward of the point, as at Santa Barbara, San Pedro, and particularly San Diego, there is very little wood, and the country has a naked, level appearance, though it is still fertile. The Bay of Monterey is wide at the entrance, being about 24 miles between the 2 points, Año Nuevo at the north, and Pinos at the south, but narrows gradually as you approach the town, which is situated in a bend, or large cove, at the southeastern extremity, and from the points about 18 miles, which is the whole depth of the bay. The shores are extremely well wooded, the pine abounding upon them, and as it was now the rainy season, everything was as green as nature could make it, the grass, the leaves, and all. The birds were singing in the woods, and great numbers of wild fowl were flying over our heads. Here we could lie safe from the southeasters. We came to anchor within 2 cable lengths of the shore, and the town lay directly before us, making a very pretty appearance, its houses being of whitewashed adobe, which gives a much better effect than those of Santa Barbara, which are mostly left of a mud color. The red tiles, too, on the roofs, contrasted well with the white sides, and with the extreme greenness of the lawn, upon which the houses, about 100 in number, were dotted about, here and there, irregularly. There are in this place, and in every other town which I saw in California, no streets nor fences, except that here and there a small patch might be fenced in for a garden, so that the houses are placed at random upon the green. This, as they are of one story, and of the cottage form, gives them a pretty effect when seen from a little distance. It was a fine Saturday afternoon that we came to anchor, the sun about an hour high, and everything looking pleasant. The Mexican flag was flying from the little square presidio, and the drums and trumpets of the soldiers, who were out on parade, sounded over the water, and gave great life to the scene. Every one was delighted with the appearance of things. We felt as though we had got into a Christian, which in the sailor's vocabulary means civilized, country. The first impression which California had made upon us was very disagreeable. The open roadstead of Santa Barbara, anchoring 3 miles from the shore, running out to sea before every southeaster, landing in a high surf, with a little dark looking town a mile from the beach, and not a sound to be heard, nor anything to be seen but Kanakas, hides, and talabags. Add to this the gale off Point Conception, and no one can be at a loss to account for our agreeable disappointment in Monterey. Besides, we soon learned, which was of no small importance to us, that there was little or no surf here, and this afternoon the beach was as smooth as a pond. We landed the agent and passengers, and found several persons waiting for them on the beach, among whom were some who, though dressed in the costume of the country, spoke English, and who, we afterwards learned, were English or Americans who had married and settled here. I also connected with our arrival here another circumstance, which more nearly concerns myself, viz., my first act of what the sailors will allow to be seamanship, sending down a royal yard. I had seen it done once or twice at sea, and an old sailor, whose favor I had taken some pains to gain, had taught me carefully everything which was necessary to be done, and in its proper order, and advised me to take the first opportunity when we were in port, and try it. I told the second mate, with whom I had been pretty thick when he was before the mast, that I could do it, and got him to ask the mate to send me up the first time the royal yards were struck. Accordingly, I was called upon, and went aloft, repeating the operations over in my mind, taking care to get each thing in its order, for the slightest mistake spoils the whole. Fortunately, I got through without any word from the officer, and heard the well done of the mate, when the yard reached the deck, with as much satisfaction as I ever felt at Cambridge, on seeing a bene at the foot of a Latin exercise. Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 12. Monterey. The next day being Sunday, which is the Liberty Day among merchantmen, when it is usual to let a part of the crew go ashore, the sailors had depended upon a holiday, and were already disputing who should ask to go, when, upon being called in the morning, we were turned to upon the rigging, and found that the topmast which had been sprung was to come down, and a new one to go up, with top-gallant and royal masts, and the rigging to be set. This was too bad. If there is anything that irritates sailors, and makes them feel hardly used, it is being deprived of their Sunday. Not that they would always, or indeed generally, spend it improvingly, but it is their only day of rest. Then, too, they are so often necessarily deprived of it by storms and unavoidable duties of all kinds, that to take it from them when lying quietly and safely in port, without any urgent reason, bears them more hardly. The only reason in this case was, that the captain had determined to have the custom house officers on board on Monday, and wished to have his brig in order. Jack is a slave aboard ship, but still he has many opportunities of thwarting and balking his master. When there is danger or necessity, or when he is well used, no one can work faster than he. But the instant he feels that he is kept at work for nothing, or as the nautical phrase is, humbugged, no sloth could make less headway. He must not refuse his duty, or be in any way disobedient, but all the work that an officer gets out of him he may be welcome to. Every man who has been 3 months at sea knows how to work Tom Cock's traverse. 3 turns round the long boat, and a pull at the scuttle butt. This morning everything went in this way. Sobering was the order of the day. Send a man below to get a block, and he would capsize everything before finding it, then not bring it up till an officer had called him twice, and take as much time to put things in order again. Marline spikes were not to be found. Knives wanted a prodigious deal of sharpening, and generally 3 or 4 were waiting round the grindstone at a time. When a man got to the masthead, he would come slowly down again for something he had left, and after the tackles were got up, 6 men would pull less than 3 who pulled with a will. When the mate was out of sight, nothing was done. It was all uphill work, and at 8 o'clock, when we went to breakfast, things were nearly where they were when we began. During our short meal, the matter was discussed. One proposed refusing to work, but that was mutiny, and of course was rejected at once. I remember, too, that one of the men quoted Father Taylor, as they call the seamen's preacher at Boston, who told them that, if they were ordered to work on Sunday, they must not refuse their duty, and the blame would not come upon them. After breakfast, it leaked out, through the officers, that if we would get through work soon, we might have a boat in the afternoon and go a fishing. This bait was well thrown, and took with several who were fond of fishing, and all began to find that as we had one thing to do, and were not to be kept at work for the day, the sooner we did it the better. Accordingly, things took a new aspect, and before 2 o'clock, this work, which was in a fair way to last 2 days, was done, and 5 of us went a fishing in the jolly boat, in the direction of Point Pinos, but leave to go ashore was refused. Here we saw the Loriotte, which sailed with us from Santa Barbara, coming slowly in with a light sea breeze, which sets in towards afternoon, having been becalmed off the point all the first part of the day. We took several fish of various kinds, among which cod and perch abounded, and Foster, the ci devant second mate, who was of our number, brought up with his hook a large and beautiful pearl oyster shell. We afterwards learned that this place was celebrated for shells, and that a small schooner had made a good voyage by carrying a cargo of them to the United States. We returned by sundown, and found the Loriotte at anchor within a cable's length of the Pilgrim. The next day we returned to early, and began taking off the hatches, overhauling the cargo, and getting everything ready for inspection. At 8, the officers of the customs, 5 in number, came on board, and began examining the cargo, manifest, etc. The Mexican revenue laws are very strict, and require the whole cargo to be landed, examined, and taken on board again. But our agent has succeeded in compounding for the last 2 vessels, and saving the trouble of taking the cargo ashore. The officers were dressed in the costume which we found prevailed through the country: broad-brimmed hat, usually of black or dark brown color, with a gilt or figured band round the crown, and lined under the rim with silk. A short jacket of silk or figured calico. The European skirted body coat is never worn. The shirt open at the neck, rich waistcoat, if any, pantaloons, open at the sides below the knees, laced with gilt, usually of velveteen or broadcloth, or else short breeches and white stockings. They wear the deerskin shoe, which is a dark brown color, and, being made by Indians, usually a good deal ornamented. They have no suspenders, but always wear a sash round the waist, which is generally red, and varying in quality with the means of the wearer. Add to this the never failing poncho, or the serape, and you have the dress of the Californian. This last garment is always the mark of rank and wealth of the owner. The gente de razón, or better sort of people, wear cloaks of black or dark blue broadcloth, with as much velvet and trimmings as may be, and from this they go down to the blanket of the Indian, the middle classes wearing a poncho, something like a large square cloth, with a hole in the middle for the head to go through. This is often as coarse as a blanket, but being beautifully woven with various colors, is showy at a distance. Among the Mexicans there is no working class, the Indians being practically serfs and doing all the hard work. And every rich man looks like a grandee, and every poor scamp like a broken down gentleman. I have often seen a man, with a fine figure and courteous manners, dressed in broadcloth and velvet, with a noble horse completely covered with trappings, without a real in his pockets, and absolutely suffering for want of something to eat. Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 13. Trading at Monterey. The next day, the cargo having been entered in due form, we began trading. The trade room was fitted up in the steerage, and furnished out with the lighter goods, and with specimens of the rest of the cargo; and Mellis, a young man who came out from Boston with us before the mast, was taken out of the forecastle and made supercargo's clerk. He was well qualified for this business, having been clerk in a counting house in Boston. He had been troubled for some time with rheumatism, which unfitted him for the wet and exposed duty of a sailor on the coast. For a week or 10 days all was life on board. The people came off to look and to buy, men, women, and children. We were continually going in the boats, carrying goods and passengers, for they have no boats of their own. Everything must dress itself and come aboard and see the new vessel, if it were only to buy a paper of pins. The agent and his clerk managed the sales, while we were busy in the hold or in the boats. Our cargo was an assorted one; that is, it consisted of everything under the sun. We had spirits of all kinds, sold by the cask; teas, coffee, sugar, spices, raisins, molasses, hardware, crockeryware, tinware, cutlery, clothing of all kinds, boots and shoes from Lynn, calicoes and cottons from Lowell, crepes, silks, also shawls, scarfs, necklaces, jewelry, and combs for the women; furniture, and in fact everything that can be imagined, from Chinese fireworks to English cartwheels, of which we had a dozen pairs with their iron tires on. The Californians are an idle, thriftless people, and can make nothing for themselves. The country abounds in grapes, yet they buy, at a great price, bad wine made in Boston and brought round by us, and retail it among themselves at a real, 12½ cents, by the small wine glass. Their hides, too, which they value at $2 in money, they barter for something which costs 75 cents in Boston, and buy shoes, as like as not made of their own hides, which have been carried twice round Cape Horn, at $3 and $4, and chicken skin boots at $15 a pair. Things sell on an average at an advance of nearly 300% upon the Boston prices. This is partly owing to the heavy duties which the government, in their wisdom, with an idea, no doubt, of keeping the silver in the country, has laid upon imports. These duties, and the enormous expenses of so long a voyage, keep all merchants but those of heavy capital from engaging in the trade. Nearly 2/3 of all the articles imported into the country from round Cape Horn, for the last 6 years, have been by the single house of Bryant, Sturgis and Co., to whom our vessel belonged. This kind of business was new to us, and we liked it very well for a few days, though we were hard at work every minute from daylight to dark, and sometimes even later. By being thus continually engaged in transporting passengers with their goods, to and fro, we gained considerable knowledge of the character, dress, and language of the people. The dress of the men was as I have before described it. The women wore gowns of various textures, silks, crape, calicoes, etc., made after the European style, except that the sleeves were short, leaving the arm bare, and that they were loose about the waist, corsets not being in use. They wore shoes of kid or satin, sashes or belts of bright colors, and almost always a necklace and earrings. Bonnets they had none. I only saw one on the coast, and that belonged to the wife of an American sea captain who had settled in San Diego, and had imported the chaotic mass of straw and ribbon as a choice present to his new wife. They wear their hair, which is almost invariably black, or very dark brown, long in their necks, sometimes loose, and sometimes in long braids, though the married women often do it up on a high comb. Their only protection against the sun and weather is a large mantle, which they put over their heads, drawing it close round their faces when they go out of doors, which is generally only in pleasant weather. When in the house, or sitting out in front of it, which they often do in fine weather, they usually wear a small scarf or neckerchief of a rich pattern. A band, also, about the top of the head, with a cross, star, or other ornament in front, is common. Their complexions are various, depending, as well as their dress and manner, upon the amount of Spanish blood they can lay claim to, which also settles their social rank. Those who are of pure Spanish blood, having never intermarried with the aborigines, have clear brunette complexions, and sometimes even as fair as those of English women. There are but few of these families in California, being mostly those in official stations, or who, on the expiration of their terms of office, have settled here upon property they have acquired, and others who have been banished for state offences. These form the upper class, intermarrying and keeping up an exclusive system in every respect. They can be distinguished, not only by their complexion, dress, and manners, but also by their speech; for calling themselves Castilians, they are very ambitious of speaking pure Castilian, while all Spanish is spoken in a somewhat corrupted dialect by the lower classes. From this upper class they go down by regular shades, growing more and more dark and muddy, until you come to the pure Indian, who runs about with nothing upon him but a small piece of cloth, kept up by a wide leather strap drawn round his waist. Generally speaking, each person's caste is decided by the quality of his blood, which shows itself too plainly to be concealed at first sight. Yet the least drop of Spanish blood, if it be only of quadroon or octoroon, is sufficient to raise one from the position of a serf, and entitle him to wear a suit of clothes, boots, hat, cloak, spurs, long knife, all complete, though coarse and dirty as may be, and to call himself Español, and to hold property, if he can get any. The fondness for dress among the women is excessive, and is sometimes their ruin. A present of a fine mantle, or of a necklace or a pair of earrings, gains the favor of the greater part. Nothing is more common than to see a woman living in a house of only 2 rooms, with a ground floor, dressed in spangled satin shoes, silk gown, high comb, and gilt, if not gold, earrings and necklace. If their husbands do not dress them well enough, they will soon receive presents from others. They used to spend whole days on board our vessel, examining the fine clothes and ornaments, and frequently making purchases at a rate which would have made a seamstress or waiting maid in Boston open her eyes. Next to the love of dress, I was most struck with the fineness of the voices and beauty of the intonation of both sexes. Every common ruffian looking fellow, with a slouched hat, blanket cloak, dirty underdress, and soiled leather leggings, appeared to me to be speaking elegant Spanish. It was a pleasure simply to listen to the sound of the language, before I could attach any meaning to it. They have a good deal of the Creole drawl, but it is varied by an occasional extreme rapidity of utterance, in which they seem to skip from consonant to consonant, until, lighting upon a broad, open vowel, they rest upon that to restore the balance of sound. The women carry this peculiarity of speaking to a much greater extreme than the men, who have more evenness and stateliness of utterance. A common bullock driver, on horseback, delivering a message, seemed to speak like an ambassador at a royal audience. In fact, they sometimes appeared to me to be a people on whom a curse had fallen, and stripped them of everything but their pride, their manners, and their voices. Another thing that surprised me was the quantity of silver in circulation. I never, in all my life, saw so much silver at one time as during the week that we were in Monterey. The truth is, they have no credit system, no banks, and no way of investing money but in cattle. Besides silver, they have no circulating medium but hides, which the sailors call California bank notes. Everything that they buy they must pay for in one or the other of these means. The hides they bring down dried and doubled in clumsy ox carts, or upon mules' backs, and the money they carry tied up in a handkerchief, $50 or $100 and half-dollars. I had not studied Spanish at college, and could not speak a word when at Juan Fernandez; but, during the latter part of the passage out, I borrowed a grammar and a dictionary from the cabin, and by a continual use of these, and a careful attention to every word that I heard spoken, I soon got a vocabulary together and began talking for myself. As I soon knew more Spanish than any of the crew, who, indeed, knew none at all, and had studied Latin and French, I got the name of a great linguist, and was always sent by the captain and officers for provisions, or to take letters and messages to different parts of the town. I was often sent for something which I could not tell the name of to save my life, but I liked the business, and accordingly never pleaded ignorance. Sometimes I managed to jump below and take a look at my dictionary before going ashore, or else I overhauled some English resident on my way, and learned the word from him, and then, by signs, and by giving a Latin or French word a twist at the end, contrived to get along. This was good exercise for me, and no doubt taught me more than I should have learned by months of study and reading. It also gave me opportunities of seeing the customs, characters, and domestic arrangements of the people, besides being a great relief from the monotony of a day spent on board ship. Monterey, as far as my observation goes, is decidedly the pleasantest and most civilized looking place in California. In the center of it is an open square, surrounded by 4 lines of one-story buildings, with half a dozen cannons in the center, some mounted and others not. This is the Presidio, or fort. Every town has a Presidio in its center, or rather, every town has a Presidio built around it, for the forts were first built by the Mexican government, and then the people built near them for protection. The Presidio here was entirely open and unfortified. There were several officers with long titles, and about 80 soldiers, but they were poorly paid, fed, clothed, and disciplined. The Governor General, or as he is commonly called, the General, lives here, which makes it the seat of government. He is appointed by the central government at Mexico, and is the chief civil military officer. In addition to him, each town has a commandant, who is its chief officer, and has charge of the fort and of all transactions with foreigners, while 2 or 3 alcaldes and corregidors, elected by the inhabitants, are the civil officers. Courts strictly of law, with a system of jurisprudence, they have not. Small municipal matters are regulated by the alcaldes and corregidors, and everything relating to the general government, to the military, and to foreigners, by the commandants, acting under the Governor General. Capital cases are decided by the latter upon personal inspection, if near, or upon minutes sent him by the proper officers, if the offender is at a distant place. No Protestant has any political rights, nor can he hold property, or indeed remain more than a few weeks on shore, unless he belong to a foreign vessel. Consequently, Americans and English, who intend to reside here, become Papists, the current phrase among them being, "A man must leave his conscience at Cape Horn." But to return to Monterey. The houses here, as everywhere else in California, are of one story, built of adobes, that is, clay made into large bricks, about 1.5 feet square, and 3 or 4 inches thick, and hardened in the sun. These are joined together by a cement of the same material, and the whole are of a common dirt color. The floors are generally of earth, the windows grated and without glass, and the doors, which are seldom shut, open directly into the common room, there being no entries. Some of the more wealthy inhabitants have glass to their windows and board floors, and in Monterey nearly all the houses are whitewashed on the outside. The better houses, too, have red tiles upon the roofs. The common ones have 2 or 3 rooms, which open into each other, and are furnished with a bed or two, a few chairs and tables, a looking glass, a crucifix, and small daubs of paintings enclosed in glass, representing some miracle of martyrdom. They have no chimneys or fireplaces in the house, the climate being such as to make a fire unnecessary, and all their cooking is done in a small kitchen separated from the house. The Indians, as I have said before, do all the hard work, 2 or 3 being attached to the better house, and the poorest persons are able to keep 1 at least, for they only have to feed them, and give them a small piece of coarse cloth and a belt for the men, and a coarse gown, without shoes or stockings, for the women. In Monterey there are a number of English and Americans. English or Ingles, all are called who speak the English language, who have married Californians, become united to the Roman Church, and acquired considerable property. Having more industry, frugality, and enterprise than the natives, they soon get nearly all the trade into their hands. They usually keep shops, in which they retail the goods purchased in larger quantities from our vessels, and also send a good deal into the interior, taking hides in pay, which they again barter with our ships. In every town on the coast there are foreigners engaged in this kind of trade, while I recollect but 2 ships kept by natives. The people are naturally suspicious of foreigners, and they would not be allowed to remain, were it not that they conform to the church, and by marrying natives, and bringing up their children as Roman Catholics and Mexicans, and not teaching them the English language, they quiet suspicion, and even become popular in leading men. The chief alcaldes in Monterey and Santa Barbara were Yankees by birth. The men in Monterey appeared to me to be always on horseback. Horses are as abundant here as dogs and chickens were in Juan Fernandez. There are no stables to keep them in, but they are allowed to run wild and graze wherever they please, being branded and having long leather ropes, called lassos, attached to their necks, and dragging along behind them, by which they can be easily taken. The men usually catch one in the morning, throw a saddle and bridle upon him, and use him for the day, and let him go at night, catching another the next day. When they go on long journeys, they ride one horse down and catch another, throw the saddle and bridle upon him, and after riding him down, take a third, and so on to the end of the journey. There are probably no better riders in the world. They are put upon a horse when only 4 or 5 years old, their little legs not long enough to come halfway over his sides, and may almost be said to keep on him until they have grown to him. The stirrups are covered or boxed up in front, to prevent their catching when riding through the woods, and the saddles are large and heavy, strapped very tight upon the horse, and have large pommels, or loggerheads, in front, round which the lasso is coiled when not in use. They can hardly go from one house to another without mounting a horse, there being generally several standing tied to the door post of the little cottages. When they wish to show their activity, they make no use of their stirrups in mounting, but striking the horse, spring into the saddle as he starts, and sticking their long spurs into him, go off on a full run. Their spurs are cruel things, having 4 or 5 rowels, each an inch in length, dull and rusty. The flanks of the horses are often sore from them, and I have seen men come in from chasing bullocks with their horses' hind legs and quarters covered with blood. They frequently give exhibitions in their horsemanship in races, bull baitings, etc., but as we were not ashore during any holiday, we saw nothing of it. Monterey is also a great place for cock fighting, gambling of all sorts, fandangos, and various kinds of amusement and knavery. Trappers and hunters, who occasionally arrive here from over the Rocky Mountains, with their valuable skins and furs, are often entertained with the amusements and dissipation until they have wasted their opportunities and their money, and then go back, stripped of everything. Nothing but the character of the people prevents Monterey from becoming a large town. The soil is as rich as man could wish, climate as good as any in the world, water abundant, and situation extremely beautiful. The harbor, too, is a good one, being subject only to one bad wind, the north; and though the holding ground is not the best, yet I heard of but one vessel being driven ashore here. That was a Mexican brig, which went ashore a few months before our arrival, and was a total wreck, all the crew but one being drowned; yet this was owing to the carelessness or ignorance of the captain, who paid out all his small cable before he let go his other anchor. The ship Lagoda of Boston was there at the time, and rode out the gale in safety, without dragging at all, or finding it necessary to strike the top-gallant masts. The only vessel in port with us was the little Loriotte. I frequently went on board her, and became well acquainted with her Sandwich Island crew. One of them could speak a little English, and from him I learned a good deal about them. They were well formed and active, with black eyes, intelligent countenances, dark olive, or I should rather say copper complexions, and coarse black hair, but not woolly like the negroes. They appeared to be talking continually. In the forecastle there was a complete Babel. Their language is extremely guttural, and not pleasant at first, but improves as you hear it more, and is said to have considerable capacity. They use a good deal of gesticulation, and are exceedingly animated, saying with their might what their tongues find to say. They are complete water dogs, and therefore very good in boating. It is for this reason that there are so many of them on the coast of California, they being very good hands in the surf. They are also ready and active in the rigging, and good hands in warm weather; but those who have been with them round Cape Horn, and in high latitudes, say that they are of little use in cold weather. In their dress they are precisely like our sailors. In addition to these islanders, the Loriotte had 2 English sailors, who acted as boatswains over the islanders, and took care of the rigging. One of them I shall always remember as the best specimen of the thoroughbred English sailor that I ever saw. He had been to sea from a boy, having served a regular apprenticeship of 7 years, as English sailors are obliged to do, and was then about 4 or 25. He was tall, but you only perceived it when he was standing by the side of others, for the great breadth of his shoulders and chest made him appear but little above the middle height. His chest was as deep as it was wide, his arm like that of Hercules, and his hand the fist of a tar, every hair a rope yarn. With all this, he had one of the pleasantest smiles I ever saw. His cheeks were of a handsome brown, his teeth brilliantly white, and his hair, of a raven black, waved in loose curls all over his head, and a fine open forehead; and his eyes he might have sold to the Duchess at the price of diamonds, for their brilliancy. As for their color, every change of position and light seemed to give them a new hue, but the prevailing color was black, or nearly so. Take him, with his well-varnished black tarpaulin slack upon the back of his head, his long locks coming down into his eyes, his white duck trowsers and shirt, blue jacket and black kerchief, tied loosely round his neck, and he was a fine specimen of manly beauty. On his broad chest was stamped, with Indian ink, "Parting moments," a ship ready to sail, a boat on the beach, and a girl and her sailor lover taking their farewell. Underneath were printed the initials of his own name, and 2 other letters, standing for some name which he knew better than I. The printing was very well done, having been executed by a man who made it his business to print with Indian ink for sailors at Havre. On one of his broad arms he had a crucifix, and on the other the sign of the foul anchor. He was fond of reading, and we lent him most of the books which we had in the forecastle. which he read and returned to us the next time we fell in with him. He had a good deal of information, and his captain said that he was a perfect seaman, and worth his weight in gold on board a vessel, in fair weather and in foul. His strength must have been great, and he had the sight of a vulture. It is strange that one should be so minute in the description of an unknown, outcast sailor, whom one may never see again, and whom no one may care to hear about. Yet it is so. Some persons we see under no remarkable circumstances, but whom, for some reason or other, we never forget. He called himself Bill Jackson, and I know of no one of all my accidental acquaintances to whom I would more gladly give a shake of the hand than to him. Whoever falls in with him will find a handsome, hearty fellow, and a good shipmate. Sunday came again while we were at Monterey, but, as before, it brought us no holiday. The people on shore dressed and came off in greater numbers than ever, and we were employed all day in boating and breaking out cargo, so that we had hardly time to eat. Our former second mate, who was determined to get liberty if it was to be had, dressed himself in a long coat and black hat, and polished his shoes, and went aft, and asked to go ashore. He could not have done a more imprudent thing, for he knew that no liberty would be given, and besides, sailors, however sure they may be of having liberty granted them, always go aft in their working clothes, to appear as though they had no reason to expect anything, and then wash, dress, and shave after the matter is settled. But this poor fellow was always getting into hot water, and if there was a wrong way of doing a thing, he was sure to hit upon it. We looked to see him go aft, knowing pretty well what his reception would be. The captain was walking the quarter deck, smoking his morning cigar, and F went as far as the break of the deck, and then waited for him to notice him. The captain took 2 or 3 turns, and then walking directly up to him, surveyed him from head to foot, and lifting up his forefinger, said a word or two in a tone too low for us to hear, but which had a magical effect upon poor F. He walked forward, jumped down into the forecastle, and in a moment more made his appearance in his common clothes, and went quietly to work again. What the captain said to him, we never could get him to tell, but it certainly changed him outwardly and inwardly in a surprising manner. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 14. Discontent. After a few days, finding the trade beginning to slacken, we hove our anchor up, set our topsails, ran the stars and stripes up to the peak, fired a gun, which was returned from the Presidio, and left the little town astern, standing out of the bay, and bearing down the coast again for Santa Barbara. As we were now going to leeward, we had a fair wind, and a plenty of it. After doubling Point Pinos, we bore up, set studding sails alow and aloft, and were walking off at the rate of 8 or 9 knots, promising to traverse in 24 hours the distance, which we were nearly 3 weeks in traversing on the passage up. We passed Point Conception at a flying rate, the wind blowing so that it would have seemed half a gale to us if we had been going the other way and close hauled. As we drew near to the islands of Santa Barbara, it died away a little, but we came to at our old anchoring ground in less than 30 hours from the time of leaving Monterey. Here everything was pretty much as we left it, the large bay without a vessel in it, the surf roaring and rolling in upon the beach, the white mission, the dark town, and the high, treeless mountains. Here, too, we had our south-easter tacks aboard again, slip ropes, buoy ropes, sails furled with reefs in them, and rope yarns for gaskets. We lay at this place about a fortnight, employed in landing goods and taking off hides, occasionally, when the surf was not high; but there did not appear to be one half the business doing here that there was in Monterey. In fact, so far as we were concerned, the town might almost as well have been in the middle of the Cordilleras. We lay at a distance of 3 miles from the beach, and the town was nearly a mile farther, so that we saw little or nothing of it. Occasionally we landed a few goods, which were taken away by Indians in large, clumsy ox carts, with the bow of the yoke on the ox's neck instead of under it, and with small, solid wheels. A few hides were brought down, which we carried off in the California style. This we had now got pretty well accustomed to, and hardened to also, for it does require a little hardening, even to the toughest. The hides are brought down dry, or they will not be received. When they are taken from the animal, they have holes cut in the ends, and are staked out, and thus dried in the sun without shrinking. They are then doubled once, lengthwise, with the hair side usually in, and sent down upon mules or in carts, and piled above high water mark; and then we take them upon our heads, one at a time, or two if they are small, and wade out with them and throw them into the boat, which, as there are no wharves, we usually kept anchored by a small kedge, or keelek, just outside of the surf. We all provided ourselves with thick Scotch caps, which would be soft to the head, and at the same time protect it; for we soon learned that, however it might look or feel at first, the head work was the only system for California. For besides that the seas, breaking high, often obliged us to carry the hides so, in order to keep them dry, we found that, as they were very large and heavy, and nearly as stiff as boards, it was the only way that we could carry them with any convenience to ourselves. Some of the crew tried other expedients, saying that they looked too much like West India negroes, but they all came to it at last. The great art is getting them on the head. We had to take them from the ground, and as they were often very heavy, and as wide as the arms could stretch, and were easily taken by the wind, we used to have some trouble with them. I have often been laughed at myself, and joined in laughing at others, pitching ourselves down in the sand in trying to swing a large hide upon our heads, or nearly blown over with one in a little gust of wind. The captain made it harder for us by telling us that it was California fashion to carry 2 on the head at a time, and he insisted upon it, and we did not wish to be outdone by other vessels. We carried 2 for the first few months; but after falling in with a few other hide drogers, and finding that they carried only 1 at a time, we knocked off the extra one, and thus made our duty somewhat easier. After our heads had become used to the weight, and we had learned the true California style of tossing a hide, we could carry off 200 or 300 in a short time, without much trouble; but it was always wet work, and, if the beach was stony, bad for our feet; for we, of course, went barefoot on this duty, as no shoes could stand such constant wetting with salt water. And after this we had a pull of 3 miles, with a loaded boat, which often took a couple of hours. We had now got well settled down into our harbor duties, which, as they are a good deal different from those at sea, it may be well enough to describe. In the first place, all hands are called at daylight, or rather, especially if the days are short, before daylight, as soon as the first gray of the morning. The cook makes his fire in the galley, the steward goes about his work in the cabin, and the crew rig the head pump, and wash down the decks. The chief mate is always on deck, but takes no active part, all the duty coming upon the second mate, who has to roll up his trowsers, and paddle about the decks barefooted, like the rest of the crew. The washing, swabbing, squilgeeing, etc., lasts, or is made to last, until 8 o'clock, when breakfast is ordered fore and aft. After breakfast, for which half an hour is allowed, the boats are lowered down, and made fast astern, oar out to the swinging booms by guess warps, and the crew are turned to upon their day's work. This is various, and its character depends upon circumstances. There is always more or less of boating in small boats, and if heavy goods are to be taken ashore, or hides are to be brought down to the beach for us, then all hands are sent ashore with an officer in the long boat. Then there is a good deal to be done in the hold, goods to be broken out, and cargo to be shifted, to make room for hides, or to keep the trim of the vessel. In addition to this, the usual work upon the rigging must be going on. There is much of the latter kind of work which can only be done when the vessel is in port. Everything, too, must be kept taut and in good order, spun yarn made, chafing gear repaired, and all the other ordinary work. The great difference between sea and harbor duty is in the division of time. Instead of having a watch on deck and a watch below, as at sea, all hands are at work together, except at meal times, from daylight till dark; and at night an anchor watch is kept, which, with us, consisted of only 2 at a time, all the crew taking turns. An hour is allowed for dinner, and at dark the decks are cleared up, the boats hoisted, supper ordered, and at 8 the lights are put out, except in the binnacle where the glass stands, and the anchor watch is set. Thus, when at anchor, the crew have more time at night, standing watch only about 2 hours, but have no time to themselves in the day, so that reading, mending, clothes, etc., has to be put off until Sunday, which is usually given. Some religious captains give their crews Saturday afternoons to do their washing and mending in, so that they may have their Sundays free. This is a good arrangement, and goes far to account for the preference sailors usually show for vessels under such command. We were well satisfied if we got even Sunday to ourselves; for if any hides came down on that day, as was often the case when they were brought from a distance, we were obliged to take them off, which usually occupied half a day. Besides, as we now lived on fresh beef, and ate 1 bullock a week, the animal was almost always brought down on Sunday, and we had to go ashore, kill it, dress it, and bring it on board, which was another interruption. Then, too, our common day's work was protracted and made more fatiguing by hides coming down late in the afternoon, which sometimes kept us at work in the surf by starlight, with the prospect of pulling on board and stowing them all away before supper. But all these little vexations and labors would have been nothing. They would have been passed by as the common evils of a sea life, which every sailor, who is a man, will go through without complaint, were it not for the uncertainty, or worse than uncertainty, which hung over the nature and length of our voyage. Here we were, in a little vessel with a small crew, on a half civilized coast at the ends of the earth, and with a prospect of remaining an indefinite period, 2 or 3 years at the least. When we left Boston, we supposed that ours was to be a voyage of 18 months, or 2 years at most; but upon arriving on the coast, we learned something more of the trade, and found that, in the scarcity of hides, which was yearly greater and greater, it would take us a year at least to collect our own cargo, besides the passage out and home; and that we were also to collect a cargo for a large ship belonging to the same firm, which was soon to come on the coast, and to which we were to act as tender. We had heard rumors of such a ship to follow us, which had leaked out from the captain and mate, but we passed them by as mere yarns till our arrival, when they were confirmed by the letters which we brought from the owners to their agent. The ship California, belonging to the same firm, had been nearly 2 years on the coast getting a full cargo, and was now at San Diego, from which port she was expected to sail in a few weeks for Boston, and we were to collect all the hides we could, and deposit them at San Diego, when the new ship, which would carry 40,000, was to be filled and sent home, and then we were to begin anew upon our own cargo. Here was a gloomy prospect indeed. The Lagoda, a smaller ship than the California, carrying only 31 or 32,000, had been 2 years getting her cargo, and we were to collect a cargo of 40,000 besides our own, which would be 12 or 15,000, and hides were said to be growing scarcer. Then, too, this ship, which had been to us a worse phantom than any Flying Dutchman, was no phantom, or ideal thing, but had been reduced to a certainty. So much so that a name was given to her, and it was said that she was to be the Alert, a well-known Indiaman, which was expected in Boston in a few months, when we sailed. There could be no doubt, and all looked black enough. Hints were thrown out about 3 and 4 years. The older sailors said they never should see Boston again, but should lay their bones in California, and a cloud seemed to hang over the whole voyage. Besides, we were not provided for so long a voyage, and clothes and all sailors' necessaries were excessively dear, 300 or 400% advance upon the Boston prices. This was bad enough for the crew, but still worse was it for me, who did not mean to be a sailor for life, having intended only to be gone 18 months or 2 years. 3 or 4 years might make me a sailor in every respect, mind and habits, as well as body, nolens volens, and would put all my companions so far ahead of me that a college degree in a profession would be in vain to think of. And I made up my mind that, feel as I might, a sailor I might have to be, and to command a merchant vessel might be the limit of my ambition. Besides the length of the voyage, and the hard and exposed life, we were in the remote parts of the earth, on an almost desert coast, in a country where there is neither law nor gospel, and where sailors are at their captain's mercy, there being no American consul, or any one to whom a complaint could be made. We lost all interest in the voyage, cared nothing about the cargo, which we were only collecting for others, began to patch our clothes, and felt as though our fate was fixed beyond all hope of change. In addition to, and perhaps partly as a consequence of, this state of things, there was trouble brewing on board the vessel. Our mate, as the first man is always called, par excellence, was a worthy man, a more honest, upright, and kind-hearted man I never saw. But he was too easy and amiable for the mate of a merchantman. He was not the man to call a sailor a son of a bitch, and knock him down with a handspike. Perhaps he really lacked the energy and spirit for such a voyage as ours, and for such a captain. Captain Thompson was a vigorous, energetic fellow. As sailors say, he hadn't a lazy bone in him. He was made of steel and whalebone. He was a man to toe the mark, and to make every one else step up to it. During all the time that I was with him, I never saw him sit down on deck. He was always active and driving, severe in his discipline, and expected the same of his officers. The mate not being enough of a driver for him, he was dissatisfied with him, became suspicious that discipline was getting relaxed, and began to interfere in everything. He drew the reins tighter, and, as in all quarrels between officers, the sailors side with the one who treats them best, he became suspicious of the crew. He saw that things went wrong, that nothing was done with a will, and in his attempt to remedy the difficulty by severity, he made everything worse. We were, in all respects, unfortunately situated, captain, officers, and crew, entirely unfitted for one another, and every circumstance and event was like a two-edged sword, and cut both ways. The length of the voyage, which made us dissatisfied, made the captain at the same time see the necessity of order and strict discipline, and the nature of the country, which caused us to feel that we had nowhere to go for redress, but were at the mercy of a hard master, made the captain understand, on the other hand, that he must depend entirely upon his own resources. Severity created discontent, and signs of discontent provoked severity. Then, too, ill treatment and dissatisfaction are no linamenta laborum, and many a time I have heard the sailors say that they should not mind the length of the voyage and the hardships, if they were only kindly treated, and if they could feel that something was done to make work lighter and life easier. We felt as though our situation was a call upon our superiors to give us occasional relaxations, and to make our yoke easier. But the opposite policy was pursued. We were kept at work all day when in port, which, together with a watch at night, made us glad to turn in as soon as we got below. Thus we had no time for reading, or, which was of more importance to us, for washing and mending our clothes. And then, when we were at sea, sailing from port to port, instead of giving us watch and watch, as was the custom on board every other vessel on the coast, we were all kept on deck and at work, rain or shine, making spun yarn and rope, and at other work in good weather, and picking oakum when it was too wet for anything else. All hands were called to "come up and see it rain," and kept on deck hour after hour in drenching rain, standing round the deck so far apart as to prevent our talking with one another, with our tarpaulins and oilcloth jackets on, picking old rope to pieces, or laying up gaskets and robands. This was often done, too, when we were lying in port with two anchors down, and no necessity for more than one man on deck as a lookout. This is what is called hazing a crew, and working their old iron up. While laying at Santa Barbara, we encountered another south-easter, and like the first, it came on in the night, the great black clouds moving round from the southward, covering the mountain, and hanging down over the town, appearing almost to rest upon the roofs of the houses. We made sail, slipped our cable, cleared the point, and beat about for 4 days in the offing, under close sail, with continual rain and high seas and winds. No wonder, thought we, they have no rain in the other seasons, for enough seemed to have fallen in those 4 days to last through a common summer. On the 5th day it cleared up, after a few hours, as is usual, of rain coming down like a 4-hours' shower bath, and we found ourselves drifted nearly 10 leagues from the anchorage; and having light head winds, we did not return until the 6th day. Having recovered our anchor, we made preparations for getting under way to go down to leeward. We had hoped to go directly to San Diego, and thus fall in with the California before she sailed for Boston; but our orders were to stop at an intermediate port called San Pedro, and as we were to lie there a week or two, and the California was to sail in a few days, we lost the opportunity. Just before sailing, the captain took on board a short, red-haired, round-shouldered, vulgar-looking fellow, who had lost one eye and squinted with the other, and introducing him as Mr. Russell, told us he was an officer on board. This was too bad. We had lost overboard on the passage one of the best of our number, another had been taken from us and appointed clerk, and thus weakened and reduced, instead of shipping some hands to make our work easier, he had put another officer over us to watch and drive us. We now had 4 officers and only 6 in the forecastle. This was bringing her down too much by the stern for our comfort. Leaving Santa Barbara, we coasted along down, the country appearing level or moderately uneven, and for the most part sandy and treeless, until doubling a high sandy point, we let go our anchor at a distance of 3½ miles from shore. It was like a vessel bound to St. John's, Newfoundland, coming to anchor on the Grand Banks; for the shore, being low, appeared to be at a greater distance than it actually was, and we thought we might as well have stayed at Santa Barbara, and sent our boat down for the hides. The land was of a clayey quality, and as far as the eye could reach entirely bare of trees, and even shrubs, and there was no sign of a town, not even a house to be seen. What brought us into such a place we could not conceive. No sooner had we come to anchor than the slip rope and the other preparations for south easters were got ready; and there was reason enough for it, for we lay exposed to every wind that could blow, except the northerly winds, and they came over a flat country with a rake of more than a league of water. As soon as everything was snug on board, the boat was lowered, and we pulled ashore, our new officer, who had been several times in the port before, taking the place of steersman. As we drew in, we found the tide low, and the rocks and stones covered with kelp and sea weed, lying bare for the distance of nearly an eighth of a mile. Leaving the boat, and picking our way barefoot over these, we came to what is called the landing place at high water mark. The soil was, as it appeared at first, loose and clayey, and except the stalks of the mustard plant, there was no vegetation. Just in front of the landing, and immediately over it, was a small hill, which, from its being not more than 30 or 40 feet high, we had not perceived from our anchorage. Over this hill we saw 3 men coming down, dressed partly like sailors and partly like Californians, one of them having on a pair of untanned leather trousers and a red baize shirt. When they reached us, we found that they were Englishmen. They told us that they had belonged to a small Mexican brig, which had been driven ashore here in a south-easter, and now lived in a small house just over the hill. Going up this hill with them, we saw close behind it a small, low building, with 1 room, containing a fireplace, cooking apparatus, etc., and the rest of it unfinished, and used as a place to store hides and goods. This, they told us, was built by some traders in the Pueblo, a town about 30 miles in the interior, to which this was the port, and used by them as a storehouse, and also as a lodging place when they came down to trade with the vessels. These 3 men were employed by them to keep the house in order, and to look out for the things stored in it. They said that they had been there nearly a year, and had nothing to do most of the time, living upon beef, hard bread, and frijoles, a peculiar kind of bean, very abundant in California. The nearest house, they told us, was a rancho, or cattle farm, about 3 miles off, and one of them went there, at the request of our officer, to order a horse to be sent down, with which the agent who was on board might go up to the Pueblo. From one of them, who was an intelligent English sailor, I learned a good deal in a few minutes' conversation about the place, its trade, and the news from the southern ports. San Diego, he said, was about 80 miles to the leeward of San Pedro, and they had heard from there, by a Mexican who came up on horseback, that the California had sailed for Boston, and that the Lagoda, which had been in San Pedro only a few weeks before, was taking in her cargo for Boston. The Ayacucho was also there, loading for Callao, and the little Loriotte, which had run directly down from Monterey, where we left her. San Diego, he told me, was a small, snug place, having very little trade, but decidedly the best harbor on the coast, being completely landlocked, and the water as smooth as a duck pond. This was the depot for all vessels engaged in the trade, each one having a large house there, built of rough boards, in which they stowed their hides as fast as they collected them in their trips up and down the coast, and when they had procured a full cargo, spent a few weeks there taking it in, smoking ship, laying in wood and water, and making other preparations for the voyage home. The Lagoda was now about this business. When we should be about it was more than I could tell. 2 years at least, I thought to myself. I also learned, to my surprise, that the desolate looking place we were in furnished more hides than any port on the coast. It was the only port for a distance of 80 miles, and about 30 miles in the interior was a fine plain country, filled with herds of cattle, in the center of which was the Pueblo de los Angelos, the largest town in California, and several of the wealthiest missions, to all of which San Pedro was the seaport. Having made arrangements for a horse to take the agent to the Pueblo the next day, we picked our way again over the green, slippery rocks, and pulled towards the brig, which was so far off that we could hardly see her in the increasing darkness; and when we got on board, the boats were hoisted up, and the crew at supper. Going down into the forecastle, eating our supper, and lighting our cigars and pipes, we had, as usual, to tell what we had seen or heard ashore. We all agreed that it was the worst place we had seen yet, especially for getting off hides; and our lying off at so great a distance looked as though it was bad for south easters. After a few disputes as to whether we should have to carry our goods up the hill or not, we talked of San Diego, the probability of seeing the Lagoda before she sailed, etc., etc. The next day we pulled the agent ashore, and he went up to visit the Pueblo and the neighboring missions; and in a few days, as the result of his labors, large ox carts and droves of mules, loaded with hides, were seen coming over the flat country. We loaded our long boat with goods of all kinds, light and heavy, and pulled ashore. After landing and rolling them over the stones upon the beach, we stopped, waiting for the carts to come down the hill and take them; but the captain soon settled the matter by ordering us to carry them all up to the top, saying that that was California fashion. So what the oxen would not do, we were obliged to do. The hill was low but steep, and the earth, being clayey and wet with the recent rains, was but bad holding ground for our feet. The heavy barrels and casks were rolled up with some difficulty, getting behind and putting our shoulders to them. Now and then our feet slipping added to the danger of the casks rolling back upon us. But the greatest trouble was with the large boxes of sugar. These we had to place upon oars, and lifting them up, rest the oars upon our shoulders, and creep slowly up the hill with the gait of a funeral procession. After an hour or two of hard work, we got them all up, and found the carts standing full of hides, which we had to unload, and to load the carts again with our own goods. The lazy Indians, who came down with them, squatting on their hams, looking on, doing nothing; and when we asked them to help us, only shaking their heads, or drawling out "No quiero." Having unloaded the carts, we started up the Indians, who went off, one on each side of the oxen, with long sticks, sharpened at the end, to punch them with. This is one of the means of saving labor in California: 2 Indians to 2 oxen. Now the hides were to be got down, and for this purpose we brought the boat round to the place where the hill was steeper, and threw them off, letting them slide over the slope. Many of them lodged, and we had to let ourselves down and set them going again, and in this way became covered with dust, and our clothes torn. After we had the hides all down, we were obliged to take them on our heads, and walk over the stones and through the water to the boat. The water and the stones together would wear out a pair of shoes a day, and as shoes were very scarce and very dear, we were compelled to go barefooted. At night we went on board, having had the hardest and most disagreeable day's work that we had yet experienced. For several days we were employed in this manner, until we had landed 40 or 50 tons of goods, and brought on board about 2,000 hides, when the trade began to slacken, and we were kept at work on board during the latter part of the week, either in the hold or upon the rigging. On Thursday night there was a violent blow from the northward, but as this was off shore, we had only to let go our other anchor and hold on. We were called up at night to send down the royal yards. It was as dark as a pocket, and the vessel pitching at her anchors. I went up to the fore, and S to the main, and we soon had them down ship shape and Bristol fashion; for, as we had now become used to our duty aloft, everything above the cross trees was left to us, who were the youngest of the crew, except one boy. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 15, Flogging. For several days the captain seemed very much out of humor. Nothing went right or fast enough for him. He quarrelled with the cook, and threatened to flog him for throwing wood on deck, and had a dispute with the mate about reeving a Spanish burton, the mate saying that he was right, and had been taught how to do it by a man who was a sailor. This the captain took in dudgeon, and they were at swords' points at once; but his displeasure was chiefly turned against a large, heavy-moulded fellow from the Middle States, who was called Sam. This man hesitated in his speech, was rather slow in his motions, and was only a tolerably good sailor, but usually seemed to do his best. Yet the captain took a dislike to him, thought he was surly and lazy, and if you once give a dog a bad name, as the sailor phrase is, he may as well jump overboard. The captain found fault with everything this man did, and hazed him for dropping a marline spike from the main yard, where he was at work. This, of course, was an accident, but it was set down against him. The captain was on board all Friday, and everything went on hard and disagreeably. "The more you drive a man, the less he will do," was as true with us as with any other people. We worked late Friday night, and were turned to early Saturday morning. About 10 o'clock, the captain ordered our new officer, Russell, who by this time had become thoroughly disliked by all the crew, to get the gig ready to take him ashore. John, the Swede, was sitting in the boat alongside, and Mr. Russell and I were standing by the main hatchway, waiting for the captain, who was down in the hold, where the crew were at work, when we heard his voice raised in violent dispute with somebody. Whether it was with the mate or one of the crew, I could not tell, and then came blows and scuffling. I ran to the side and beckoned to John, who came aboard, and we leaned down the hatchway, and though we could see no one, yet we knew the captain had the advantage, for his voice was loud and clear.
"You see your condition! You see your condition! Will you ever give me any more of your jaw?"
No answer. And then came wrestling and heaving, as though the man was trying to turn him.
"You may as well keep still, for I have got you,"
said the captain. Then came the question,
"Will you ever give me any more of your jaw?"
"I never gave you any, sir," said Sam, for it was his voice that we heard, though low and half choked.
"That's not what I ask you. Will you ever be impudent to me again?"
"I never have been, sir," said Sam.
"Answer my question, or I'll make a spread eagle of you. I'll flog you, by God!"
"I'm no negro slave," said Sam.
"Then I'll make you one,"
said the captain, and he came to the hatchway, and sprang on deck, threw off his coat, and rolling up his sleeves, called out to the mate,
"Seize that man up, Mr. Amerson. Seize him up. Make a spread eagle of him. I'll teach you all who's master aboard."
The crew and officers followed the captain up the hatchway, but it was not until after repeated orders that the mate laid hold of Sam, who made no resistance, and carried him to the gangway. "What are you going to flog that man for, sir?" said John, the Swede, to the captain. Upon hearing this, the captain turned upon John, but knowing him to be quick and resolute, he ordered the steward to bring the irons, and, calling upon Russell to help him, went up to John. "Let me alone," said John. "I'm willing to be put in irons. You need not use any force." And putting out his hands, the captain slipped the irons on, and sent him aft to the quarter-deck. Sam, by this time, was seized up, as it is called, that is, placed against the shrouds with his wrists made fast to them, his jacket off, and his back exposed. The captain stood on the break of the deck, a few feet from him, and a little raised, so as to have a good swing at him, and held in his hand the end of a thick, strong rope. The officers stood round, and the crew grouped together in the waist. All these preparations made me feel sick and almost faint. Angry and excited as I was, a man, a human being, made in God's likeness, fastened up and flogged like a beast, a man, too, whom I had lived with, eaten with, and stood watch with for months, and knew so well. If a thought of resistance crossed the minds of any of the men, what was to be done? Their time for it had gone by, and there were left only 2 men besides S and myself, and a small boy of 10 or 12 years of age, and S and I would not have joined the men in a mutiny, as they knew. And then, on the other side, there were, besides the captain, 3 officers, steward, agent, and clerk, and the cabin supplied with weapons. But besides the numbers, what is there for sailors to do? If they resist, it is mutiny, and if they succeed and take a vessel, it is piracy. If they ever yield again, their punishment must come, and if they do not yield, what are they to be for the rest of their lives? If a sailor resists his commander, he resists the law, and piracy or submission is his only alternative. Bad as it was, they saw it must be borne. It is what a sailor ships for. Swinging the rope over his head, and bending his body so as to give it full force, the captain brought it down upon the poor fellow's back. Once, twice, 6 times.
Will you ever give me any more of your jaw?
The man writhed with pain, but said not a word. 3 times more. This was too much, and he muttered something which I could not hear. This brought as many more as the man could stand, when the captain ordered him to be cut down.
Now for you,
said the captain, making up to John, and taking his irons off. As soon as John was loose, he ran forward to the forecastle.
Bring that man aft,
shouted the captain. The second mate, who had been in the forecastle with these men the early part of the voyage, stood still in the waist, and the mate walked slowly forward. But our third officer, anxious to show his zeal, sprang forward over the windlass, and laid hold of John. But John soon threw him from him. The captain stood on the quarter-deck, bareheaded, eyes flashing with rage, and his face as red as blood, swinging the rope, and calling out to his officers,
"Drag him aft! Lay hold of him! I'll sweeten him!" etc.,
etc. The mate now went forward, and told John quietly to go aft. And he, seeing resistance was vain, threw the blackguard third mate from him, and said he would go aft of himself, that they should not drag him, and went up to the gangway and held out his hands. But as soon as the captain began to make him fast, the indignity was too much, and he struggled, but the mate and Russell holding him, he was soon seized up. When he was made fast, he turned to the captain, who stood rolling up his sleeves, getting ready for the blow, and asked him what he was to be flogged for.
"Have I ever refused my duty, sir? Have you ever known me to hang back or to be insolent, or not to know my work?" "No," said the captain. "It is not that I flog you for. I flog you for interference, for asking questions."
"Can't a man ask questions here without being flogged?"
"No,"
shouted the captain.
"Nobody shall open his mouth aboard this vessel but myself."
And he began laying the blows upon his back, swinging half round between each blow to give it full effect. As he went on, his passion increased, and he danced about the deck, calling out as he swung the rope,
"If you want to know what I flog you for, I'll tell you. It's because I like to do it. Because I like to do it. It suits me. That's what I do it for."
The man writhed under the pain until he could endure it no longer, when he called out, with an exclamation more common among foreigners than with us, "Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, Jesus Christ!"
"Don't call on Jesus Christ!"
shouted the captain.
"He can't help you! Call on Frank Thompson! He's the man! He can help you! Jesus Christ can't help you now!
At these words, which I shall never forget, my blood ran cold. I could look on no longer. Disgusted, sick, I turned away, and leaned over the rail, and looked down into the water. A few rapid thoughts, I don't know what, our situation, a resolution to see the captain punished when we got home, crossed my mind; but the falling of the blows and the cries of the man called me back once more. At length they ceased, and turning round, I found that the mate, at a signal from the captain, had cast him loose. Almost doubled up with pain, the man walked slowly forward, and went down into the forecastle. Every one else stood still at his post, while the captain, swelling with rage, and with the importance of his achievement, walked the quarter deck, and at each turn he came forward, calling out to us,
You see your condition? You see where I've got you all? And you know what to expect. You've been mistaken in me. You didn't know what I was. Now you know what I am. I'll make you toe the mark, every soul of you, or I'll flog you all fore and aft from the boy up. You've got a driver over you! Yes, a slave driver, a nigger driver. I'll see who'll tell me he isn't a nigger slave!
with this and the like manner, equally calculated to quiet us, and to allay any apprehensions of future trouble. He entertained us for about 10 minutes, when he went below. Soon after, John came aft, with his bare back covered with stripes and wheals in every direction, and dreadfully swollen, and asked the steward to ask the captain to let him have some salve, or balsam, to put upon it.
No.
Said the captain, who heard him from below.
Tell him to put his shirt on, that's the best thing for him. And put me ashore in the boat. Nobody is going to lay up on board this vessel.
He then called to Mr. Russell to take those 2 men and 2 others in the boat, and pull him ashore. I went for one. The 2 men could hardly bend their backs, and the captain called to them to give way; but finding they did their best, he let them alone. The agent was in the stern sheets, but during the whole pull, a league or more, not a word was spoken. We landed. The captain, agent, and officer went up to the house, and left us with the boat. I and the man with me stayed near the boat, while John and Sam walked slowly away and sat down on the rocks. They talked some time together, but at length separated, each sitting alone. I had some fears of John. He was a foreigner, and violently tempered, and under suffering, and he had his knife with him, and the captain was to come down alone to the boat. But nothing happened, and we went quietly on board. The captain was probably armed, and if either of them had lifted a hand against him, they would have had nothing before them but flight, and starvation in the woods of California, or capture by the soldiers and Indians whom the offer of $20 would have set upon them. After the day's work was done, we went down into the forecastle and ate our plain supper, but not a word was spoken. It was Saturday night, but there was no song, no sweethearts and wives. A gloom was over everything. The 2 men lay in their berths, groaning with pain, and we all turned in, but for myself not to sleep. A sound coming now and then from the berths of the 2 men showed that they were awake, as awake they must have been, for they could hardly lie in one posture long. The dim, swinging lamp shed its light over the dark hole in which we lived, and many and various reflections and purposes coursed through my mind. I had no real apprehension that the captain would lay a hand on me, but I thought of our situation, living under a tyranny, with an ungoverned, swaggering fellow administering it, of the character of the country we were in, the length of the voyage, the uncertainty attending our return to America, and then, if we should return, the prospect of obtaining justice and satisfaction for these poor men, and I vowed that, if God should ever give me the means, I would do something to redress the grievances and relieve the sufferings of that class of beings with whom my lot had so long been cast. The next day was Sunday. We worked as usual, washing decks, etc., until breakfast time. After breakfast, we pulled the captain ashore, and finding some hides there which had been brought down the night before, he ordered me to stay ashore and watch them, saying that the boat would come again before night. They left me, and I spent a quiet day on the hill, eating dinner with 3 men at the little house. Unfortunately, they had no books, and after talking with them and walking about, I began to grow tired of doing nothing. The little brig, the home of so much hardship and suffering, lay in the offing, almost as far as one could see, and the only other thing which broke the surface of the great bay was a small, dreary-looking island, steep and conical, of a clayey soil, and without the sign of vegetable life upon it, yet which had a peculiar and melancholy interest, for on the top of it were buried the remains of an Englishman, the commander of a small merchant brig, who died while lying in this port. It was always a solemn and affecting spot to me. There it stood desolate, and in the midst of desolation, and there were the remains of one who died and was buried alone and friendless. Had it been a common burying place, it would have been nothing. The single body corresponded well with the solitary character of everything around. It was the only spot in California that impressed me with anything like poetic interest. Then, too, the man died far from home, without a friend near him. By poison it was suspected, and no one to inquire into it, and without funeral rites. The mate, as I was told, glad to have him out of the way, hurrying him up the hill and into the ground, without a word or a prayer. I looked anxiously for a boat during the latter part of the afternoon, but none came until towards sundown, when I saw a speck on the water, and as it drew near, I found it was the gig, with the captain. The hides, then, were not to go off. The captain came up the hill, with the man, bringing my monkey jacket and a blanket. He looked pretty black, but inquired whether I had enough to eat, told me to make a house out of the hides, and keep myself warm, as I should have to sleep there among them, and to keep good watch over them. I got a moment to speak to the man who brought my jacket. "How do things go aboard?" said I. "Bad enough," said he. "Hard work, and not a kind word spoken." "What?" said I. "Have you been at work all day?" "Yes. No more Sunday for us. Everything has been moved in the hold from stem to stern, and from the waterways to the keelson." I went up to the house to supper. We had frijoles, the perpetual food of the Californians, but which, when well cooked, are the best bean in the world; coffee made of burnt wheat, and hard bread. After our meal, the 3 men sat down by the light of a tallow candle, with a pack of greasy Spanish cards, to the favorite game of treinta y uno, a sort of Spanish everlasting. I left them and went out to take up my bivouac among the hides. It was now dark. The vessel was hidden from sight, and except the 3 men in the house, there was not a living soul within a league. The coyotes, a wild animal of a nature and appearance between that of the fox and the wolf, set up their sharp, quick bark, and 2 owls, at the end of the 2 distant points running out into the bay, on different sides of the hill where I lay, kept up their alternate dismal notes. I had heard the sound before at night, but did not know what it was, until one of the men, who came down to look at my quarters, told me it was the owl. Mellowed by the distance, and heard alone, at night, it was a most melancholy and boding sound. Through nearly all the night they kept it up, answering one another slowly at regular intervals. This was relieved by the noisy coyotes, some of which came quite near to my quarters, and were not very pleasant neighbors. The next morning, before sunrise, the longboat came ashore, and the hides were taken off. End of chapter 15, part 1.
Chapter 15, Part 2 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr.
Chapter 15, Part 2. Flogging.
We lay at San Pedro about a week, engaged in taking off hides and in other labors, which had now become our regular duties. I spent one more day on the hill, watching a quantity of hides and goods, and this time succeeded in finding a part of a volume of Scott's Pirate in a corner of the house; but it failed me at a most interesting moment, and I betook myself to my acquaintances on shore, and from them learned a good deal about the customs of the country, the harbors, etc. This, they told me, was a worse harbor than Santa Barbara for south-easters, the bearing of the headland being a point and a half more to windward, and it being so shallow that the sea broke often as far out as where we lay at anchor. The gale for which we slipped at Santa Barbara had been so bad a one here, that the whole bay, for a league out, was filled with the foam of the breakers, and seas actually broke over the Dead Man's Island. The Lagoda was lying there, and slipped at the first alarm, and in such haste that she was obliged to leave her launch behind her at anchor. The little boat rode it out for several hours, pitching at her anchor, and standing with her stern up almost perpendicularly. The men told me that they watched her till towards night, when she snapped her cable and drove up over the breakers high and dry upon the beach. On board the Pilgrim everything went on regularly, each one trying to get along as smoothly as possible, but the comfort of the voyage was evidently at an end. That is a long lane which has no turning. Every dog must have his day, and mine will come by and by, and the like proverbs were occasionally quoted, but no one spoke of any probable end to the voyage, or of Boston, or anything of the kind; or, if he did, it was only to draw out the perpetual surly reply from his shipmate: "Boston, is it? You may thank your stars if you ever see that place. You had better have your back sheathed, and your head coppered, and your feet shod, and make out your log for California for life." Or else something of this kind: "Before you get to Boston, the hides will wear all the hair off your head, and you'll take up all your wages and clothes, and won't have enough to buy a wig with." The flogging was seldom, if ever, alluded to by us in the forecastle. If any one was inclined to talk about it, the others, with a delicacy which I hardly expected to find among them, always stopped him, or turned the subject. But the behavior of the two men who were flogged towards one another showed a consideration which would have been worthy of admiration in the highest walks of life. Sam knew John had suffered solely on his account, and in all his complaints he said that, if he alone had been flogged, it would have been nothing; but he never could see him without thinking that he had been the means of bringing this disgrace upon him; and John never, by word or deed, let anything escape him to remind the other that it was by interfering to save a shipmate that he had suffered. Neither made it a secret that they thought the Dutchmen Bill and Foster might have helped them, but they did not expect it of S or me. While we showed our sympathy for their suffering, and our indignation at the captain's violence, we did not feel sure that there was only one side to the beginning of the difficulty, and we kept clear of any engagement with them, except our promise to help them when they got home. Note: owing to the change of vessels that afterwards took place, Captain Thompson arrived in Boston nearly a year before the Pilgrim, and was off on another voyage beyond the reach of these men. Soon after the publication of the first edition of this book in 1841, I received a letter from S, dated at Detroit, Michigan, where he had re-entered mercantile life, from which I make this extract: "As to your account of the flogging scene, I think you have given a fair history of it, and, if anything, been too lenient toward Captain Thompson for his brutal, cowardly treatment of those men. As I was in the hold at the time the affray commenced, I will give you a short history of it as near as I can recollect. We were breaking out goods in the forehold, and in order to get at them, we had to shift our hides from forward to aft. After having removed part of them, we came to the boxes, and attempted to get them out without moving any more of the hides. While doing so, Sam accidentally hurt his hand, and, as usual, began swearing about it, and was not sparing of his oaths, although I think he was not aware that Captain Thompson was so near him at the time. Captain Thompson asked him, in no moderate way, what was the matter with him. Sam, on account of the impediment in his speech, could not answer immediately, although he endeavored to, but as soon as possible answered in a manner that almost any one would, under the like circumstances, yet I believe not with the intention of giving a short answer, but being provoked, and suffering pain from the injured hand, he perhaps answered rather short or sullenly. Thus commenced the scene you have so vividly described, and which seems to me exactly the history of the whole affair, without any exaggeration. Having got all our spare room filled with hides, we hove up our anchor, and made sail for San Diego. In no operation can the disposition of a crew be better discovered than in getting under way. Where things are done with a will, every one is like a cat aloft. Sails are loosed in an instant. Each one lays out his strength on his handspike, and the windlass goes briskly round with the cry of "Yo, heave ho! Heave and pawl! Heave hearty ho!" and the chorus of cheerily men cats the anchor. But with us, at this time, it was all dragging work. No one went aloft beyond his ordinary gait, and the chain came slowly in over the windlass. The mate, between the knightheads, exhausted all official rhetoric in calls of "Heave with a will! Heave hearty, men! Heave hearty! Heave and raise the dead! Heave and away!" etc., etc. But it would not do. Nobody broke his back or his handspike by his efforts. And when the cat tackle fall was strung again, and all hands, cook, steward, and all, laid hold to cat the anchor, instead of the lively song of "Cheerily, men," in which all hands joined in the chorus, we pulled a long, heavy, silent pull; and, as sailors say, a song is as good as 10 men. The anchor came to the cathead pretty slowly. "Give us cheerily!" said the mate. But there was no cheerily for us, and we did without it. The captain walked the quarter deck, and said not a word. He must have seen the change, but there was nothing which he could notice officially. We sailed leisurely down the coast before a light, fair wind, keeping the land well aboard, and saw 2 other missions, looking like blocks of white plaster, shining in the distance, one of which, situated on the top of a high hill, was San Juan Capistrano, under which vessels sometimes came to anchor, in the summer season, and take off hides. At sunset on the second day, we had a large and well wooded headland directly before us, behind which lay the little harbor of San Diego. We were becalmed off this point all night, but the next morning, which was Saturday the 14th of March, having a good breeze, we stood round the point, and hauling our wind, brought the little harbor, which is rather the outlet of a small river, right before us. Every one was desirous to get a view of the new place. A chain of high hills, beginning at the point, which was on our larboard hand coming in, protected the harbor on the north and west, and ran off into the interior as far as the eye could reach. On the other sides the land was low and green, but without trees. The entrance is so narrow as to admit but one vessel at a time, the current swift, and the channel runs so near to a low, stony point, that the ship's sides appeared almost to touch it. There was no town in sight, but on the smooth sand beach abreast, within a cable's length of which 3 vessels lay moored, were 4 large houses, built of rough boards, and looking like the great barns in which ice is stored on the borders of the large ponds near Boston, with piles of hides standing round them, and men in red shirts and large straw hats walking in and out of the doors. These were the hide houses. Of the vessels, one, a short, clumsy, little hermaphrodite brig, we recognized as our old acquaintance, the Loriotte. Another, with sharp bows and raking masts, newly painted and tarred, and glittering in the morning sun, with the blood-red banner and cross of St. George at her peak, was the handsome Ayacucho. The third was a large ship, with top-gallant masts housed and sails unbent, and looking as rusty and worn as 2 years' hydrogen could make her. This was the Lagoda. As we drew near, carried rapidly along by the current, we overhauled our chain, and clewed up the topsails.
Let go the anchor,
said the captain; but either there was not chain enough forward of the windlass, or the anchor went down foul, or we had too much headway on, for it did not bring us up.
Pay out chain,
shouted the captain, and we gave it to her, but it would not do. Before the other anchor could be let go, we drifted down, broadside on, and went smash into the Lagoda. Her crew were at breakfast in the forecastle, and her cook, seeing us coming, rushed out of his galley and called up the officers and men. Fortunately, no great harm was done. Her jib boom passed between our fore and mainmast, carrying away some of our rigging, and breaking down the rail. She lost her martingale. This brought us up, and as they paid out chain, we swung clear of them and let go the other anchor; but this had as bad luck as the first, for, before any one perceived it, we were drifting down upon the Loriotte. The captain now gave out his orders rapidly and fiercely, sheeting home the topsails, and backing and filling the sails, in hope of starting or clearing the anchors; but it was all in vain, and he sat down on the rail, taking it very leisurely, and calling out to Captain Nye that he was coming to pay him a visit. We drifted fairly into the Loriotte, her larboard bow into our starboard quarter, carrying away part of our starboard quarter railing, and breaking off her larboard bumpkin and 1 or 2 stanchions above the deck. We saw our handsome sailor, Jackson, on the forecastle, with the Sandwich Islanders, working away to get us clear. After paying out chain, we swung clear, but our anchors were, no doubt, afoul of hers. We manned the windlass, and hove away, but to no purpose. Sometimes we got a little upon the cable, but a good surge would take it all back again. We now began to drift down toward the Ayacucho, when her boat put off, and brought her commander, Captain Wilson, on board. He was a short, active, well-built man, about 50 years of age, and being some 20 years older than our captain, and a thorough seaman, he did not hesitate to give his advice, and from giving advice he gradually came to taking the command, ordering us when to heave and when to pawl, and backing and filling the topsails, setting and taking in jib and trysail whenever he thought best. Our captain gave a few orders, but as Wilson generally countermanded them, saying in an easy, fatherly kind of way,
"Oh, no, Captain Thompson, you don't want the jib on her,"
or
"It isn't time yet to heave,"
he soon gave it up. We had no objections to this state of things, for Wilson was a kind man, and had an encouraging and pleasant way of speaking to us, which made everything go easily. After 2 or 3 hours of constant labor at the windlass, heaving and yo-ho-hoing with all our might, we brought up the anchor, with the Loriotte's small bower fast to it. Having cleared this, and let it go, and cleared our hawse, we got our other anchor, which had dragged half over the harbor.
"Now,"
said Wilson,
"I'll find you a good berth."
And settling both the topsails, he carried us down, and brought us to anchor in handsome style, directly abreast of the hide house which we were to use. Having done this, he took his leave, while we furled the sails and got our breakfast, which was welcome to us, for we had worked hard, and eaten nothing since yesterday afternoon, and it was nearly 12 o'clock. After breakfast, and until night, we were employed in getting out the boats and mooring ship. After supper, two of us took the captain on board the Lagoda. As he came alongside, he gave his name, and the mate, in the gangway, called out to Captain Bradshaw, down the companionway,
Captain Thompson has come aboard, sir. Has he brought his brig with him?
asked the rough old fellow in a tone which made itself heard fore and aft. This mortified our captain not a little, and it became a standing joke among us, and indeed over the coast, for the rest of the voyage. The captain went down into the cabin, and we walked forward and put our heads down the forecastle, where we found the men at supper.
Come down, shipmates, come down,
said they, as soon as they saw us. Shipmate is the term by which sailors address one another when not acquainted. And we went down, and found a large, high forecastle, well lighted, and a crew of 12 or 14 men eating out of their kids and pans, and drinking their tea, and talking and laughing, all as independent and easy as so many wood sawyers' clerks. This looked like comfort and enjoyment, compared with the dark little forecastle and scanty, discontented crew of the brig. It was Saturday night. They had got through their work for the week, and being snugly moored, had nothing to do until Monday again. After 2 years' hard service, they had seen the worst, and all of California, had got their cargo nearly stowed, and expected to sail in a week or two for Boston. We spent an hour or more with them, talking over California matters, until the word was passed,
Pilgrim's away,
and we went back to our brig. The Lagodas were a hearty, intelligent set, a little roughened, and their clothes patched and old from California wear, all able seamen, and between the ages of 20 and 35 or 40. They inquired about our vessel, the usage on board, etc., and were not a little surprised at the story of the flogging. They said there were often difficulties in the vessels on the coast, and sometimes knockdowns and fightings, but they had never heard before of a regular seizing up and flogging. Spread eagles were a new kind of bird in California. Sunday, they said, was always given in San Diego, both at the hide houses and on board the vessels, a large number usually going up to the town on liberty. We learned a good deal from them about the curing and stowing of hides, etc., and they were desirous to have the latest news, 7 months old, from Boston. One of their first inquiries was for Father Taylor, the seamen's preacher in Boston. Then followed the usual strain of conversation, inquiries, and stories, and jokes, which one must always hear in a ship's forecastle, but which are, perhaps, after all, no worse, though more gross and coarse, than those one may chance to hear from some well-dressed gentlemen around their tables.
End of chapter 15, part 2.
Chapter 16 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 16. Liberty Day on Shore. The next day being Sunday, after washing and clearing decks, and getting breakfast, the mate came forward with leave for one watch to go ashore on liberty. We drew lots, and it fell to the larboard, which I was in. Instantly all was preparation. Buckets of fresh water, which we were allowed in port, and soap were put to use. Go ashore jackets and trowsers got out and brushed. Pumps, neckerchiefs, and hats overhauled, one lending to another, so that among the whole each got a good fit out. A boat was called to pull the Liberty men ashore, and we sat down in the stern sheets, as big as pay passengers, and jumping ashore, set out on our walk for the town, which was nearly 3 miles off. It is a pity that some other arrangement is not made in merchant vessels with regard to the Liberty Day. When in port, the crews are kept at work all the week, and the only day they are allowed for rest or pleasure is Sunday, and unless they go ashore on that day, they cannot go at all. I have heard of a religious captain who gave his crew liberty on Saturdays, after 12 o'clock. This would be a good plan, if shipmasters would bring themselves to give their crews so much time. For young sailors especially, many of whom have been brought up with a regard for the sacredness of the day, this strong temptation to break it is exceedingly injurious. As it is, it can hardly be expected that a crew, on a long and hard voyage, will refuse a few hours of freedom from toil and the restraints of a vessel, and an opportunity to tread the ground and see the sights of society and humanity, because it is a Sunday. They feel no objection to being drawn out of a pit on the Sabbath day. I shall never forget the delightful sensation of being in the open air, with the birds singing around me, and escaped from the confinement, labor, and strict rule of a vessel; of being once more in my life, though only for a day, my own master. A sailor's liberty is but for a day, yet while it lasts it is entire. He is under no one's eye, and can do whatever and go wherever he pleases. This day, for the first time, I may truly say, in my whole life, I felt the meaning of a term which I had often heard, the sweets of liberty. S was with me, and turning our backs upon the vessel, we walked slowly along, talking of the pleasure of being our own masters, of the times past when we were free and in the midst of friends in America, and of the prospect of our return, and planning where we would go, and what we would do when we reached home. It was wonderful how the prospect brightened, and how short and tolerable the voyage appeared when viewed in this new light. Things looked differently from what they did when we talked them over in the little dark forecastle, the night after the flogging at San Pedro. It is not the least of the advantages of allowing sailors occasionally a day of liberty, that it gives them a spring, and makes them feel cheerful and independent, and leads them insensibly to look on the bright side of everything for some time after. S and I determined to keep as much together as possible, though we knew that it would not do to cut our shipmates; for knowing our birth and education, they were a little suspicious that we would try to put on the gentlemen when we got ashore, and would be ashamed of their company. And this won't do with Jack. When the voyage is at an end, you do as you please; but so long as you belong to the same vessel, you must be shipmate to him on shore, or he will not be a shipmate to you on board. Being forewarned of this before I went to sea, I took no long togs with me, and being dressed like the rest, in white duck trowsers, blue jacket, and straw hat, which would prevent my going into better company, and showing no disposition to avoid them, I set all suspicion at rest. Our crew fell in with some who belonged to the other vessels, and, sailor like, steered for the first grog shop. This was a small adobe building of only one room, in which were liquors, dry goods, West India goods, shoes, bread, fruits, and everything which is vendible in California. It was kept by a Yankee, a one-eyed man, who belonged formerly to Fall River, came out to the Pacific in a whale ship, left her at the Sandwich Islands, and came to California and set up a pulperia. S and I followed in our shipmates' wake, knowing that to refuse to drink with them would be the highest affront, but determining to slip away at the first opportunity. It is the universal custom with sailors, for each one, in his turn, to treat the whole, calling for a glass all round, and obliging every one who is present, even to the keeper of the shop, to take a glass with him. When we first came in, there was some dispute between our crew and the others, whether the newcomers or the old California rangers should treat first; but it being settled in favor of the latter, each of the crews of the other vessels treated all round in their turn; and as there were a good many present, including some loafers who had dropped in, knowing what was going on, to take advantage of Jack's hospitality, and the liquor was a real (12 cents) a glass, it made somewhat of a hole in their lockers. It was now our ship's turn, and S and I, desirous to get away, stepped up to call for glasses; but we soon found that we must go in order, the oldest first, for the old sailors did not choose to be preceded by a couple of youngsters, and bon gré, mal gré, we had to wait our turn, with the twofold apprehension of being too late for our horses, and of getting too much; for drink you must every time, and if you drink with one and not with the other, it is always taken as an insult. Having at length gone through our turns and acquitted ourselves of all obligations, we slipped out, and went about among the houses, endeavoring to find horses for the day, so that we might ride round and see the country. At first we had but little success, and all we could get out of the lazy fellows, in reply to our questions, being the eternal drawling "Quien sabe?" (who knows?), which is an answer to all questions. After several efforts, we at length fell in with a little Sandwich Island boy, who belonged to Captain Wilson of the Ayacucho, and was well acquainted in the place; and he, knowing where to go, soon procured us 2 horses, ready saddled and bridled, each with a lasso coiled over the pommel. These we were to have all day, with the privilege of riding them down to the beach at night, for $1, which we had to pay in advance. Horses are the cheapest thing in California, very fair ones not being worth more than $10 apiece, and the poorer being often sold for 3 and 4. In taking a day's ride, you pay for the use of the saddle, and for the labor and trouble of catching the horses. If you bring the saddle back safe, they care but little what becomes of the horse. Mounted on our horses, which were spirited beasts, and which, by the way, in this country, are always steered in the cavalry fashion, by pressing the contrary rein against the neck, and not by pulling on the bit, we started off on a fine run over the country. The first place we went to was the old ruinous Presidio, which stands on a rising ground near the village, which it overlooks. It is built in the form of an open square, like all the other Presidios, and was in a most ruinous state, with the exception of one side, in which the commandant lived with his family. There were only 2 guns, one of which was spiked, and the other had no carriage. 12 half clothed and half starved looking fellows composed the garrison, and they, it was said, had not a musket apiece. The small settlement lay directly below the fort, composed of about 40 dark brown looking huts, or houses, and 3 or 4 larger ones, whitewashed, which belonged to the gente de razón. This town is not more than half as large as Monterey or Santa Barbara, and has little or no business. From the Presidio we rode off in the direction of the mission, which we were told was 3 miles distant. The country was rather sandy, and there was nothing for miles which could be called a tree, but the grass grew green and rank, and there were many bushes and thickets, and the soil is said to be good. After a pleasant ride of a couple of miles, we saw the white walls of the mission, and, fording a small stream, we came directly before it. The mission is built of adobe and plastered. There was something decidedly striking in its appearance. A number of irregular buildings, connected with one another, and disposed in the form of a hollow square, with a church at one end, rising above the rest, with a tower containing 5 belfries, in each of which hung a large bell, and with very large rusty iron crosses at the tops. Just outside of the buildings, and under the walls, stood 20 or 30 small huts, built of straw and of the branches of trees grouped together, in which a few Indians lived, under the protection and the service of the mission. Entering a gateway, we drove into the open square, in which the stillness of death reigned. On one side was the church; on another, a range of high buildings with grated windows; a third was a range of smaller buildings or offices; and the fourth seemed to be little more than a high connecting wall. Not a living creature could we see. We rode twice round the square, in the hope of waking up some one, and in one circuit saw a tall monk, with shaven head, sandals, and the dress of the Grey Friars, pass rapidly through the gallery, but he disappeared without noticing us. After 2 circuits we stopped our horses, and at last a man showed himself in front of one of the small buildings. We rode up to him, and found him dressed in the common dress of the country, with a silver chain round his neck, supporting a large bunch of keys. From this we took him to be the steward of the mission, and, addressing him as Mayor Doma, received a low bow and an invitation to walk into his room. Making our horses fast, we went in. It was a plain room, containing a table, 3 or 4 chairs, a small picture or 2 of some saint, or miracle, or martyrdom, and a few dishes and glasses. "Hay alguna cosa de comer?" said I, from my grammar. "Si, señor," said he. "Que gusta usted?" Mentioning frijoles, which I knew they must have if they had nothing else, and beef and bread, with a hint for wine, if they had any, he went off to another building across the court, and returned in a few minutes with a couple of Indian boys, bearing dishes and a decanter of wine. The dishes contained baked meats, frijoles stewed with peppers and onions, boiled eggs, and California flour baked into a kind of macaroni. These, together with the wine, made the most sumptuous meal we had eaten since we left Boston; and, compared with the fare we had lived upon for 7 months, it was a real banquet. After dispatching it, we took out some money and asked him how much we were to pay. He shook his head and crossed himself, saying that it was charity; that the Lord gave it to us. Knowing the amount of this to be that he did not sell, but was willing to receive a present, we gave him 10 or 12 reals, which he pocketed with admirable nonchalance, saying, "Dios se lo pague." Taking leave of him, we rode out to the Indians' huts. The little children were running about among the huts stark naked, and the men wore not much more, but the women had generally coarse gowns of a sort of tow cloth. The men are employed most of the time in tending the cattle of the mission, and in working in the garden, which is a very large one, including several acres, and filled, it is said, with the very best fruits of the climate. The language of these people, which is spoken by all the Indians of California, is the most brutish, without any exception, that I ever heard, or that could well be conceived of. It is a complete slabber. The words fall off the ends of their tongues, and a continual slabbering sound is made in the cheeks, outside of the teeth. It cannot have been the language of Montezuma and the independent Mexicans. Here among the huts we saw the oldest man that I had ever met with, and indeed I never supposed that a person could retain life and exhibit such marks of age. He was sitting out in the sun, leaning against the side of a hut, and his legs and arms, which were bare, were of a dark red color, the skin withered and shrunk up like burnt leather, and the limbs not larger round than those of a boy of 5 years. He had a few gray hairs, which were tied together at the back of his head, and he was so feeble, when we came up to him, he raised his hand slowly to his face, and taking hold of the lids with his fingers, lifted them up to look at us, and being satisfied, let them drop again. All command over the lids seemed to have gone. I asked his age, but could get no answer but "Quien sabe?" and they probably did not know it. Leaving the mission, we returned to the village, going nearly all the way on a full run. The California horses have no medium gait, which is pleasant between walking and running. For, as there are no streets and parades, they have no need of the genteel trot, and their rides usually keep them at the top of their speed until they are tired, and then let them rest themselves by walking. The fine air of the afternoon, the rapid gait of the animals, who seemed almost to fly over the ground, and the excitement and novelty of the motion to us, who had been so long confined on shipboard, were exhilarating beyond expression, and we felt willing to ride all day long. Coming into the village, we found things looking very lively. The Indians, who always have a holiday on Sunday, were engaged at playing a kind of running game of ball, on a level piece of ground near the houses. The old ones sat down in a ring, looking on, while the young ones, men, boys, and girls, were chasing the ball, and throwing it with all their might. Some of the girls ran like greyhounds. At every accident or remarkable feat, the old people set up a deafening screaming and clapping of the hands. Several blue jackets were reeling about among the houses, which showed that the pulperias had been well patronized. One or two of the sailors had got on horseback, but, being rather indifferent horsemen, and the Mexicans having given them vicious beasts, they were soon thrown, much to the amusement of the people. A half dozen Sandwich Islanders from the hide houses and the two brigs, bold riders, were dashing about on the full gallop, hallooing and laughing like so many wild men. It was now nearly sundown, and S and I went into a house, and sat quietly down to rest ourselves before going to the beach. Several people soon collected to see "los marineros ingleses," and one of them, a young woman, took a great fancy to my pocket handkerchief, which was a large silk one that I had before going to sea, and a handsomer one than they had been in the habit of seeing. Of course I gave it to her, which brought me into high favor, and we had a present of some pears and other fruits, which we took down to the beach with us. When we came to leave the house, we found that our horses, which we had tied to the door, were both gone. We had paid for them to ride down to the beach, but they were not to be found. We went to the man of whom we hired them, but he only shrugged his shoulders, and to our question, "Where are the horses?" only answered, "Quien sabe?" But as he was very easy, and made no inquiries for the saddles, we saw he knew very well where they were. After a little trouble, determined not to walk to the beach, a distance of 3 miles, we procured two, at 4 reals more apiece, with 2 Indian boys to run behind and bring them back. Determined to have the go out of the horses for our trouble, we went down at full speed, and were on the beach in a few minutes. Wishing to make our liberty last as long as possible, we rode up and down among the hide houses, amusing ourselves with seeing the men as they arrived. It was now dusk, some on horseback and others on foot. The Sandwich Islanders rode down, and were in high snuff. We inquired for our shipmates, and were told that 2 of them had started on horseback and been thrown, or had fallen off, and were seen heading for the beach, but steering pretty wild, and by the looks of things would not be down much before midnight. The Indian boys having arrived, we gave them our horses, and having seen them safely off, hailed for a boat, and went aboard. Thus ended our first Liberty Day on shore. We were well tired, but had had a good time, and were more willing to go back to our old duties. About midnight, we were woke up by our 2 watchmates, who had come aboard in high dispute. It seems that they had started to come down on the same horse, double backed, and each was accusing the other of being the cause of his fall. They soon, however, turned in and fell asleep, and probably forgot all about it, for the next morning the dispute was not renewed. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 17. San Diego. The next sound that we heard was,
All hands ahoy!
and looking up the scuttle, saw that it was just daylight. Our Liberty had now truly taken flight, and with it we laid away our pumps, stockings, blue jackets, neckerchiefs, and other go-ashore paraphernalia, and putting on old duck trousers, red shirts, and Scotch caps, began taking out and landing our hides. For 3 days we were hard at work in this duty, from the gray of the morning until starlight, with the exception of a short time allowed for meals. For landing and taking on board hides, San Diego is decidedly the best place in California. The harbor is small and landlocked. There is no surf. The vessels lie within a cable's length of the beach, and the beach itself is smooth, hard sand, without rocks or stones. For these reasons, it is used by all the vessels in the trade as a depot, and indeed it would be impossible, when loading with the cured hides for the passage home, to take them on board at any of the open ports, without getting them wet in the surf, which would spoil them. We took possession of one of the hide houses which belonged to our firm, and had been used by the California. It was built to hold 40,000 hides, and we had the pleasing prospect of filling it before we could leave the coast. And towards this our 3,500, which we brought down with us, would do but little. There was scarce a man on board who did not go often into the house, looking round, reflecting, and making some calculation of the time it would require. The hides, as they come rough and uncured from the vessels, are piled up outside of the houses, whence they are taken and carried through a regular process of pickling, drying, and cleaning, and stowed away in the house, ready to be put on board. This process is necessary in order that they may keep during a long voyage and in warm latitudes. For the purpose of curing and taking care of them, an officer and a part of the crew of each vessel are usually left ashore, and it was for this business, we found, that our new officer had joined us. As soon as the hides were landed, he took charge of the house, and the captain intended to leave 2 or 3 of us with him, hiring Sandwich Islanders in our places on board. But he could not get any Sandwich Islanders to go, although he offered them $15 a month, for the report of the flogging had got among them, and he was called Aloi Maikai, no good, and that was the end of the business. They were, however, willing to work on shore, and 4 of them were hired to put with Mr. Russell to cure the hides. After landing our hides, we next sent ashore our spare spars and rigging, all the stores which we did not need in the course of one trip to windward, and in fact, everything which we could spare, so as to make room on board for hides; among other things, the pigsty, and with it, old Bess. This was an old sow that we had brought from Boston, and which lived to get round Cape Horn, where all the other pigs died from cold and wet. Report said that she had been a Canton voyage before. She had been the pet of the cook during the whole passage, and he had fed her with the best of everything, taught her to know his voice, and to do a number of strange tricks for his amusement. Tom Cringle says that no one can fathom a negro's affection for a pig, and I believe he is right, for it almost broke our poor darky's heart when he heard that Bess was to be taken ashore, and that he was to have the care of her no more. He had depended upon her as a solace during the long trips up and down the coast. "Obey orders if you break owners," said he. Break hearts, he might have said, and lent a hand to get her over the side, trying to make it as easy for her as possible. We got a whip on the main yard, and hooking it to a strap round her body, swayed away, and giving a wink to one another, ran her chock up to the yard arm.
"Vast there! Vast!"
said the mate.
"None of your skylarking! Lower away!"
But he evidently enjoyed the joke. The pig squealed like the crack of doom, and tears stood in the poor darky's eyes, and he muttered something about having no pity on a dumb beast. "Dumb beast!" said Jack. "If she's what you call a dumb beast, then my eyes ain't mates." This produced a laugh from all but the cook. He was too intent upon seeing her safe in the boat. He watched her all the way ashore, where, upon her landing, she was received by a whole troop of her kind, who had been sent ashore from the other vessels, and had multiplied and formed a large commonwealth. From the door of his galley the cook used to watch them in their manoeuvres, setting up a shout and clapping his hands whenever Bess came off victorious in the struggles for pieces of raw hide and half-picked bones which were lying about the beach. During the day he saved all the nice things, and made a bucket of swill, and asked us to take it ashore in the gig, and looked quite disconcerted when the mate told him that he would pitch the swill overboard, and him after it, if he saw any of it go into the boats. We told them that he thought more about the pig than he did about his wife, who lived down in Robinson's Alley; and indeed he could hardly have been more attentive, for he actually, on several nights after dark, when he thought he would not be seen, sculled himself ashore in a boat, with a bucket of nice swill, and returned like Leander from crossing the Hellespont. The next day the other half of our crew went ashore on liberty, and left us on board, to enjoy the first quiet Sunday we had had upon the coast. Here were no hides to come off, and no south-easter to fear. We washed and mended our clothes in the morning, and spent the rest of the day in reading and writing. Several of us wrote letters to send home by the Lagoda. At 12 o'clock, the Ayacucho dropped her foretopsail, which was a signal for her sailing. She unmoored and warped down into the bight, from which she got under way. During this operation, her crew were a long time heaving at the windlass, and I listened to the musical notes of a Sandwich Islander named Mahana, who sang out for them. Sailors, when heaving at a windlass, in order that they may heave together, always have one to sing out, which is done in high and long-drawn notes, varying with the motion of the windlass. This requires a clear voice, strong lungs, and much practice to be done well. This fellow had a very peculiar, wild sort of note, breaking occasionally into a falsetto. The sailors thought that it was too high, and not enough for the boatswain's hoarseness about it; but to me it had a great charm. The harbor was perfectly still, and his voice rang among the hills as though it could have been heard for miles. Towards sundown, a good breeze having sprung up, the Ayacucho got under way, and with her long, sharp head cutting elegantly through the water on the top bowline, she stood directly out of the harbor, and bore away to the southward. She was bound to Callao, and thence to the Sandwich Islands, and expected to be on the coast again in 8 or 10 months. At the close of the week we were ready to sail, but were delayed a day or two by the running away of Foster, the man who had been our second mate, and was turned forward. From the time that he was broken, he had had a dog's berth on board the vessel, and determined to run away at the first opportunity. Having shipped for an officer when he was not half a seaman, he found little pity with the crew, and was not man enough to hold his ground among them. The captain called him a "soger," and promised to "ride him down as he would the main tack." Note: Soger, soldier, is the worst term of reproach that can be applied to a sailor. It signifies a skulk, a shirk, one who is always trying to get clear of work, and is out of the way, or hanging back, when duty is to be done. Marine is the term applied more particularly to a man who is ignorant and clumsy about seaman's work. A greenhorn, a land lubber. To make a sailor shoulder a handspike and walk fore and aft the deck like a sentry, is as ignominious a punishment as can be put upon him. Such a punishment inflicted upon an able seaman in a vessel of war might break down his spirit more than a flogging. The captain called him a soger, and promised to "ride him down as he would the main tack;" and when officers are once determined to "ride a man down," it is a gone case with him. He had had several difficulties with the captain, and asked leave to go home on the Lagoda, but this was refused him. One night he was insolent to an officer on the beach, and refused to come aboard in the boat. He was reported to the captain, and as he came aboard, it being past the proper hour, he was called aft, and told that he was to have a flogging. Immediately he fell down on deck, calling out, "Don't flog me, Captain Thompson! Don't flog me!" And the captain, angry and disgusted with him, gave him a few blows over the back with a rope's end, and sent him forward. He was not much hurt, but a good deal frightened, and made up his mind to run away that night. This was managed better than anything he ever did in his life, and seemed really to show some spirit and forethought. He gave his bedding and mattress to one of the Lagoda's crew, who promised to keep it for him, and took it aboard his ship as something which he had bought. He then unpacked his chest, putting all his valuable clothes into a large canvas bag, and told one of us who had the watch to call him at midnight. Coming on deck at midnight, and finding no officer on deck, and all still aft, he lowered his bag into a boat, got softly down into it, cast off the painter, and let it drop down silently with the tide until he was out of hearing, when he sculled ashore. The next morning, when all hands were mustered, there was a great stir to find F . Of course, we would tell nothing, and all they could discover was that he had left an empty chest behind him, and that he went off in the boat, for they saw the boat lying high and dry on the beach. After breakfast, the captain went up to the town, and offered a reward of $20 for him, and for a couple of days the soldiers, Indians, and all others who had nothing to do, were scouring the country for him, on horseback, but without effect, for he was safely concealed all the time within 50 rods of the hide houses. As soon as he had landed, he went directly to the Lagoda's hide house, and a part of her crew, who were living there on shore, promised to conceal him and his traps until the Pilgrim should sail, and then to intercede with Captain Bradshaw to take him on board his ship. Just behind the hide houses, among the thickets and underwood, was a small cave, the entrance to which was only known to 2 men on the beach, and which was so well concealed that though, when afterwards I came to live on shore, it was shown to me 2 or 3 times, I was never able to find it alone. To this cave he was carried before daybreak in the morning, and supplied with bread and water, and there remained until he saw us under way, and well round the point. Friday, March 27th. The captain having given up all hope of finding F , and being unwilling to delay any longer, gave orders for unmooring ship, and we made sail, dropping slowly down with the tide and light wind. We left letters with Captain Bradshaw to take to Boston, and were made miserable by hearing him say that he should be back again before we left the coast. The wind, which was very light, died away soon after we doubled the point, and we lay becalmed for 2 days, not moving 3 miles the whole time, and a part of the 2nd day were almost within sight of the vessels. On the 3rd day, about noon, a cool sea breeze came rippling and darkening the surface of the water, and by sundown we were off San Juan, which is about 40 miles from San Diego, and is called halfway to San Pedro, where we were bound. Our crew was now considerably weakened. 1 man we had lost overboard, another had been taken aft as clerk, and a 3rd had run away, so that besides S and myself, there were only 3 able seamen and 1 boy of 12 years of age. With this diminished and discontented crew, and in a small vessel, we were now to battle the watch through a couple of years of hard service. Yet there was not one who was not glad that F had escaped, for shiftless and good for nothing as he was, no one could wish to see him dragging on a miserable life, cowed down and disheartened. And we were all rejoiced to hear, upon our return to San Diego, about 2 months afterwards, that he had been immediately taken aboard the Lagoda, and had gone home in her, on regular seaman's wages. After a slow passage of 5 days, we arrived, on Wednesday, the 1st of April, at our old anchoring ground at San Pedro. The bay was as deserted and looked as dreary as before, and formed no pleasing contrast with the security and snugness of San Diego, and the activity and interest which the loading and unloading of 4 vessels gave to that scene. In a few days, the hides began to come slowly down, and we got into the old business of rolling goods up the hill, pitching hides down, and pulling our long leg off and on. Nothing of note occurred while we were lying here, except that an attempt was made to repair the small Mexican brig, which had been cast away in a south-easter, and which now lay up, high and dry, over one reef of rocks and 2 sandbanks. Our carpenters surveyed her, and pronounced her capable of being refitted, and in a few days the owners came down from the Pueblo, and having waited for the high spring tides, with the help of our cables, kedges, and crews, hauled her off after several trials. The 3 men at the house on shore, who had formerly been a part of her crew, now joined her, and seemed glad enough at the prospect of getting off the coast. On board our own vessel, things went on in the common monotonous way. The excitement which immediately followed the flogging scene had passed off, but the effect of it upon the crew, and especially upon the 2 men themselves, remained. The different manner in which these men were affected, corresponding to their different characters, was not a little remarkable. John was a foreigner and high-tempered, and though mortified, as any one would have been at having had the worst of an encounter, yet his chief feeling seemed to be anger, and he talked much of satisfaction and revenge, if he ever got back to Boston. But with the other it was very different. He was an American, and had had some education, and this thing coming upon him seemed completely to break him down. He had a feeling of the degradation that had been inflicted upon him, which the other man was incapable of. Before that, he had a good deal of fun in him, and amused us often with queer negro stories. He was from a slave state, but afterwards he seldom smiled, seemed to lose all life and elasticity, and appeared to have but one wish, and that was for the voyage to be at an end. I have often known him to draw a long sigh when he was alone, and he took but little part or interest in John's plans of satisfaction and retaliation. After a stay of about a fortnight, during which we slipped for one south-easter, and were at sea 2 days, we got under way for Santa Barbara. It was now the middle of April, the south-easter season was nearly over, and the light, regular winds, which blow down the coast, began to set steadily in during the latter part of the day. Against these we beat slowly up to Santa Barbara, a distance of about 90 miles, in 3 days. There we found, lying at anchor, the large Genoese ship which we saw in the same place on the first day of our coming upon the coast. She had been up to San Francisco, or as it is called, "chock up to windward," and had stopped at Monterey on her way down, and was shortly to proceed to San Pedro and San Diego, and thence, taking in her cargo, to sail for Valparaiso and Cadiz. She was a large, clumsy ship, and with her topmasts stayed forward and high poop deck, looked like an old woman, with a crippled back. It was now the close of Lent, and on Good Friday she had all her yards a cockbill, which is customary among Catholic vessels. Some also have an effigy of Judas, which the crew amuse themselves with keel hauling and hanging by the neck from the yard arms. Chapter 17. Chapter 18, Part 1, of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 18, Part 1, Easter Sunday. The next Sunday was Easter, and as there had been no liberty at San Pedro, it was our turn to go ashore and misspend another Sunday. Soon after breakfast, a large boat, filled with men in blue jackets, scarlet caps, and various colored underclothes, bound ashore on Liberty, left the Italian ship, and passed under our stern, the men singing beautiful Italian boat songs all the way, in fine full chorus. Among the songs I recognized the favorite, "O Pescator dell'Onda." It brought back to my mind pianofortes, drawing rooms, young ladies singing, and 1,000 other things, which as little befitted me in my station to be thinking upon. Supposing that the whole day would be too long a time to spend ashore, as there was no place to which we could take a ride, we remained quietly on board until after dinner. We were then pulled ashore in the stern of the boat, for it is a point with Liberty men to be pulled off and back as passengers by their shipmates; and, with orders to be on the beach at sundown, we took our way for the town. There, everything wore the appearance of a holiday. The people were dressed in their best, the men riding about among the horses, and the women sitting on carpets before the doors. Under the piazza of the Pulperia, 2 men were seated, decked out with knots of ribbons and bouquets, and playing the violin and the Spanish guitar. These are the only instruments, with the exception of the drums and trumpets at Monterey, that I ever heard in California; and I suspect they play upon no others, for at a great fandango at which I was afterwards present, and where they mustered all the music they could find, there were 3 violins and 2 guitars, and no other instruments. As it was now too near the middle of the day to see any dancing, and hearing that a bull was expected down from the country, to be baited in the Presidio Square in the course of an hour or 2, we took a stroll among the houses. Inquiring for an American who, we had been told, had married in the place, and kept a shop, we were directed to a long, low building, at the end of which was a door, with a sign over it in Spanish. Entering the shop, we found no one in it, and the whole had an empty, deserted air. In a few minutes the man made his appearance, and apologized for having nothing to entertain us with, saying that he had had a fandango at his house the night before, and the people had eaten and drunk up everything. "Oh, yes," said I, "Easter holydays." "No," said he, with a singular expression on his face, "I had a little daughter die the other day, and that's the custom of the country." At this, I felt somewhat awkwardly, not knowing what to say, and whether to offer consolation or not, and was beginning to retire, when he opened a side door and told us to walk in. Here I was no less astonished, for I found a large room, filled with young girls, from 3 or 4 years of age up to 15 and 16, dressed all in white, with wreaths of flowers on their heads, and bouquets in their hands. Following our conductor among these girls, who were playing about in high spirits, we came to a table, at the end of the room, covered with a white cloth, on which lay a coffin, about 3 feet long, with the body of this child. The coffin was covered with white cloth, and lined with white satin, and strewn with flowers. Through an open door, we saw in another room a few elderly people in common dresses, while the benches and tables thrown up in a corner, and the stained walls, gave evident signs of the last night's high go. Feeling like Garrick, between tragedy and comedy, and uncertainty of purpose, I asked the man when the funeral would take place, and being told it would move towards the mission in about an hour, took my leave. To pass away the time, we hired horses, and rode to the beach, and there saw 3 or 4 Italian sailors, mounted, and riding up and down on the hard sand at a furious rate. We joined them, and found it fine sport. The beach gave us a stretch of a mile or more, and the horses flew over the smooth, hard sand, apparently invigorated and excited by the salt sea breeze, and by the continual roar and dashing of the breakers. From the beach we returned to the town, and, finding that the funeral procession had moved, rode on and overtook it about half way to the mission. Here was as peculiar a sight as we had seen before in the house, the one looking as much like a funeral procession as the other did like a house of mourning. The little coffin was borne by 8 girls, who were continually relieved by others running forward from the procession and taking their places. Behind it came a straggling company of girls, dressed as before in white and flowers, and including, I should suppose by their numbers, nearly all the girls between 5 and 15 in the place. They played along all the way, frequently stopping and running all together to talk to some one, or to pick up a flower, and then running on again to overtake the coffin. There were a few elderly women in common colors, and a herd of young men and boys, some on foot and others mounted, followed them, or walked or rode by their side, frequently interrupting them by jokes and questions. But the most singular thing of all was, that 2 men walked, one on each side of the coffin, carrying muskets in their hands, which they continually loaded and fired into the air. Whether this was to keep off the evil spirits or not, I do not know. It was the only interpretation that I could put upon it. As we drew near the mission, we saw the great gate thrown open, and the padre standing on the steps, with a crucifix in his hand. The mission is a large and deserted-looking place, the outbuildings going to ruin, and everything giving one the impression of decayed grandeur. A large stone fountain threw out pure water from 4 mouths into a basin before the church door, and we were on the point of riding up to let our horses drink, when it occurred to us that it might be consecrated, and we forbore. Just at this moment the bells set up their harsh, discordant clangor, and the procession moved into the court. I wished to follow and see the ceremony, but the horse of one of my companions had become frightened, and was tearing off towards the town, and having thrown his rider, and got one of his hoofs caught in the tackling of the saddle, which had slipped, was fast dragging and ripping it into pieces. Knowing that my shipmate could not speak a word of Spanish, and fearing that he would get into difficulty, I was obliged to leave the ceremony and ride after him. I soon overtook him, trudging along, swearing at the horse, and carrying the remains of the saddle, which he had picked up on the road. Going to the owner of the horse, we made a settlement with him, and found him surprisingly liberal. All parts of the saddle were brought back, and being capable of repair, he was satisfied with 6 reals. We thought it would have been a few dollars. We pointed to the horse, who was now halfway up one of the mountains, but he shook his head, saying, "No importa," and giving us to understand that he had plenty more. Having returned to the town, we saw a crowd collected in the square before the principal pulperia, and riding up, found that all these people, men, women, and children, had been drawn together by a couple of bantam cocks. The cocks were in full tilt, springing into one another, and the people were as eager, laughing and shouting, as though the combatants had been men. There had been a disappointment about the bull. He had broken his bail, and had taken himself off, and it was too late to get another, so the people were obliged to put up with a cockfight. One of the bantams, having been knocked in the head, and having an eye put out, gave in, and 2 monstrous prize cocks were brought on. These were the object of the whole affair, the bantams having been merely served up as a first course, to collect the people together. 2 fellows came into the ring, holding the cocks in their arms, and stroking them, and running about on all 4s, encouraging and setting them on. Bets ran high, and, like most other contests, it remained for some time undecided. Both cocks showed great pluck, and fought probably better and longer than their masters would have done. Whether in the end it was the white or the red that beat, I do not recollect; but whichever it was, he strutted off with the true "Winny widdy weechy" look, leaving the other lying panting on his beam ends. This matter having been settled, we heard some talk about caballos and carrera, and seeing the people streaming off in one direction, we followed, and came upon a level piece of ground, just out of the town, which was used as a race course. Here the crowd soon became thick again. The ground was marked off, the judges stationed, and the horses led up to one end. Two fine-looking old gentlemen, Don Carlos and Don Domingo, so called, held the stakes, and all was now ready. We waited some time, during which we could just see the horses twisting round and turning, until at length there was a shout along the lines, and on they came, heads stretched out and eyes starting, working all over, both man and beast. The steeds came by us like a couple of chain shot, neck and neck, and now we could see nothing but their backs and their hind hoofs flying in the air. As fast as the horses passed, the crowd broke up behind them and ran to the goal. When we got there, we found the horses returning on a slow walk, having run far beyond the mark, and heard that the long, bony one had come in head and shoulders before the other. The riders were light-built men, and had handkerchiefs tied round their heads, and were bare-armed and bare-legged. The horses were noble-looking beasts, not so sleek and combed as our Boston stable horses, but with fine limbs and spirited eyes. After this had been settled and fully talked over, the crowd scattered again, and flocked back to the town. Returning to the large pulperia, we heard the violin and guitar screaming and twanging away under the piazza, where they had been all day. As it was now sundown, there began to be some dancing. The Italian sailors danced, and one of our crew exhibited himself in a sort of West Indian shuffle, much to the amusement of the bystanders, who cried out,
"Bravo! Otra vez!"
and
"Vivan los marineros!"
But the dancing did not become general, as the women and the gente de razón had not yet made their appearance. We wished very much to stay and see the style of dancing, but although we had had our own way during the day, yet we were, after all, but foremast Jacks, and having been ordered to be on the beach by sunset, did not venture to be more than an hour behind the time, so we took our way down. We found the boat just pulling ashore through the breakers, which were running high, there having been a heavy fog outside, which, from some cause or other, always brings on, or precedes, a heavy sea. Liberty men are privileged from the time they leave the vessel until they step on board again. So we took our places in the stern sheets, and were congratulating ourselves upon getting off dry, when a great comber broke fore and aft the boat, and wet us through and through, filling the boat half full of water. Having lost her buoyancy by the weight of the water, she dropped heavily into every sea that struck her, and by the time we had pulled out of the surf into deep water, she was but just afloat, and we were up to our knees. By the help of a small bucket and our hats, we bailed her out, got on board, hoisted the boats, ate our supper, changed our clothes, gave, as is usual, the whole history of our day's adventures to those who had stayed on board, and, having taken a night smoke, turned in. Thus ended our second day's liberty on shore. On Monday morning, as the offset of our day's sport, we were all set to work tarring down the rigging. Some got gantlings up for riding down the stays and backstays, and others tarred the shrouds, lifts, etc., laying out on the yards and coming down the rigging. We overhauled our bags, and took out our old tarry trousers and frocks, which we had used when we tarred down before, and were all at work in the rigging by sunrise. After breakfast, we had the satisfaction of seeing the Italian ship's boat go ashore, filled with men, gaily dressed, as on the day before, and singing their barcarollas. The Easter holidays are kept up on shore for 3 days, and, being a Catholic vessel, her crew had the advantage of them. For 2 successive days, while perched up in the rigging, covered with tar, and engaged in our disagreeable work, we saw these fellows going ashore in the morning and coming off again at night, in high spirits. So much for being Protestants, There's no danger of Catholicism spreading in New England, unless the church cuts down our holidays. Yankees can't afford the time. American shipmasters get nearly 3 weeks more labor out of their crews, in the course of a year, than the masters of vessels from Catholic countries. As Yankees don't usually keep Christmas, and shipmasters at sea never know when Thanksgiving comes, Jack has no festival at all. About noon, a man aloft called out,
Sail ho!
and looking off, we saw the head sails of a vessel coming round the point. As she drew round, she showed the broadside of a full-rigged brig, with the Yankee ensign at her peak. We ran up our stars and stripes, and knowing that there was no American brig on the coast but ours, expected to have news from home. She rounded to and let go her anchor, but the dark faces on her yards, when they furled the sails, and the babble on deck, soon made known that she was from the islands. Immediately afterwards a boat's crew came aboard, bringing her skipper, and from them we learned that she was from Oahu, and was engaged in the same trade with the Ayacucho and Loriotte, between the coast, the Sandwich Islands, and the leeward coast of Peru and Chili. Her captain and officers were Americans, and also a part of her crew. The rest were islanders. She was called the Catalina, and, like the vessels in that trade, except the Ayacucho, her papers and colors were from Uncle Sam. They, of course, brought us no news, and we were doubly disappointed, for we had thought at first it might be the ship which we were expecting from Boston. After lying here about a fortnight and collecting all the hides the place afforded, we set sail again for San Pedro. There we found the brig which we had assisted in getting off lying at anchor, with a mixed crew of Americans, English, Sandwich Islanders, Spaniards, and Spanish Indians. And though much smaller than we, yet she had 3 times the number of men, and she needed them, for her officers were Californians. No vessels in the world go so sparingly manned as American and English, and none do so well. A Yankee brig of that size would have had a crew of 4 men, and would have worked round and round her. The Italian ship had a crew of 30 men, nearly 3 times as many as the Alert, which was afterwards on the coast, and was of the same size. Yet the Alert would get under way and come to in half the time, and get 2 anchors, while they were all talking at once, jabbering like a parcel of yahoos, and running about the decks to find their cat block. There was only one point in which they had the advantage over us, and that was in lightening their labors in the boats by their songs. The Americans are a time and money-saving people, but have not yet, as a nation, learned that music may be turned to account. We pulled the long distances to and from the shore, with our loaded boats, without a word spoken, and with discontented looks, while they not only lightened the labor of rowing, but actually made it pleasant and cheerful by their music. So true is it that, for the tired slave, song lifts the languid oar, and bids it aptly fall, with chime that beautifies the fairest shore, and mitigates the harshest clime. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, part 2, of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 18, part 2, Easter Sunday. After lying about a week in San Pedro, we got under way for San Diego, intending to stop at San Juan, as the southeaster season was nearly over, and there was little or no danger. This being the spring season, San Pedro, as well as all the other open ports upon the coast, was filled with whales, that had come in to make their annual visit upon soundings. For the first few days that we were here and at Santa Barbara, we watched them with great interest, calling out,
There she blows!
every time we saw the spout of one breaking the surface of the water, but they soon became so common that we took little notice of them. They often broke very near us, and one thick, foggy night, during a dead calm, while I was standing anchor watch, one of them rose so near that he struck our cable, and made all surge again. He did not seem to like the encounter much himself, for he sheered off and spouted at a good distance. We once came very near running one down in the gig, and should probably have been knocked to pieces or thrown sky high. We had been on board the little Spanish brig, and were returning, stretching out well at our oars, the little boat going like a swallow. Our faces were turned aft, as is always the case in pulling, and the captain, who was steering, was not looking out, when, all at once, we heard the spout of a whale directly ahead.
Backwater! Backwater for your lives!
Shouted the captain, and we backed our blades in the water, and brought the boat to in a smother of foam. Turning our heads, we saw a great, rough, hump-backed whale slowly crossing our forefoot, within 3 or 4 yards of the boat's stem. Had we not backed water just as we did, we should inevitably have gone smash upon him, striking him with our stem just about amidships. He took no notice of us, but passed slowly on, and dived a few yards beyond us, throwing his tail high in the air. He was so near that we had a perfect view of him, and, as may be supposed, had no desire to see him nearer. He was a disgusting creature, with a skin rough, hairy, and of an iron gray color. This kind differs much from the sperm in color and skin, and is said to be fiercer. We saw a few sperm whales, but most of the whales that come upon the coast are fin backs and humpbacks, which are more difficult to take, and are said not to give oil enough to pay for the trouble. For this reason, whale ships do not come upon the coast after them. Our captain, together with Captain Nye of the Loriotte, who had been in a whale ship, thought of making an attempt upon one of them with 2 boats' crews, but as we only had 2 harpoons and no proper lines, they gave it up. During the months of March, April, and May, these whales appear in great numbers in the open ports of Santa Barbara, San Pedro, etc., and hover off the coast, while a few find their way into the close harbors of San Diego and Monterey. They are all off again before midsummer, and make their appearance on the off-shore ground. We saw some fine schools of sperm whales, which are easily distinguished by their spout, blowing away a few miles to windward, on our passage to San Juan. Coasting along on the quiet shore of the Pacific, we came to anchor in 20 fathoms water, almost out at sea, as it were, and directly abreast of a steep hill which overhung the water, and was twice as high as our royal masthead. We had heard much of this place from the Lagoda's crew, who said it was the worst place in California. The shore is rocky, and directly exposed to the southeast, so that vessels are obliged to slip and run for their lives on the first sign of a gale; and late as it was in the season, we got up our slip rope and gear, as though we meant to stay only 24 hours. We pulled the agent ashore, and were ordered to wait for him, while he took a circuitous way round the hill to the mission, which was hidden behind it. We were glad of the opportunity to examine this singular place, and hauling the boat up and making her well fast, took different directions up and down the beach to explore it. San Juan is the only romantic spot on the coast. The country here for several miles is high table land, running boldly to the shore and breaking off in a steep cliff, at the foot of which the waters of the Pacific are constantly dashing. For several miles the water washes the very base of the hill, or breaks upon ledges and fragments of rocks, which run out into the sea. Just where we landed was a small cove, or bight, which gave us, at high tide, a few square feet of sand beach between the sea and the bottom of the hill. This was the only landing place. Directly before us rose the perpendicular height of 400 or 500 feet. How we were to get the hides down, or goods up, upon the table land on which the mission was situated, was more than we could tell. The agent had taken a long circuit, and yet had frequently to jump over breaks and climb steep places in the ascent. No animal but a man or a monkey could get up it. However, that was not our lookout, and knowing that the agent would be gone an hour or more, we strolled about, picking up shells and following the sea where it tumbled in, roaring and spouting among the crevices of the great rocks. What a sight, thought I, this must be in a south-easter.
The rocks were as large as those of Nahant or Newport,
but, to my eye, more grand and broken. Besides, there was a grandeur in everything around, which gave a solemnity to the scene, a silence and a solitariness, which affected every part. Not a human being but ourselves for miles, and no sound heard but the pulsations of the great Pacific, and the great steep hill, rising like a wall, and cutting us off from all the world but the world of waters. I separated myself from the rest, and sat down on a rock, just where the sea ran in and formed a fine spouting horn. Compared with the plain, dull sand beach of the rest of the coast, this grandeur was as refreshing as a great rock in a weary land. It was almost the first time that I had been positively alone, free from the sense that human beings were at my elbow, if not talking with me, since I had left home. My better nature returned strong upon me. Everything was in accordance with my state of feeling, and I experienced a glow of pleasure at finding that what of poetry and romance I ever had in me, had not been entirely deadened by the laborious life, with its paltry, vulgar associations, which I had been leading. Nearly an hour did I sit, almost lost in the luxury of this entirely new scene of the play in which I had been so long acting, when I was aroused by the distant shouts of my companions, and saw that they were collecting together, as the agent had made his appearance, on his way back to our boat. We pulled aboard, and found the long boat hoisted out, and nearly laden with goods, and, after dinner, we all went on shore in the quarter boat, with the long boat in tow. As we drew in, we descried an ox cart and a couple of men standing directly on the brow of the hill, and having landed, the captain took his way round the hill, ordering me and one other to follow him. We followed, picking our way out, and jumping and scrambling up, walking over briars and prickly pears, until we came to the top. Here the country stretched out for miles, as far as the eye could reach, on a level table surface, and the only habitation in sight was the small white mission of San Juan Capistrano, with a few Indian huts about it, standing in a small hollow, about a mile from where we were. Reaching the brow of the hill, where the car stood, we found several piles of hides, the Indians sitting round them. One or two other carts were coming slowly on from the mission, and the captain told us to begin and throw the hides down. This, then, was the way they were to be got down, throwing down one at a time, a distance of 400 feet. This was doing the business on a great scale. Standing on the edge of the hill and looking down the perpendicular height, the sailors that walked upon the beach appeared like mice, and our tall anchoring bark diminished to her cock a buoy, almost too small for sight. Down this height we pitched the hides, throwing them as far out into the air as we could, and as they were all large, stiff, and doubled, like the cover of a book, the wind took them, and they swayed and eddied about, plunging and rising in the air, like a kite when it has broken its string. As it was now low tide, there was no danger of their falling into the water, and, as fast as they came to ground, the men below picked them up, and, taking them on their heads, walked off with them to the boat. It was really a picturesque sight, the great height, the scaling of the hides, and the continual walking to and fro of the men, who looked like mites on the beach. This was the romance of hide droghing. Some of the hides lodged in cavities under the bank and out of our sight, being directly under us; but by pitching other hides in the same direction, we succeeded in dislodging them. Had they remained there, the captain said he should have sent on board for a couple of pairs of long halyards, and got someone to go down for them. It was said that one of the crew of an English brig went down in the same way a few years before. We looked over and thought it would not be a welcome task, especially for a few paltry hides. But no one knows what he will do until he is called upon, for 6 months afterwards I descended the same place by a pair of top-gallant studding-sail halyards, to save half a dozen hides which had lodged there. Having thrown them all over, we took our way back again, and found the boat loaded and ready to start. We pulled off, took the hides all aboard, hoisted in the boats, hove up our anchor, made sail, and before sundown were on our way to San Diego. Friday, May 18th, 1835. Arrived at San Diego, we found the little harbor deserted. The Lagoda, Ayacucho, Loriotte, all had sailed away from the coast, and we were left alone. All the hide houses on the beach but ours were shut up, and the Sandwich Islanders, a dozen or 20 in number, who had worked for the other vessels, had been paid off when they sailed, were living on the beach, keeping up a grand carnival. There was a large oven on the beach, which, it seems, had been built by a Russian discovery ship that had been on the coast a few years ago, for baking her bread. This the Sandwich Islanders took possession of, and had kept ever since undisturbed. It was big enough to hold 8 or 10 men, and had a door in the side, and a vent hole in the top. They covered the floor with wahoo mats for a carpet, stopped up the vent hole in bad weather, and made it their headquarters. It was now inhabited by as many as a dozen or 20 men, crowded together, who lived there in complete idleness, drinking, playing cards, and carousing in every way. They bought a bullock once a week, which kept them in meat, and one of them went up to the town every day to get fruit, liquor, and provisions. Besides this, they had bought a cask of ship bread and a barrel of flour from the Lagoda, before she had sailed. There they lived, having a grand time, and caring for nobody. Captain Thompson wished to get 3 or 4 of them to come on board the Pilgrim, as we were so much diminished in numbers, and went up to the oven, and spent an hour or 2 trying to negotiate with them. One of them, a finely built, active, strong, and intelligent fellow, who was a sort of king among them, acted as spokesman. He was called Manini, or rather, out of compliment to his known importance and influence, Mr. Manini, and was known all over California. Through him the captain offered them $15 a month, and 1 month's pay in advance; but it was like throwing pearls before swine, or rather, carrying coals to Newcastle. So long as they had money, they would not work for $50 a month, and when their money was gone, they would work for 10.
What do you do here, Mr. Manini?
Said the captain.
Oh, we play cards, get drunk, smoke, do anything we've a mind to.
Don't you want to come aboard and work?
Aloe, aloe maki maki makui, ika haning. Now, got plenty money. No good work. Mamuli, money pa'u, all gone. Ah, very good work. Ma'ikai, hana hana nui.
You'll spend all your money in this way,
said the captain. Aye, me know that. By and by, money pa'u, all gone. Then Kanaka work plenty. This was a hopeless case, and the captain left them to wait patiently until their money was gone. Note: the vowels in the Sandwich Island language have the sound of those in the languages of continental Europe. End note. We discharged our hides in tallow, and in about a week were ready to set sail again for the windward. We unmoored and got everything ready, when the captain made another attempt upon the oven. This time he had more regard to the mollia tempora fandi, and succeeded very well. He won over Mr. Mannini to his interest, and as the shot was getting low in the locker at the oven, prevailed upon him and 3 others to come on board with their chests and baggage, and sent a hasty summons to me and the boy to come ashore with our things, and join the gang at the hide house. This was unexpected to me, but anything in the way of variety I liked, so we made ready, and were pulled ashore. I stood on the beach while the brig got under way, and watched her until she rounded the point, and then went to the hide house to take up my quarters for a few months. End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 19, part 1 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 19, part 1. Sandwich Islanders. Here was a change in my life as complete as it had been sudden. In the twinkling of an eye, I was transformed from a sailor into a beach comber, or a hide curer. Yet the novelty of the comparative independence of the life were not unpleasant. Our hide house was a large building made of rough boards, and intended to hold 40,000 hides. In one corner of it, a small room was parted off, in which 4 berths were made, where we were to live, with Mother Earth for our floor. It contained a table, a small locker for pots, spoons, plates, etc., and a small hole cut to let in the light. Here we put our chests, threw our bedding into the berths, and took up our quarters. Over our heads was another small room, in which Mr. Russell lived, who had charge of the hide house, the same man who was for a time an officer of the Pilgrim. There he lived in solitary grandeur, eating and sleeping alone, and these were his principal occupations, and communing with his own dignity. The boy, a Marblehead hopeful, whose name was Sam, was to act as cook, while I, a giant of a Frenchman named Nicholas, and 4 Sandwich Islanders were to cure the hides. Sam, Nicholas, and I lived together in the room, and the 4 Sandwich Islanders worked and ate with us, but generally slept at the oven. My new messmate, Nicholas, was the most immense man that I had ever seen. He came on the coast in a vessel which was afterwards wrecked, and now let himself out to the different houses to cure hides. He was considerably over 6 feet, and of a frame so large that he might have been shown for a curiosity. But the most remarkable thing about him was his feet. They were so large that he could not find a pair of shoes in California to fit him, and was obliged to send to Oahu for a pair, and when he got them, he was compelled to wear them down at the heel. He told me once that he was wrecked in an American brig on the Goodwin Sands, and was sent up to London, to the charge of the American consul, with scant clothing to his back, and no shoes to his feet, and was obliged to go about London streets in his stocking feet 3 or 4 days in the month of January, until the consul could have a pair of shoes made for him. His strength was in proportion to his size, and his ignorance to his strength. Strong as an ox, and ignorant as strong. He knew neither how to read nor write. He had been to sea from a boy, had seen all kinds of service, and had been in all sorts of vessels, merchantmen, men of war, privateers, and slavers; and from what I could gather from his accounts of himself, and from what he once told me in confidence, after we had become better acquainted, he had been in even worse business than slave trading. He was once tried for his life in Charleston, South Carolina, and, though acquitted, was so frightened that he would never show himself in the United States again. I was not able to persuade him that he could not be tried a second time for the same offence. He said that he had got safe off from the breakers, and was too good a sailor to risk his timbers again. Though I knew what his life had been, yet I never had the slightest fear of him. We always got along very well together, and though so much older, stronger, and larger than I, he showed a marked respect for me on account of my education, and of what he had heard of my situation before coming to sea, such as might be expected from a European of the humble class. "I'll be good friends with you," he used to say, "for by and by you'll come out here a captain, and then you'll haze me well." By holding together, we kept the officer in good order, for he was evidently afraid of Nicholas, and never interfered with us except when employed upon the hides. My other companions, the Sandwich Islanders, deserve particular notice. A considerable trade has been carried on for several years between California and the Sandwich Islands, and most of the vessels are manned with islanders, who, as they for the most part sign no articles, leave whenever they choose, and let themselves out to cure hides at San Diego, and to supply the places of the men left ashore from the American vessels while on the coast. In this way, a little colony of them had become settled at San Diego as their headquarters. Some of these had recently gone off in the Ayacucho and the Loriotte, and the Pilgrim had taken Mr. Manini and 3 others, so that there were not more than 20 left. Of these, 4 were on pay at the Ayacucho's house, 4 more working with us, and the rest were living at the oven in a quiet way, for their money was nearly gone, and they must make it last until some other vessel came down to employ them. During the 4 months that I lived here, I got well acquainted with all of them, and took the greatest pains to become familiar with their language, habits, and characters. Their language I could only learn orally, for they had not any books among them, though many of them had been taught to read and write by the missionaries at home. They spoke a little English, and by a sort of compromise, a mixed language was used on the beach, which could be understood by all. The long name of Sandwich Islanders is dropped, and they are called by the whites, all over the Pacific Ocean, Kanakas, from a word in their own language, signifying, I believe, man, human being, which they apply to themselves, and to all South Sea Islanders, in distinction from the whites, whom they call Haole. This name, Kanaka, they answer to, both collectively and individually. Their proper names in their own language being difficult to pronounce and remember, they are called by any names which the captain or crews may choose to give them. Some are called after the vessels they are in, others by our proper names, as Jack, Tom, Bill, and some have fancy names, as Banyan, Foretop, Rope Yarn, Pelican, etc., etc. Of the 4 who worked at our house, one was named Mr. Bingham, after the missionary at Oahu; another Hope, after a vessel he had been in; a third Tom Davis, the name of his first captain; and the 4th Pelican, from his fancied resemblance to that bird. Then there were Lagoda Jack, California Bill, etc., etc. But by whatever names they might be called, they were the most interesting, intelligent, and kind-hearted people that I ever fell in with. I felt a positive attachment for all of them, and many of them I have, to this day, a feeling for, which would lead me to go a great way for the pleasure of seeing them, and which will always make me feel a strong interest in the mere name of a Sandwich Islander. Tom Davis knew how to read, write, and cipher in common arithmetic. He had been to the United States, and spoke English quite well. His education was as good as that of 3/4 of the Yankees in California, and his manners and principles a good deal better. And he was so quick of apprehension that he might have been taught navigation and the elements of many of the sciences with ease. Old Mr. Bingham spoke very little English, almost none, and could neither read nor write. But he was the best-hearted old fellow in the world. He must have been over 50 years of age. He had 2 of his front teeth knocked out, which was done by his parents as a sign of grief at the death of Kamehameha, the great king of the Sandwich Islands. We used to tell him that he ate Captain Cook, and lost his teeth that way. That was the only thing that ever made him angry. He would always be quite excited at that, and say, "Aloe!" No. "Me no eaty Captain Cook. Me pickaninny, small, so high, no more. My fader see Captain Cook. Me no." None of them liked to have anything said about Captain Cook, for the sailors all believed that he was eaten, and that they cannot endure to be taunted with. "New Zealand Kanaka eat a white man. Sandwich Island Kanaka no. Sandwich Island Kanaka ulaika panawi halui. All the same a you." Mr. Bingham was a sort of patriarch among them, and was treated with great respect, though he had not the education and energy which gave Mr. Mannini his power over them. I have spent hours in talking with this old fellow about Kamehameha, the Charlemagne of the Sandwich Islands, his son and successor, Riho Riho, who died in England, and was brought to Oahu in the frigate Blonde, Captain Lord Byron, and whose funeral he remembered perfectly, and also about the customs of his boyhood, and the changes which had been made by the missionaries. He never would allow that human beings had been eaten there, and indeed, it always seemed an insult to tell so affectionate, intelligent, and civilized a class of men that such barbarities had been practiced in their own country within the recollection of many of them. Certainly, the history of no people on the globe can show anything like so rapid an advance from barbarism. I would have trusted my life and all I had in the hands of any one of these people, and certainly, had I wished for a favor or act of sacrifice, I would have gone to them all, in turn, before I should have applied to one of my own countrymen on the coast, and should have expected to see it done before my own countrymen had got half through counting the cost. Their customs and the manner of treating one another show a simple, primitive generosity, which is truly delightful, and which is often a reproach to our own people. Whatever one has, they all have. Money, food, clothes, they share with one another, even to the last piece of tobacco to put in their pipes. I once heard old Mr. Bingham say, with the highest indignation, to a Yankee trader, who was trying to persuade him to keep his money to himself, "No, we no alle same a you. Suppose one got money, all got money. You, suppose one got money, lock 'em up in a chest. No good. Kanaka alle same a oney." This principle they carry so far, that none of them will eat anything in the sight of others without offering it all round. I have seen one of them break a biscuit, which had been given to him, into 5 parts, at a time when I knew he was on a very short allowance, as there was but little to eat on the beach. My favorite among all of them, and one who was liked by both officers and men, and by whomever he had anything to do with, was Hope. He was an intelligent, kind-hearted little fellow, and I never saw him angry, though I knew him for more than a year, and have seen him imposed upon by white people and abused by insolent mates of vessels. He was always civil, and always ready, and never forgot a benefit. I once took care of him when he was ill, getting medicines from the ship's chest, when no captain or officer would do anything for him, and he never forgot it. Every Kanaka has one particular friend, whom he considers himself bound to do everything for, and with whom he has a sort of contract, an alliance offensive and defensive, and for whom he will often make the greatest sacrifices. This friend they call Aikani, and for such did Hope adopt me. I do not believe I could have wanted anything which he had, that he would not have given me. In return for this, I was his friend among the Americans, and used to teach him letters and numbers, for he left home before he had learned how to read. He was very curious respecting Boston, as they called the United States, asking many questions about the houses, the people, etc., and always wished to have the pictures and books explained to him. They were all astonishingly quick in catching at explanations, and many things which I had thought it utterly impossible to make them understand, they often seized in an instant, and asked questions which showed that they knew enough to make them wish to go farther. The pictures of steamboats and railroad cars in the columns of some newspapers, which I had, gave me great difficulty to explain. The grading of the roads, the rails, the construction of the carriages, they could easily understand, but the motion produced by steam was a little too refined for them. I attempted to show it to them once by an experiment upon the cook's coppers, but failed, probably as much from my own ignorance as from their want of apprehension, and I have no doubt left them with about as clear an idea of the principle as I had myself. This difficulty, of course, existed in the same force with respect to the steamboats, and all I could do was to give them some account of the results in the shape of speed; for, failing in the reason, I had to fall back upon the fact. In my account of the speed, I was supported by Tom, who had been to Nantucket and seen a little steamboat which ran over to New Bedford. And, by the way, it was strange to hear Tom speak of America, when the poor fellow had been all the way round Cape Horn and back, and had seen nothing but Nantucket. A map of the world which I once showed them kept their attention for hours, those who knew how to read pointing out the places and referring to me for distances. I remember being much amused with a question which Hope asked me, pointing to the large, irregular place, which is always left blank round the poles, to denote that it is undiscovered. He looked up and asked, "Pau? Done? Ended?" The system of naming the streets and numbering the houses they easily understood, and the utility of it. They had a great desire to see America, but were afraid of doubling Cape Horn, for they suffer much in cold weather, and had heard dreadful accounts of the Cape from those of their number who had been round it. They smoke a great deal, though not much at a time, using pipes with large bowls and very short stems, or no stems at all. These they light, and, putting them to their mouths, take a long draught, getting their mouths as full as they can hold of smoke, and their cheeks distended, and then let it slowly out through their mouths and nostrils. The pipe is then passed to others, who draw in the same manner, one pipeful serving for half a dozen. They never take short continuous draughts, like Europeans, but one of these Oahu puffs, as the sailors call them, serves for an hour or two, until some one else lights his pipe, and it is passed round in the same manner. Each Kanaka on the beach had a pipe, flint, steel, tinder, a hand of tobacco, and a jackknife, which he always carried about with him. Matches had not come into use then. I think that there were none on board any vessels on the coast. We used the tinder box in our forecastle. That which strikes a stranger most peculiarly is their style of singing. They run on in a low, guttural, monotonous sort of chant, their lips and tongues seeming hardly to move, and the sounds apparently modulated solely in the throat. There is very little tune to it, and the words, so far as I could learn, are extempore. They sing about persons and things which are around them, and adopt this method when they do not wish to be understood by any but themselves, and it is very effectual, for with the most careful attention, I never could detect a word that I knew. I have often heard Mr. Manini, who was the most noted improvisatore among them, sing for an hour together, when at work in the midst of Americans and Englishmen, and by the occasional shouts of laughter of the Kanakas, who were at a distance, it was evident that he was singing about the different men that he was at work with. They have great powers of ridicule, and are excellent mimics, many of them discovering and imitating the peculiarities of our own people before we had observed them ourselves. These were the people with whom I was to spend a few months, and who, with the exception of the officer, Nicholas the Frenchman, and the boy, made the whole population of the beach. I ought, perhaps, to except the dogs, for they were an important part of our settlement. Some of the first vessels brought dogs out with them, who, for convenience, were left ashore, and there multiplied, until they came to be a great people. While I was on the beach, the average number was about 40, and probably an equal or greater number are drowned or killed in some other way every year. They are very useful in guarding the beach, the Indians being afraid to come down at night, for it was impossible for any one to get within half a mile of the hide houses without a general alarm. The father of the colony, old Sachem, so called from the ship in which he was brought out, died while I was there, full of years, and was honorably buried. Hogs and a few chickens were the rest of the animal tribe, and formed, like the dogs, a common company, though they were all known and usually fed at the houses to which they belonged. I had been but a few hours on the beach, and the Pilgrim was hardly out of sight, when the cry of "Sail ho!" was raised, and a small hermaphrodite brig rounded the point, bore up into the harbor, and came to anchor. It was the Mexican brig Fagio, which we had left at San Pedro, and which had come down to land her tallow, try it all over, and make new bags, and then take it in and leave the coast. They moored ship, erected their try works on shore, and put up a small tent, in which they all lived, and commenced operations. This change and addition gave a variety to our society, and we spent many evenings in their tent, where, amid the babble of English, Spanish, French, Indian, and Kanaka, we found some words that we could understand in common. End of chapter 19, part 1. Chapter 19, part 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, part 2 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 19, part 2. Sandwich Islanders. The morning after my landing, I began the duties of hide curing. In order to understand these, it will be necessary to give the whole history of a hide, from the time it is taken from a bullock until it is put on board the vessel to be carried to Boston. When the hide is taken from the bullock, holes are cut round it, near the edge, by which it is staked out to dry. In this manner it dries without shrinking. After the hides are thus dried in the sun, and doubled with the skin out, they are received by the vessels at the different ports on the coast, and brought down to the depot at San Diego. The vessels land them, and leave them in large piles near the houses. Then begins the hide curer's duty. The first thing is to put them in soak. This is done by carrying them down at low tide, making them fast in small piles by ropes, and letting the tide come up and cover them. Every day we put in soak 25 for each man, which, with us, made 150. There they lie 48 hours, when they are taken out and rolled up in wheelbarrows, and thrown into the vats. These vats contain brine, made very strong, being salt water, with great quantities of salt thrown in. This pickles the hides, and in this they lie 48 hours. The use of sea water, into which they are first put, being merely to soften and clean them. From these vats they are taken, and lie on a platform for 24 hours, and then are spread upon the ground, and carefully stretched and staked out, with the skin up, that they may dry smooth. After they had been staked, and while yet wet and soft, we used to go upon them with our knives, and carefully cut out all the bad parts, the pieces of meat and fat which would corrupt and infect the whole, if stowed away in vessels for many months, the large flippers, the ears, and all other parts which would prevent close stowage. This was the most difficult part of our duty, as it required much skill to take off everything that ought to come off, and not to cut or injure the hide. It was also a long process, as 6 of us had to clean 150, most of which required a great deal to be done to them, as the Spaniards are very careless in skinning their cattle. Then, too, as we cleaned them while they were staked out, we were obliged to kneel down upon them, which always gives beginners the backache. The first day I was so slow and awkward that I only cleaned 8. At the end of a few days I doubled my number, and in a fortnight or 3 weeks I could keep up with the others, and clean my 25. This cleaning must be got through with before noon, for by that time the hides get too dry. After the sun has been upon them for a few hours, they are carefully gone over with scrapers, to get off all the grease, which the sun brings out. This being done, the stakes are pulled up, and the hides carefully doubled, with the hair side out and left to dry. About the middle of the afternoon they are turned over, for the other side to dry, and at sundown piled up and covered over. The next day they are spread out and opened again, and at night, if fully dry, are thrown upon a long horizontal pole, 5 at a time, and beaten with flails. This takes all the dust from them. Then, having been salted, scraped, cleaned, dried, and beaten, they are stowed away in the house. Here ends their history, except they are taken out again when the vessel is ready to go home, beaten, stowed away on board, carried to Boston, tanned, made into shoes and other articles for which leather is used, and many of them, very probably, in the end, are brought back again to California in the shape of shoes, and worn out in pursuit of other bullocks, or in the curing of other hides. By putting 150 in soak every day, we had the same number at each stage of curing on each day, so that we had, every day, the same work to do upon the same number. 150 to put in soak, 150 to wash out and put in the vat, the same number to haul from the vat and put on the platform to drain, the same number to spread and stake out and clean, the same number to beat and stow away in the house. I ought to except Sunday, for, by a prescription which no captain or agent has yet ventured to break in upon, Sunday has been a day of leisure on the beach for years. On Saturday night the hides, in every stage of process, are carefully covered up, and not uncovered until Monday morning. On Sundays we had absolutely no work to do, unless it might be to kill a bullock, which was sent down for our use about once a week, and sometimes came on Sunday. Another advantage of hide curing life was, that we had just so much work to do, and when that was through, the time was our own. Knowing this, we worked hard, and needed no driving. We turned out every morning with the first signs of daylight, and allowing a short time, at about 8 o'clock, for breakfast, generally got through our labor between 1 and 2 o'clock, when we dined, and had the rest of the time to ourselves, until just before sundown, when we beat the dry hides and put them in the house, and covered over all the others. By this means we had about 3 hours to ourselves every afternoon, and at sundown we had our supper, and our work was done for the day. There was no watch to stand, and no topsails to reef. The evenings we generally spent at one another's houses, and I often went up and spent an hour or so in the oven, which was called the Kanaka Hotel, and the Wahoo Coffee House. Immediately after dinner we usually took a short siesta, to make up for our early rising, and spent the rest of the afternoon according to our own fancies. I generally read, wrote, and made or mended clothes, for necessity, the mother of invention, had taught me these 2 latter arts. The Kanakas went up to the oven, and spent the time in sleeping, talking, and smoking, and my messmate, Nicholas, who neither knew how to read nor write, passed away the time by a long siesta, 2 or 3 smokes with his pipe, and a paseo to the other houses. This leisure time is never interfered with, for the captains know that the men earn it by working hard and fast, and that, if they interfered with it, the men could easily make their 25 hides apiece last through the day. We were pretty independent, too, for the master of the house, Captain de la Casa, had nothing to say to us except when we were at work on the hides; and although we could not go up to town without his permission, this was seldom or never refused. The great weight of the wet hides, which we were obliged to roll about in wheelbarrows, the continual stooping upon those which were pegged out to be cleaned, and the smell of the nasty vats, into which we were often obliged to wade knee deep, to press down the hides, all made the work disagreeable and fatiguing. But we soon became hardened to it, and the comparative independence of our life reconciled us to it, for there was nobody to haze us and find fault; and when we were through for the day, we had only to wash and change our clothes, and our time was our own. There was, however, one exception to the time being our own, which was, that on 2 afternoons of every week, we were obliged to go off for wood, for the cook to use in the galley. Wood is very scarce in the vicinity of San Diego, there being no trees of any size for miles. In the town, the inhabitants burn the small wood which grows in thickets, and for which they send out Indians in large numbers every few days. Fortunately, the climate is so fine that they have no need of a fire in their houses, and only use it for cooking. With us, the getting of wood was a great trouble, for all that in the vicinity of the houses had been cut down, and we were obliged to go off a mile or two, and to carry it some distance on our backs, as we could not get the hand cart up the hills and over the uneven places. 2 afternoons in the week, generally Monday and Thursday, as soon as we were through dinner, we started off for the bush, each of us furnished with a hatchet and a long piece of rope, and dragging the hand cart behind us, and followed by the whole colony of dogs, which were always ready for the bush, and were half mad whenever they saw our preparations. We went with the hand cart as far as we could conveniently drag it, and, leaving it in an open, conspicuous place, separated ourselves, each taking his own course, and looking about for some good place to begin upon. Frequently we had to go nearly a mile from the hand cart before we could find any fit place. Having lighted upon a good thicket, the next thing was to clear away the underbrush, and have fair play at the trees. These trees are seldom more than 5 or 6 feet high, and the highest I ever saw in these expeditions could not have been more than 12; so that, with lopping off the branches and clearing away the underwood, we had a good deal of cutting to do, for a very little wood. Having cut enough for a back load, the next thing was to make it well fast with the rope, and heaving the bundle upon our backs, and taking the hatchet in hand, to walk off, up hill and down dell, to the hand cart. 2 good back loads apiece filled the hand cart, and that was each one's proportion. When each had brought down his second load, we filled the hand cart, and took our way again slowly back to the beach. It was generally sundown when we got back, and unloading, covering the hides for the night, and getting our supper, finished the day's work. These wooding excursions had always a mixture of something rather pleasant in them. Roaming about the woods with a hatchet in hand like a backwoodsman, followed by a troop of dogs, starting up birds, snakes, hares, and foxes, and examining the various kinds of trees, flowers, and birds' nests, was, at least, a change from the monotonous drag and pull on shipboard. Frequently, too, we had some amusement and adventure. The coyotes, of which I have before spoken, a sort of mixture of the fox and wolf breeds, fierce little animals, with bushy tails and large heads, and a quick, sharp bark, around here as in all other parts of California. These the dogs were very watchful for, and whenever they saw them, started off in full run after them. We had many fine chases, yet, although our dogs ran finely, the rascals generally escaped. They are a match for the dog, 1 to 1, but as the dogs generally went in squads, there was seldom a fair fight. A smaller dog, belonging to us, once attacked a coyote singly, and was considerably worsted, and might perhaps have been killed, had we not come to his assistance. We had, however, one dog which gave them a good deal of trouble and many hard runs. He was a fine, tall fellow, and united strength and agility better than any dog that I have ever seen. He was born at the islands, his father being an English mastiff, and his mother a greyhound. He had the high head, long legs, narrow body, and springy gait of the latter, and the heavy jaw, thick jowls, and strong forequarters of the mastiff. When he was brought to San Diego, an English sailor said that he looked about the face like the Duke of Wellington, whom he had once seen at the Tower; and indeed there was something about him which resembled the portraits of the Duke. From this time he was christened Welly, and became the favorite and bully of the beach. He always led the dogs by several yards in the chase, and had killed 2 coyotes at different times in single combats. We often had fine sport with these fellows. A quick, sharp bark from a coyote, and it was an instant every dog was at the height of his speed. A few minutes made up for an unfair start, and gave each dog his right place. Welly, at the head, seemed almost to skim over the bushes, and after him came Fanny, Feliciana, Childers, and the other fleet ones, the spaniels and terriers, and then behind, followed by the heavy corps, bulldogs, etc., for we had every breed. Pursuit by us was in vain, and in about half an hour the dogs would begin to come, panting and straggling back. Besides the coyotes, the dogs sometimes made prizes of rabbits and hares, which are plentiful here, and numbers of which we often shot for our dinners. Among the other animals, there was a reptile I was not so much disposed to find amusement from, the rattlesnake. These snakes are very abundant here, especially during the spring of the year. The latter part of the time that I was on shore I did not meet with so many, but for the first 2 months we seldom went into the bush without one of our number starting some of them. I remember perfectly well the first one that ever I saw. I had left my companions, and was beginning to clear away a fine clump of trees, when, just in the midst of the thicket, but a few yards from me, one of these fellows set up his hiss. It is a sharp, continuous sound, and resembles very much the letting off of the steam from the small pipe of a steamboat, except that it is on a smaller scale. I knew by the sound of an axe that one of my companions was near, and called out to him, to let him know what I had fallen upon. He took it very lightly, and as he seemed inclined to laugh at me for being afraid, I determined to keep my place. I knew that so long as I could hear the rattle I was safe, for these snakes never make a noise when they are in motion. Accordingly, I continued my work, and the noise which I made, with cutting and breaking the trees, kept him in alarm, so that I had the rattle to show me his whereabouts. Once or twice the noise stopped for a short time, which gave me a little uneasiness, and retreating a few steps, I threw something into the bush, at which he would set his rattle a-going, and, finding that he had not moved from his place, I was easy again. In this way I continued at my work until I had cut a full load, never suffering him to be quiet for a moment. Having cut my load, I strapped it together, and got everything ready for starting. I felt that I could now call the others without the imputation of being afraid, and went in search of them. In a few minutes we were all collected, and began an attack upon the bush. The big Frenchman, who was the one that I had called to at first, I found as little inclined to approach the snake as I had been. The dogs, too, seemed afraid of the rattle, and kept up a barking at a safe distance; but the Kanakas showed no fear, and getting long sticks, went into the bush, and keeping a bright lookout, stood within a few feet of him. 1 or 2 blows struck near him, and a few stones thrown, startled him, and we lost his track, and had the pleasant consciousness that he might be directly under our feet. By throwing stones and chips in different directions, we made him spring his rattle again, and begin another attack. This time we drove him into clear ground, and saw him gliding off, with head and tail erect, when a stone, well aimed, knocked him over the bank, down a declivity of 15 or 20 feet, and stretched him at his length. Having made sure of him by a few more stones, we went down, and one of the Kanakas cut off his rattle. These rattles vary in number, it is said, according to the age of the snake. though the Indians think they indicate the number of creatures they have killed. We always preserved them as trophies, and at the end of the summer had a considerable collection. None of our people were ever bitten by them, but one of our dogs died of a bite, and another was supposed to have been bitten, but recovered. We had no remedy for the bite, though it was said that the Indians of the country had, and the Kanakas professed to have a herb which would cure it, but it was fortunately never brought to the test. Hares and rabbits, as I said before, were abundant, and during the winter months the waters are covered with wild ducks and geese. Crows, too, abounded, and frequently alighted in great numbers upon our hides, picking up the pieces of dried meat and fat. Bears and wolves are numerous in the upper parts of the coast, and in the interior; and indeed a man was killed by a bear within a few miles of San Pedro, while we were there, but there were none in our immediate neighborhood. The only other animals were horses. Over a dozen of these were owned by men on the beach, and were allowed to run loose among the hills, with a long lasso attached to them, to pick up feed wherever they could find it. We were sure of seeing them once a day, for there was no water among the hills, and they were obliged to come down to the well which had been dug upon the beach. These horses were bought at from $2 to $6 and $8 apiece, and were held very much as common property. We generally kept one of the fast horses, so that we could mount him and catch any of the others. Some of them were really fine animals, and gave us many good runs up to the Presidio and over the country. End of chapter 19, part 2. Chapter 20 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 20. Newcomers. After we had been a few weeks on shore, and had begun to feel broken into the regularity of our life, its monotony was interrupted by the arrival of 2 vessels from the windward. We were sitting at dinner in our little room, when we heard the cry of "Sail ho!" This, we had learned, did not always signify a vessel, but was raised whenever a woman was seen coming down from the town, or an ox cart, or anything unusual hove in sight upon the road. So we took no notice of it. But it soon became so loud and general from all parts of the beach, that we were led to go to the door; and there, sure enough, were 2 sails coming round the point, and leaning over from the strong north-west wind, which blows down the coast every afternoon. The headmost was a ship, and the other a brig. Everybody was alive on the beach, and all manner of conjectures were abroad. Some said it was the Pilgrim, with the Boston ship which we were expecting; but we soon saw that the brig was not the Pilgrim, and the ship, with her stump top-gallant mast and rusty sides, could not be a dandy Boston Indiaman. As they drew nearer, we discovered the high poop and top-gallant forecastle, and other marks of the Italian ship Rosa; and the brig proved to be the Catalina, which we saw at Santa Barbara, just arrived from Valparaiso. They came to anchor, moored ship, and began discharging hides and tallow. The Rosa had purchased the house occupied by the Lagoda, and the Catalina took the other spare one between ours and the Ayacucho's; so that now each house was occupied, and the beach, for several days, was all animation. The Catalina had several Kanakas on board, who were immediately laid hold of by the others, and carried up to the oven, where they had a long pow wow and a smoke. 2 Frenchmen, who belonged to the Rosa's crew, came in every evening to see Nicholas, and from them we learned that the Pilgrim was at San Pedro, and was the only vessel from the United States now on the coast. Several of the Italians slept on shore at their hide house, and there and at the tent in which the Fangio's crew lived, we had some singing almost every evening. The Italians sang a variety of songs, barcarolas, provincial airs, etc., in several of which I recognized parts of our favorite operas and sentimental songs. They often joined in a song, taking the different parts, which produced a fine effect, as many of them had good voices, and all sang with spirit. One young man, in particular, had a falsetto as clear as a clarionet. The greater part of the crews of the vessels came ashore every evening, and we passed the time going about from one house to another, and listening to all manner of languages. The Spanish was the common ground upon which we all met, for every one knew more or less of that. We had now, out of 40 or 50, representatives from almost every nation under the sun: 2 Englishmen, 3 Yankees, 2 Scotsmen, 2 Welshmen, 1 Irishman, 3 Frenchmen, 2 of whom were Normans, and the third from Gascony, 1 Dutchman, 1 Austrian, 2 or 3 Spaniards from Old Spain, half a dozen Spanish Americans and half breeds, 2 native Indians from Chile and the island of Chiloe, 1 negro, 1 mulatto, about 20 Italians from all parts of Italy, as many more Sandwich Islanders, 1 Tahitian, and 1 Kanaka from the Marquesas Island. The night before the vessels were ready to sail, all the Europeans united and had an entertainment at the Rosa's hide house, and we had songs of every nation and tongue. A German gave us "Ach, mein lieber Augustin." The 3 Frenchmen roared through the Marseille hymn. The English and Scotsmen gave us "Rule Britannia," and "Wha'll be king but Charlie." The Italians and Spaniards screamed through some national affairs, for which I was none the wiser, and we 3 Yankees made an attempt at the Star Spangled Banner. After these national tributes had been paid, the Austrians gave us a pretty little love song, and the Frenchmen sang a spirited thing, "Centenia, o prenez garde-vous," and then followed the melange which might have been expected. When I left them, the aguardiente and the annisou were pretty well in their heads. They were all singing and talking at once, and their peculiar national oaths were getting as plenty as pronouns. The next day the 2 vessels got under way for the windward, and left us in quiet possession of the beach. Our numbers were somewhat enlarged by the opening of the new houses, and the society of the beach was a little changed. In charge of the California's house was an old Scotsman, Robert, who, like most of his countrymen, had some education, and, like many of them, was rather pragmatical, and had a ludicrously solemn conceit of himself. He employed his time in taking care of his pigs, chickens, turkeys, dogs, etc., and in smoking his long pipe. Everything was as neat as a pin in the house, and he was as regular in his hours as a chronometer, but as he kept very much by himself, was not a great addition to our society. He hardly spent a cent all the time he was on the beach, and the others said that he was no shipmate. He had been a petty officer on board the British frigate Dublin, Captain Lord James Townshend, and had great ideas of his own importance. The man in charge of the Rosa's house, Schmidt, was an Austrian, but spoke, read, and wrote 4 languages with ease and correctness. German was his native tongue, but being born near the borders of Italy, and having sailed out of Genoa, the Italian was almost as familiar to him as his own language. He was 6 years on board of an English man of war, where he learned to speak our language easily, and also to read and write. He had been several years in Spanish vessels, and had acquired that language so well that he could read books in it. He was between 40 and 50 years of age, and was a singular mixture of the man-of-war's man and Puritan. He talked a great deal about propriety and steadiness, and gave good advice to the youngsters and Kanakas, but seldom went up to town without coming down 3 sheets in the wind. One holiday, he and old Robert, the Scotsman from the Catalina, went up to the town, and got so cozy, talking over old stories and giving each other good advice, that they came down, double-backed on a horse, and both rolled off into the sand as soon as the horse stopped. This put an end to their pretensions, and they never heard the last of it from the rest of the men. On the night of the entertainment at the Rosa's house, I saw old Schmidt, that was the Austrian's name, standing up by the hogshead, holding on by both hands, and calling out to himself,
Hold on, Schmidt! Hold on, my good fellow, or you'll be on your back!"
Still, he was an intelligent, good-natured old fellow, and had a chest full of books, which he willingly lent me to read. In the same house with him were a Frenchman and an Englishman, the latter a regular built man of war Jack, a thorough seaman, a hearty, generous fellow, and at the same time a drunken, dissolute dog. He made it a point to get drunk every time he went to the Presidio, when he always managed to sleep on the road and have his money stolen from him. These, with the Chilian and half a dozen Kanakas, formed the addition to our company. In about 6 weeks from the time when the Pilgrim sailed, we had all the hides which she left us cured and stowed away; and having cleared up the ground, and emptied the vats, and set everything in order, had nothing more to do, until she should come down again, but to supply ourselves with wood. Instead of going twice a week for this purpose, we determined to give one whole week to getting wood, and then we should have enough to last us half through the summer. Accordingly, we started off every morning, after an early breakfast, with our hatchets in hand, and cut wood until the sun was over the point, which was our mark for noon, as there was not a watch on the beach, and then came back to dinner, and after dinner started off again with our hand cart and ropes, and carted and backed it down until sunset. This we kept up for a week, until we had collected several cords, enough to last us for 6 or 8 weeks, when we knocked off altogether, much to my joy; for, although I liked staying in the woods and cutting very well, yet the backing the wood for so great a distance over an uneven country was, without exception, the hardest work I have ever done. I usually had to kneel down, and contrive to heave the load, which was well strapped together, upon my back, and then rise up and start off with it, up the hills and down the vales, sometimes through thickets, the rough points sticking into the skin and tearing the clothes, so that at the end of the week I had hardly a whole shirt to my back. We were now through all our work, and had nothing more to do until the Pilgrim should come down again. We had nearly got through our provisions, too, as well as our work, for our officer had been very wasteful of them, and the tea, flour, sugar, and molasses were all gone. We suspected him of sending them up to the town, and he always treated the squaws with molasses when they came down to the beach. Finding weak coffee and dry bread rather poor living, we clubbed together, and I went to the town on horseback, with a great salt bag behind the saddle, and a few reals in my pocket, and brought back a bag full of onions, beans, pears, watermelons, and other fruits; for the young woman who tended the garden, finding that I belonged to the American ship, and that we were short of provisions, put in a larger portion. With these we lived like fighting cocks for a week or two, and had, besides, what the sailors called a blow out on sleep, not turning out in the morning until breakfast was ready. I employed several days in overhauling my chest, and mending up all my old clothes, until I had put everything in order, patch upon patch, like a sand barge's mainsail. Then I took hold of Bowditch's Navigator, which I had always with me. I had been through the greater part of it, and now went carefully over it from beginning to end, working out most of the examples. That done, and there being no signs of the Pilgrim, I made a descent upon old Schmidt, and borrowed and read all the books there were upon the beach. Such a dearth was there of these latter articles, that anything, even a little child's story book, or the half of a shipping calendar, seemed a treasure. I actually read a jest book through, from beginning to end, in one day, as I should a novel, and enjoyed it much. At last, when I thought there were no more to be had, I found at the bottom of old Schmidt's chest, Mondeville, a romance, by Goodwin, in 5 volumes. This I had never read, but Goodwin's name was enough, and after the wretched trash I had devoured, anything bearing the name of an intellectual man was a prize indeed. I bore it off, and for 2 days I was up early and late, reading with all my might, and actually drinking in delight. It is no extravagance to say that it was like a spring in a desert land, from the sublime to the ridiculous. So with me. From Mondeville to hide curing was but a step; for Wednesday, July 18th, brought us the brig Pilgrim from the windward. As she came in, we found that she was a good deal altered in her appearance. Her short top gallant masts were up, her bowlines all unrove, except to the courses, the quarter boom irons off her lower yards, her jack cross trees sent down, several blocks got rid of, running rigging rove up in new places, and numberless other changes of the same character. Then, too, there was a new voice giving orders, and a new face on the quarter deck, a short, dark complexioned man, in a green jacket and high leather cap. These changes, of course, set the whole beach on the qui vive, and we were all waiting for the boat to come ashore, that we might have things explained. At length, after the sails were furled and the anchor carried out, her boat pulled ashore, and the news soon flew that the expected ship had arrived at Santa Barbara, and that Captain T had taken command of her, and her captain, Falcon, had taken the Pilgrim, and was the green jacketed man on the quarter deck. The boat put directly off again, without giving us time to ask any more questions, and we were obliged to wait till night, when we took a little skiff that lay on the beach and paddled off. When I stepped aboard, the second mate called me aft, and gave me a large bundle, directed to me, and marked "Ship Alert." This was what I had longed for, yet I refrained from opening it until I went ashore. Diving down into the forecastle, I found the same old crew, and was really glad to see them again. Numerous inquiries passed as to the new ship, the latest news from Boston, etc., etc. S had received letters from home, and nothing remarkable had happened. The Alert was agreed on all hands to be a fine ship, and a large one, larger than the Rosa, big enough to carry all the hides sold in California, rail as high as a man's head, a crack ship, a regular dandy, etc., etc. Captain T took command of her, and she went directly up to Monterey. Thence she was to go to San Francisco, and probably would not be in San Diego under 2 or 3 months. Some of the Pilgrim's crew found old shipmates aboard of her, and spent an hour or 2 in her forecastle the evening before she sailed. They said our decks were as white as snow, holystoned every morning, like a man of war's. Everything on board ship shape and Bristol fashion. A fine crew, 3 mates, a sailmaker and carpenter, and all complete. "They've got a man for mate on that ship, and not a bloody sheep about decks. A mate that knows his duty, and makes everybody do theirs, and won't be imposed upon by either captain or crew." After collecting all the information we could on this point, we asked something about their new captain. He had hardly been on board long enough for them to know much about him, but he had taken hold strong, as soon as he took command, shifting the top gallant mast, and unreeving all the studding sail gear and half the running rigging, the very first day. Having got all the news we could, we pulled ashore, and as soon as we reached the house, I, as might be supposed, fell directly to opening my bundle, and found a reasonable supply of duck, flannel shirts, shoes, etc., and, what was still more valuable, a packet of 11 letters. These I sat up nearly all night reading, and put them carefully away, to be reread again and again at my leisure. There came half a dozen newspapers, the last of which gave notice of Thanksgiving, and of the clearance of Ship Alert, Edward H. Falcon, master, for Callao and California, by Bryant, Sturgis & Co. Only those who have been on distant voyages, and after a long absence receive a newspaper from home, can understand the delight that they give one. I read every part of them, the houses to let, things lost or stolen, auction sales, and all. Nothing carries you so entirely to a place, and makes you feel so perfectly at home, as a newspaper. the very name of Boston Daily Advertiser sounded hospitably upon the ear. The Pilgrim discharged her hides, which set us at work again, and in a few days we were in the old routine of dry hides, wet hides, cleaning, beating, etc. Captain Faucon came quietly up to me as I was sitting upon a stretched hide, cutting the meat from it with my knife, and asked me how I liked California, and repeated, "Titere tu patui recobons sub tagmeni fagi." Very apropos, thought I, and at the same time shows that you have studied Latin. However, it was kind of him, and an intention from a captain is a thing not to be slighted. Thompson's Majesty could not have bent to it in the sight of so many mates and men, but Faucon was a man of education, literary habits, and good social position, and held things in their right value. Saturday, July 11th, the Pilgrim set sail for the windward, and left us to go on in our old way. Having laid in such a supply of wood, and the days being now long and invariably pleasant, we had a good deal of time to ourselves. The deck I received from home I soon made up into trowsers and frocks, and having formed the remnants of the duck into a cap, I displayed myself every Sunday in a complete suit of my own make, from head to foot, reading, mending, sleeping, with occasional excursions into the bush, with the dogs, in search of coyotes, hares, and rabbits, or to encounter a rattlesnake, and now and then a visit to the Presidio, filled up our spare time after hide curing was over for the day. Another amusement which we sometimes indulged in was burning the water for crawfish. For this purpose we procured a pair of grains, with a long staff like a harpoon, and making torches with tarred rope twisted round a long pine stick, took the only boat on the beach, a small skiff, and with a torch bearer in the bow, a steersman in the stern, and one man on each side of the grains, went off on dark nights to burn the water. This is fine sport, keeping within a few rods of the shore, where the water is not more than 3 or 4 feet deep, with a clear, sandy bottom. The torches light up everything, so that one could almost have seen a pin among the grains of sand. The crawfish are an easy prey, and we used soon to get a load of them. The other fish were more difficult to catch, yet we frequently speared a number of them, of various kinds and sizes. The Pilgrim brought us a supply of fish hooks, which we had never had before on the beach, and for several days we went down to the point and caught a quantity of cod and mackerel. On one of these expeditions we saw a battle between 2 Sandwich Islanders and a shark. Johnny had been playing about our boat for some time, driving away the fish, and showing his teeth at our bait, when we missed him, and in a few minutes heard a great shouting between 2 Kanakas who were fishing on the rock opposite us. "Ihana hana maki ikai nui! Epi mai akani!" etc., etc., and saw them pulling away on a stout line, and Johnny Shark floundering at the other end. The line soon broke, but the Kanakas would not let him off so easily, and sprang directly into the water after him. Now came the tug of war. Before he could get into deep water, one of them seized him by the tail, and ran up with him upon the beach; but Johnny twisted round, and turning his head under his body, and showing his teeth in the vicinity of the Kanaka's hand, made him let go and spring out of the way. The shark now turned tail and made the best of his way by flapping and floundering towards deep water; but here again, before he was fairly off, the other Kanakas seized him by the tail and made a spring towards the beach, his companion at the same time paying away upon him with stones and large stick. As soon, however, as the shark could turn, the man was obliged to let go his hold; but the instant he made toward deep water, they were both behind him, watching their chance to seize him. In this way the battle went on for some time, the shark in a rage, splashing and twisting about, and the Kanakas, in high excitement, yelling at the tops of their voices. But the shark at last got off, carrying away a hook and line, and not a few severe bruises. Chapter 21 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 21. California and its Inhabitants. We kept up a constant connection with the Presidio, and by the close of summer I had added much to my vocabulary, besides having made the acquaintance of nearly everybody in the place, and acquired some knowledge of the character and inhabitants of the people, as well as the institutions under which they live. California was discovered in 1534 by Ximenes, or in 1536 by Cortes, I cannot settle which, and was subsequently visited by many other adventurers, as well as commissioned voyagers of the Spanish crown. It was found to be inhabited by numerous tribes of Indians, and to be in many parts extremely fertile, to which, of course, were added rumors of gold mines, pearl fisheries, etc. No sooner was the importance of the country known than the Jesuits obtained leave to establish themselves in it, to Christianize and enlighten the Indians. They established missions in various parts of the country towards the close of the 17th century, and collected the natives about them, baptizing them into the church, and teaching them the arts of civilized life. To protect the Jesuits in their missions, and at the same time to support the power of the crown over the civilized Indians, 2 forts were erected and garrisoned, one at San Diego and the other at Monterey. These were called Presidios, and divided the command of the whole country between them. Presidios have since been established at Santa Barbara, San Francisco, and other places, dividing the country into large districts, each with its presidio, and governed by a commandant. The soldiers, for the most part, married civilized Indians, and thus, in the vicinity of each presidio, sprung up, gradually, small towns. In the course of time, vessels began to come into the ports to trade with the missions, and receive hides in return, and thus began the great trade of California. Nearly all the cattle in the country belonged to the missions, and they employed their Indians, who became, in fact, their serfs, in tending their vast herds. In the year 1793, when Vancouver visited San Diego, the missions had obtained great wealth and power, and are accused of having depreciated the country with the sovereign, that they might be allowed to retain their possessions. On the expulsion of the Jesuits from the Spanish dominions, the missions passed into the hands of the Franciscans, though without any essential change in their management. Ever since the independence of Mexico, the missions had been going down, until at last a law was passed, stripping them of all their possessions, and confining the priests to their spiritual duties, at the same time declaring all the Indians free and independent rancheros. The change in the condition of the Indians was, as may be supposed, only nominal. They are virtually serfs, as much as they ever were, but in the missions the change was complete. The priests have now no power, except in their religious character, and the great possessions of the missions are given over to be preyed upon by the harpies of the civil power, who are sent there in the capacity of administradores, to settle up the concerns, and who usually end, in a few years, by making themselves fortunes, and leaving their stewardships worse than they found them. The dynasty of the priest was much more acceptable to the people of the country, and indeed, to everyone concerned with the country, by trade or otherwise, than that of the administradores. The priests were connected permanently to one mission, and felt the necessity of keeping up its credit. Accordingly, the debts of the missions were regularly paid, and the people were, in the main, well treated, and attached to those who had spent their whole lives among them. But the administradores are strangers sent from Mexico, having no interest in the country, not identified in any way with their charge, and, for the most part, men of desperate broken down politicians and soldiers, whose only object is to retrieve their condition in as short a time as possible. The change had been made but a few years before our arrival upon the coast; yet, in that short time, the trade was much diminished, credit impaired, and the venerable missions were going rapidly to decay. The external political arrangements remain the same. There are 4 or more presidios, having under their protection the various missions, and the pueblos, which are towns formed by the civil power, and containing no mission or presidio. The most northerly presidio is San Francisco, the next Monterey, the next Santa Barbara, including the mission of the same, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Buenaventura, which is said to be the best mission in the whole country, having fertile soil and rich vineyards. The last and most southerly is San Diego, including the mission of the same, San Juan Capistrano, the Pueblo de los Angelos, the largest town in California, with the neighboring mission of San Gabriel. The priests in spiritual matters are subject to the Archbishop of Mexico, and in temporal matters to the Governor General, who is the great civil and military head of the country. The government of the country is an arbitrary democracy, having no common law, and nothing that we should call a judiciary. Their only laws are made and unmade at the caprice of the legislature, and are as variable as the legislature itself. They pass through the form of sending representatives to the Congress at Mexico, but as it takes several months to go and return, and there is very little communication between the capital and the distant province, a member usually stays there as permanent member, knowing very well that there will be revolutions at home before he can write and receive an answer, and if another member should be sent, he has only to challenge him, and decide the contested election in that way. Revolutions are matters of frequent occurrence in California. They are got up by men who are at the foot of the ladder and in desperate circumstances, just as a new political organization may be started by such men in our own country. The only object, of course, is the loaves and fishes, and instead of caucusing, paragraphing, libeling, feasting, promising, and lying, they take muskets and bayonets, and seizing upon the presidio and custom house, divide the spoils, and declare a new dynasty. As for justice, they know little law but will and fear. A Yankee who had been naturalized and become a Catholic, and had married in the country, was sitting in his house at the Pueblo de los Angelos, with his wife and children, when a Mexican, with whom he had had a difficulty, entered the house and stabbed him to the heart before them all. The murderer was seized by some Yankees who had settled there, and kept in confinement until a statement of the whole affair could be sent to the Governor General. The Governor General refused to do anything about it, and the countrymen of the murdered man, seeing no prospect of justice being administered, gave notice that, if nothing was done, they should try the man themselves. It chanced that, at this time, there was a company of some 30 or 40 trappers and hunters from the western states, with their rifles, who had made their headquarters at the Pueblo, and these, together with the Americans and Englishmen in the place, who were between 20 and 30 in number, took possession of the town, and, waiting a reasonable time, proceeded to try the man according to the forms in their own country. A judge and jury were appointed, and he was tried, convicted, sentenced to be shot, and carried out before the town blindfolded. The names of all the men were put into a hat, and each one pledging himself to perform his duty, 12 names were drawn out, and the men took their stations with their rifles, and, firing at the word, laid him dead. He was decently buried, and the place restored quietly to the proper authorities. A general with titles enough for a hidalgo was at San Gabriel, and issued a proclamation as long as a foretop bowline, threatening destruction to the rebels, but never stirred from his fort; for 40 Kentucky hunters, with their rifles, and a dozen of Yankees and Englishmen, were a match for a whole regiment of hungry, drawling, lazy half-breeds. This affair happened while we were at San Pedro, the port of the Pueblo, and we had the particulars from those who were on the spot. A few months afterwards, another man was murdered on the high road between the Pueblo and the San Luis Rey, by his own wife and a man with whom she ran off. The foreigners pursued and shot them both, according to one story. According to another version, nothing was done about it, as the parties were natives, and a man whom I frequently saw in San Diego was pointed out as the murderer. Perhaps they were two cases that had got mixed. When a crime has been committed by Indians, justice, or rather vengeance, is not so tardy. One Sunday afternoon, while I was in San Diego, an Indian was sitting on his horse, when another, with whom he had had some difficulty, came up to him, drew a long knife, and plunged it directly into the horse's heart. The Indian sprang from his falling horse, drew out a knife, and plunged it into the other Indian's breast, over his shoulder, and laid him dead. The fellow was seized at once, clapped into the calabozo, and kept there until an answer could be received from Monterey. A few weeks afterwards, I saw the poor wretch sitting on the bare ground in front of the calabozo, with his feet chained to a stake, and handcuffs about his wrists. I knew there was very little hope for him. Although the deed was done in hot blood, the horse on which he was sitting being his own and a favorite with him, yet he was an Indian, and that was enough. In about a week after I saw him, I heard that he had been shot. These few instances will serve to give one a notion of the distribution of justice in California. In their domestic relations, these people are not better than in public. Their men are thriftless, proud, extravagant, and very much given to gaming, and the women have but little education, and a good deal of beauty, and their morality, of course, is none of the best. Yet the instances of infidelity are much less frequent than one would at first suppose. In fact, one vice is set over against another, and thus something like a balance is obtained. If the women have but little virtue, the jealousy of their husbands is extreme, and their revenge deadly and almost certain. A few inches of cold steel have been the punishment of many an unwary man, who has been guilty, perhaps, of nothing more than indiscretion. The difficulties of the attempt are numerous, and the consequences of discovery fatal in the better classes. With the unmarried women, too, great watchfulness is used. The main object of the parents is to marry their daughters well, and to this a fair name is necessary. The sharp eyes of a dueña, and the ready weapons of a father or brother, are a protection which the characters of most of them, men and women, render by no means useless, for the very men who would lay down their lives to avenge the dishonor of their own family, would risk the same lives to complete the dishonor of another. Of the poor Indians very little care is taken. The priests, indeed, at the missions, are said to keep them very strictly, and some rules are usually made by the alcaldes to punish their misconduct. Yet it all amounts to but little. Indeed, to show the entire want of any sense of morality or domestic duty among them, I have frequently known an Indian to bring his wife, to whom he was lawfully married in the church, down to the beach, and carry her back again, dividing with her the money which she had got from the sailors. If any of the girls were discovered by the alcalde to be open evil livers, they were whipped, and kept at work sweeping the square of the Presidio, and carrying mud and bricks for the buildings. Yet a few reals would generally buy them off. Intemperance, too, is a common vice among the Indians. The Mexicans, on the contrary, are abstemious, and I do not remember ever having seen a Mexican intoxicated. Such are the people who inhabit a country embracing 400 or 500 miles of sea coast, with several good harbors, with fine forests to the north, the waters filled with fish, and the plains covered with thousands of herds of cattle, blessed with a climate than which there can be no better in the world, free from all manner of disease, whether epidemic or endemic, and with a soil in which corn yields from 70 to 80-fold. In the hands of an enterprising people, what a country this might be, we are ready to say. Yet how long would a people remain so in such a country? The Americans, as those from the United States are called, and Englishmen, who are fast filling up the principal towns, and getting the trade into their hands, are indeed more industrious and effective than the Mexicans. Yet their children are brought up Mexicans in most respects, and if the California fever, laziness, spares the first generation, it is likely to attack the second. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 22. The Alert. Saturday, July 18th. This day sailed the Mexican hermaphrodite brig, Fagio, for San Blas and Mazatlan. This was the brig which was driven ashore at San Pedro in a southeaster, and had been lying at San Diego to repair and take in her cargo. The owner of her had a good deal of difficulty with the government about the duties, etc., and her sailing had been delayed for several weeks. But everything having been arranged, she got under way with a light breeze, and was floating out of the harbor, when 2 horsemen came dashing down to the beach at full speed, and tried to find a boat to put off after her; but there being none at hand, they offered a handful of silver to any Kanaka who would swim off and take a letter on board. One of the Kanakas, an active, well-made young fellow, instantly threw off everything but his duck trowsers, and putting the letter into his hat, swam off after the vessel. Fortunately, the wind was very light, and the vessel was going slowly, so that, although she was nearly a mile off when he started, he gained on her rapidly. He went through the water, leaving a wake like a small steamboat. I certainly never saw such swimming before. They saw him coming from the deck, but did not heave to, suspecting the nature of his errand. The wind continuing light, he swam alongside and got on board, and delivered his letter. The captain read the letter, told the Kanaka there was no answer, and giving him a glass of brandy, left him to jump overboard and find the best of his way to the shore. The Kanaka swam in for the nearest point of land, and in about an hour made his appearance at the hide house. He did not seem at all fatigued, had made $3 or $4, got a glass of brandy, and was in high spirits. The brig kept on her course, and the government officers, who had come down to forbid her sailing, went back, each with something very like a flea in his ear, having depended upon extorting a little more money from the owner. It was now nearly 3 months since the Alert arrived at Santa Barbara, and we began to expect her daily. About half a mile behind the hide houses was a high hill, and every afternoon, as soon as we had done our work, some of us walked up to see if there was a sail in sight, coming down before the regular trades. Day after day we went up the hill, and came back disappointed. I was anxious for her arrival, for I had been told by letter that the owners in Boston, at the request of my friends, had written to Captain Thompson to take me on board the Alert, in case she returned to the United States before the Pilgrim; and I, of course, wished to know whether the order had been received, and what was the destination of the ship. 1 year, more or less, might be of small consequence to others, but it was everything to me. It was now just a year since we sailed from Boston, and at the shortest, no vessel could expect to get away under 8 or 9 months, which would make our absence 2 years in all. This would be pretty long, but would not be fatal. It would not necessarily be decisive of my future life, but 1 year more might settle the matter. I might be a sailor for life; and although I had pretty well made up my mind to it before I had my letters from home, Yet as soon as an opportunity was held out to me of returning, and the prospect of another kind of life was opened to me, my anxiety to return, and at least to have the chance of deciding upon my course for myself, was beyond measure. Besides that, I wished to be equal to either fortune, and to qualify myself for an officer's berth, and a hide house was no place to learn seamanship in. I had become experienced in hide curing, and everything went on smoothly, and I had many opportunities of becoming acquainted with the people, and much leisure for reading and studying navigation. Yet practical seamanship could only be got on board ship. Therefore I determined to ask to be taken on board the ship when she arrived. By the 1st of August we finished curing all our hides, stored them away, cleaned out our vats, in which latter work we spent 2 days, up to our knees in mud and sediments of 6 months' hide curing, in a stench which would drive a donkey from his breakfast, and got all in readiness for the arrival of the ship, and had another leisure interval of 3 or 4 weeks. I spent these, as usual, in reading, writing, studying, making and mending my clothes, and getting my wardrobe in complete readiness in case I should go on board the ship, and in fishing, ranging the woods with the dogs, and in occasional visits to the Presidio and Mission. A good deal of my time was passed in taking care of a little puppy, which I had selected from 36 that were born within 3 days of one another at our house. He was a fine, promising pup, with 4 white paws, and on the rest of his body a dark brown. I built a little kennel for him, and kept him fastened there, away from the other dogs, feeding and disciplining him myself. In a few weeks I brought him into complete subjection, and he grew nicely, was much attached to me, and bade fair to be one of the leading dogs on the beach. I called him Bravo, and all I regretted at the thought of leaving the beach was parting with him and the Kanakas. Day after day we went up the hill, but no ship was to be seen, and we began to form all sorts of conjectures as to her whereabouts, and the theme of every evening's conversation at the different houses, and in our different paseos on the beach, was the ship, where she could be, had she been to San Francisco, and how many hides she would bring, etc., etc. Tuesday, August 25th. This morning the officer in charge of our house went off beyond the point of fishing in a small canoe, with 2 Kanakas, and we were sitting quietly in our room at the hide house, when, just before noon, we heard a complete yell of "Sail ho!" breaking out from all parts of the beach at once, from the Kanaka's oven to the Rosa's hide house. In an instant every one was out of his house, and there was a tall, gallant ship, with royals and skysails set, bending over before the strong afternoon breeze, and coming rapidly round the point. Her yards were braced sharp up, every sail was set, and drew well, the stars and stripes were flying from her mizzen peak, and, having the tide in her favor, she came up like a race horse. It was nearly 6 months since the new vessel had entered San Diego, and of course every one was wide awake. She certainly made a fine appearance. Her light sails were taken in, as she passed the low sandy tongue of land, and clewing up her head sails, she rounded handsomely to under her mizzen topsail, and let go her anchor at about a cable's length from the shore. In a few minutes the topsail yards were manned, and all 3 of the topsails furled at once. From the fore-top-gallant yard, the men slid down the stay to furl the jib, and from the mizzen-top-gallant yard, by the stay, into the main-top, and thence to the yard, and the men on the topsail yards came down the lifts to the yard-arms of the courses. The sails were furled with great care, the bunts triced up by jiggers, and the jibs stowed in the cloth. The royal yards were then struck, tackles got upon the yard-arms and stays, the long boat hoisted out, a large anchor carried astern, and the ship moored. This was the Alert. The gig was lowered away from the quarter, and a boat's crew of fine lads, between the ages of 14 and 18, pulled the captain ashore. The gig was a light whaleboat, handsomely painted, and fitted up with cushions and tiller ropes in the stern sheets. We immediately attacked the boat's crew, and got very thick with them in a few minutes. We had much to ask about Boston, their passage out, etc., and they were very curious to know about the kind of life we were leading upon the beach. One of them offered to exchange with me, which was just what I wanted, and we had only to get the permission of the captain. After dinner the crew began discharging their hides, and as we had nothing to do at the hide houses, we were ordered aboard to help them. I had now my first opportunity of seeing the ship which I hoped was to be my home for the next year. She looked as well on board as she did from without. Her decks were wide and roomy, there being no poop or house on deck, which disfigures the after part of most of our vessels. Flush fore and aft, and as white as flax, which the crew told us was from constant use of holystones. There was no foolish gilding and gingerbread work, to take the eye of landsmen and passengers, but everything was ship shape. There was no rust, no dirt, no rigging hanging slack, no fag ends of ropes and Irish pendants aloft, and the yards were square to a T, by lifts and braces. The mate was a hearty fellow, with a roaring voice, and always wide awake. He was "a man every inch of him," as the sailors said, and though a bit of a horse, and a hard customer, yet he was generally liked by the crew. There was also a second and third mate, a carpenter, sailmaker, steward, and cook, and 12 hands before the mast. She had on board several thousand hides, which she had collected at the windward, and also horns and tallow. All these we began discharging from both gangways at once into the two boats, the second mate having charge of the launch, and the third mate of the pinnace. For several days we were employed in this way, until all the hides were taken out, when the crew began taking in ballast, and we returned to our old work, hide curing. Saturday, August 29th. Arrived, brig Catalina, from the windward. Sunday, August 30th. This was the first Sunday that the Alert's crew had been at San Diego, and of course they were all for going up to see the town. The Indians came down early, with horses to let for the day, and those of the crew who could obtain liberty went off to the Presidio and Mission, and did not return until night. I had seen enough of San Diego, and went on board and spent the day with some of the crew, whom I found quietly at work in the forecastle, either mending and washing their clothes, or reading and writing. They told me that the ship stopped at Callao on the passage out, and lay there 3 weeks. She had a passage of a little over 80 days from Boston to Callao, which is one of the shortest on record. There they left the Brandywine frigate, and some smaller American ships of war, and the frigate Blonde, and a French 74. From Callao they came directly to California, and had visited every port on the coast, including San Francisco. The forecastle in which they lived was large, tolerably well lighted by bull's eyes, and, being kept perfectly clean, had quite a comfortable appearance. At least, it was far better than the little, black, dirty hole in which I had lived so many months on board the Pilgrim. By the regulations of the ship, the forecastle was cleaned out every morning, and the crew, being very neat, kept it clean by some regulations of their own, such as having a large spit box always under the steps and between the bitts, and obliging every man to hang up his wet clothes, etc. In addition to this, it was holystoned every Saturday morning. In the after part of the ship was a handsome cabin, a dining room, and a trade room, fitted out with shelves, and furnished with all sorts of goods. In the after part of the ship was a handsome cabin, a dining room, and a trade room, fitted out with shelves, and furnished with all sorts of goods. Between these and the forecastle was a between decks, as high as the gun deck of a frigate, being 6 feet and a half under the beam. These between decks were holystoned regularly, and kept in the most perfect order. The carpenter's bench and tools being in one part, the sailmaker's in another, the boatswain's locker, with the spare rigging, in a third. A part of the crew slept here, in hammocks swung fore and aft from the beams, and triced up every morning. The sides of the between decks were clapboarded, the knees and stanchions of iron, and the latter made to unship. The crew said she was as tight as a drum, and a fine sea boat, her only fault being, that of most fast ships, that she was wet forward. When she was going, as she sometimes would, 8 or 9 knots on a wind, there would not be a dry spot forward of the gangway. The men told great stories of her sailing, and had entire confidence in her as a lucky ship. She was 7 years old, and had always been in the Canton trade, had never met an accident of any consequence, nor made a passage that was not shorter than the average. The third mate, a young boy about 18 years of age, nephew of one of the owners, had been in the ship from a small boy, and believed in the ship, and the chief mate thought as much of her as he would of a wife and family. The ship lay about a week longer in port, when, having discharged her cargo and taken in ballast, she prepared to get under way. I now made my application to the captain to go on board. He told me that I could go home in the ship when she sailed, which I knew before; and finding that I wished to be on board while she was on the coast, said he had no objection, if I could find one of my own age to exchange with me for the time. This I easily accomplished, for they were glad to change the scene for a few months on shore, and, moreover, escape the winter and the south easters; and I went on board the next day, with my chest and hammock, and found myself once more afloat. Chapter 22. Chapter 23, Part 1 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 23, Part 1. New Ship and Shipmates. Tuesday, September 8th. This was my first day's duty on board the ship; and though a sailor's life is a sailor's life, wherever it may be, yet I found everything very different here from the customs of the brig Pilgrim. After all hands were called at daybreak, 3 minutes and a half were allowed for the men to dress and come on deck; and if any were longer than that, they were sure to be overhauled by the mate, who was always on deck, and making himself heard all over the ship. The head pump was then rigged, and the decks washed down by the second and third mates, the chief mate walking the quarter deck and keeping a general supervision, but not deigning to touch a bucket or a brush. Inside and out, fore and aft, upper deck and between decks, steerage and forecastle, rail, bulwarks, and waterways, were washed, scrubbed, and scraped with brooms and canvas; and the decks were wet and sanded all over, and then holystoned. The holystone is a large soft stone, smooth on the bottom, with long ropes attached to each end, by which the crew keep it sliding fore and aft over the wet, sanded decks. Smaller hand stones, which the sailors call "purbooks," are used to scrub in among the crevices and narrow places, where large holystones will not go. An hour or two we were kept at this work, when the head pump was manned, and all the sand washed off the decks and sides. Then came squabs and squilgees, and after the decks were dry, each one went to his particular morning job. There were 5 boats belonging to the ship: launch, pinnace, jolly boat, larboard quarter boat, and gig, each of which had a coxswain who had charge of it, and was answerable for the order and cleanliness of it. The rest of the cleaning was divided among the crew, one having the brass and composition work about the capstan, another the bell, which was of brass and kept as bright as a gilt button, a third the harness cask; another, the main rope stanchions; others, the steps of the forecastle and hatchways, which were hauled up and holystoned. Each of these jobs must be finished before breakfast, and in the meantime the rest of the crew filled the scuttle butt, and the cook scraped his kids (wooden tubs out of which sailors eat), and polished the hoops, and placed them before the galley to wait inspection. When the decks were dry, the lord paramount made his appearance on the quarter deck, and took a few turns; 8 bells were struck, and all hands went to breakfast. Half an hour was allowed for breakfast, when all hands were called again, the kids, pots, bread bags, etc., stowed away; and, this morning, preparations were made for getting under weigh. We paid out the chain by which we swung, hove in on the other, catted the anchor, and hove short on the first. This work was done in shorter time than was usual on board the brig; for though everything was more than twice as large and heavy, the cat block being as much as a man could lift, and the chain as large as 3 of the Pilgrims, yet there was plenty of room to move about in, more discipline and system, more men, and more good will. Each seemed ambitious to do his best. Officers and men knew their duty, and all went well. As soon as she was hove short, the mate, on the forecastle, gave the order to loose the sails, and in an instant all sprang into the rigging, up the shrouds, and out on the yards, scrambling by one another, the first up the best fellow, cast off the yard arm gaskets and bunt gaskets, and one man remained on each yard, holding the bunt jigger with the turn round the tie, all ready to let go, while the rest lay down to man the sheets and halyards. The mate then hailed the yards.
All ready the cross jack yards,
etc., etc., and
aye, aye, sir,
being returned from each, the word was given to let go, and in the twinkling of an eye, the ship, which had shown nothing but her bare yards, was covered with her loose canvas, from the royal mast heads to the decks. All then came down, except one man in each top, to overhaul the rigging, and going to the mast head at once, the larboard watch hoisting the fore, the starboard watch the main, and 5 light hands, of whom I was one, picked from the 2 watches, the mizzen. The yards were then trimmed, the anchor weighed, the cat block hooked, the fall stretched out, manned by all hands and the cook, and the anchor brought to the head with "Cheerily, men," in full chorus. The ship being now under way, the light sails were set, one after another, and she was under full sail before she had passed the sandy point. The fore royal, which fell to my lot, as I was in the mate's watch, was more than twice as large as that of the Pilgrim; and though I could handle the brig's easily, I found my hands full with this, especially as there were no jacks to the ship, everything being for neatness, and nothing left for Jack to hold on by but his eyelids. As soon as we were beyond the point, and all sail out, the order was given, and the crew said that, ever since they had been on the coast, they had had watch and watch while going from port to port; and, in fact, all things showed that, though strict discipline was kept, and the utmost was required of every man in the way of his duty, yet, on the whole, there was good usage on board. Each one knew that he must be a man, and show himself such when at his duty; yet all were satisfied with the treatment, and a contented crew, agreeing with one another and finding no fault, was a contrast indeed with the small, hard-used, dissatisfied, grumbling, desponding crew of the Pilgrim. It being the turn of our watch to go below, the men set themselves to work, mending their clothes, and doing other little things for themselves; and I, having got my wardrobe in complete order at San Diego, had nothing to do but to read. I accordingly overhauled the chests of the crew, but found nothing that suited me exactly, until one of the men said that he had a book which "told all about a great highwayman," at the bottom of his chest; and producing it, I found, to my surprise and joy, that it was nothing else than Bulwer's Paul Clifford. I seized it immediately, and going to my hammock, lay there, swinging and reading, until the watch below was out. The between decks clear, the hatchways open, a cool breeze blowing through them, the ship under easy way, everything was comfortable. I had just got well into the story when 8 bells were struck, and we were all ordered to dinner. After dinner came our watch on deck for 4 hours, and at 4 o'clock I went below again, turned into my hammock, and read until the dog watch. As lights were not allowed after 8 o'clock, there was no reading in the night watch. Having light winds and calms, we were 3 days on passage, and each watch below, during the daytime, I spent in the same manner, until I had finished my book. I shall never forget the enjoyment I derived from it. To come across anything with the slightest claims to literary merit was so unusual, that this was a feast to me. The brilliancy of the book, the succession of capital hits, the lively and characteristic sketches, kept me in a constant state of pleasing sensations. It was far too good for a sailor. I could not expect such fine times to last long. While on deck, the regular work of the ship went on. The sailmaker and carpenter worked between decks, and the crew had their work to do upon the rigging, drawing yarns, making spun yarn, etc., as usual in merchantmen. The night watches were much more pleasant than on board the Pilgrim. There were so few in a watch, that, one being at the wheel and another on the lookout, there was no one left to talk with. But here we had 7 in a watch, so that we had long yarns in abundance. After 2 or 3 night watches, I became well acquainted with the larboard watch. The sailmaker was head man of the watch, and was generally considered the most experienced seaman on board. He was a thoroughbred old man-of-war's man, had been at sea 22 years, in all kinds of vessels, men of war, privateers, slavers, and merchantmen, everything except whalers, which a thorough man of war or merchant seaman looks down upon, and will always steer clear of if he can. He had, of course, been in most parts of the world, and was remarkable for drawing a long bow. His yarns frequently stretched through a watch, and kept all hands awake. They were amusing from their improbability, and indeed he never expected to be believed, but spun them merely for amusement; and as he had some humor and a good supply of man-of-war slang and sailors' salt phrases, he always made fun. Next to him in age and experience, and of course in standing in the watch, was an Englishman named Harris, of whom I shall have more to say hereafter. Then came 2 or 3 Americans, who had been the common run of European and South American voyages, and one who had been in a spouter, and of course had all the whaling stories to himself. Last of all was a broad-backed, thick-headed Cape Cod boy, who had been in mackerel schooners, and was making his first voyage in a square-rigged vessel. Sailors call men from any part of the coast of Massachusetts, south of Boston, Cape Cod men. He was born in Hingham, and of course was called Bucket Maker. The other watch was composed of about the same number. A tall, fine-looking Frenchman, with coal-black whiskers and curly hair, a first-rate seaman, named John (one name is enough for a sailor), was the head man of the watch. Then came 2 Americans, one of whom had been a dissipated young man of some property and respectable connections, and was reduced to duck trowsers and monthly wages; a German, an English lad named Ben, who belonged on the mizzen topsail yard with me, and was a good sailor for his years; and 2 Boston boys just from the public schools. The carpenter sometimes mustered in the starboard watch, and was an old sea dog, a Swede by birth, and accounted the best helmsman in the ship. This was our ship's company, besides cook and steward, who were blacks, 3 mates, and the captain. The second day out the wind drew ahead, and we had to beat up the coast, so that, in tacking ship, I could see the regulations of the vessel. Instead of going wherever was most convenient, and running from place to place, wherever work was to be done, each man had his station. A regular tacking and wearing bill was made out. The chief mate commanded on the forecastle, and had charge of the headsails and the forward part of the ship. Two of the best men in the ship, the sailmaker from our watch, and John, the Frenchman, from the other, worked the forecastle. The third mate commanded in the waist, and with the carpenter and one man worked the main tack and bowline. The cook, ex officio, the foresheet, and the steward the main. The second mate had charge of the after yards, and let go the lee, fore, and main braces. I was stationed at the weather cross-jack braces, 3 other light hands at the lee, 1 boy at the spanker sheet and guy, a man and a boy at the main topsail, top gallant and royal braces, and all the rest of the crew, men and boys, tallied on to the main brace. Every one here knew his station, must be there when all hands were called to put the ship about, and was answerable for the ropes committed to him. Each man's rope must be let go and hauled in at the order, properly made fast, and neatly coiled away when the ship was about. As soon as all hands are at their stations, the captain, who stands on the weather side of the quarter deck, makes a sign to the man at the wheel to put it down, and calls out, "Helm's a lee! Helm's a lee!" answers the mate on the forecastle, and the head sheets are let go.
Raise tacks and sheets,
says the captain.
Tacks and sheets
is passed forward, and the foretack and main sheets are let go. The next thing is to haul taut for a swing. The weather cross-jack braces and the lee main braces are belayed together upon 2 pins, and ready to be let go, and the opposite braces are hauled taut.
Main topsail haul,
shouts the captain. The braces are let go, and if he has chosen his time well, the yards swing round like a top; but if he is too late, or too soon, it is like drawing teeth. The after yards are then braced up and belayed, the main sheet hauled aft, the spanker eased over to leeward, and the men from the braces stand by the head yards.
Let go and haul,
says the captain. The second mate lets go the weather fore braces, and the men haul in to leeward. The mate on the forecastle looks out for the head yards.
Well the foretopsail yards! Well the foretopsail yard! Top gallant yards well! Royal yard too much! Haul in to windward! So, well that! Well all!
Then the starboard watch board the main tack, and the larboard watch lay forward and board the foretack, and haul down the jib sheet, clapping a tackle upon it if it blows very fresh. The after yards are then trimmed, the captain generally looking out for them himself.
Well the cross-jack yard! Small pull the main top gallant yard! Well that! Well the mizzen top yard! Cross-jack yards all well! Well all aft! Haul taut to windward!
Everything being now trimmed and in order, each man coils up the rigging at his own station, and the order is given,
Go below the watch!
During the last 24 hours of the passage, we beat off and on the land, making a tack about once in 4 hours, so that I had sufficient opportunity to observe the working of the ship; and certainly it took no more men to brace about this ship's lower yards, which were more than 50 feet square, than it did those of the Pilgrim, which were not much more than half the size. So much depends upon the manner in which the braces run, and the state of the blocks; and Captain Wilson, of the Ayacucho, who was afterwards a passenger with us upon a trip to windward, said he had no doubt that our ship worked 2 men lighter than his brig. This light working of the ship was owing to the attention and seamanship of Captain Faucon. He had reeved anew nearly all the running rigging of the ship, getting rid of useless blocks, putting single blocks for double wherever he could, using pendant blocks, and adjusting the purchases scientifically. Friday, September 11th. This morning at 4 o'clock, went below. San Pedro Point being about 2 leagues ahead, and the ship going on under studding sails. In about an hour we were waked up by the hauling of the chain about decks, and in a few minutes
All hands ahoy!
was called, and we were all at work, hauling in and making up the studding sails, overhauling the chain forward, and getting the anchors ready. "The Pilgrim is there at anchor," said some one, as we were running about decks; and taking a moment's look over the rail, I saw my old friend, deeply laden, lying at anchor inside of the kelp. In coming to anchor, as well as in tacking ship, each one had his station and duty. The light sails were clewed up and furled, the courses hauled up, and the jibs down; then came the topsails and the buntlines, and the anchor let go. As soon as she was well at anchor, all hands lay aloft to furl the topsails; and this, I soon found, was a great matter on board this ship; for every sailor knows that a vessel is judged of a good deal by the furl of her sails. The third mate, sailmaker, and the larboard watch went upon the foretopsail yard; the second mate, carpenter, and the starboard watch upon the main; and I, and the English lad, and the 2 Boston boys, and the young Cape Cod man, furled the mizzen topsail. This sail belonged to us altogether to reef and to furl, and not a man was allowed to come upon our yard. The mate took us under his special care, frequently making us furl the sail over 3 or 4 times, until we got the bunt up to a perfect cone, and the whole sail without a wrinkle. As soon as each sail was hauled up and the bunt made, the jigger was bent on to the slack of the buntlines, and the bunt triced up on deck. The mate then took his place between the knightheads to twig the fore, and on the windlass to twig the main, and at the foot of the mainmast for the mizzen; and if anything was wrong, too much bunt on one side, clews too taut or too slack, or any sail abaft the yard, the whole must be dropped again. When all was right, the bunts were triced up well, the yard arm gaskets passed, so as not to leave a wrinkle forward of the yard, short gaskets, with turns close together. When all was right, the bunts were triced up well, the yard arm gaskets passed, so as not to leave a wrinkle forward of the yard, short gaskets, with turns close together. From the moment of letting go the anchor, when the captain ceases his care of things, the chief mate is the great man. With a voice like a young lion, he was hallooing in all directions, making everything fly, and at the same time doing everything well. He was quite a contrast to the worthy, quiet, unobtrusive mate of the Pilgrim; not a more estimable man, perhaps, but a far better mate of a vessel; and the entire change in Captain T.'s conduct, since he took command of the ship, was owing, no doubt, in a great measure, to this fact. If the chief officer wants force, discipline slackens, everything gets out of joint, and the captain interferes continually, that makes a difficulty between them, which encourages the crew, and the whole ends in a 3-sided quarrel. But Mr. Brown, a Marblehead man, wanted no help from anybody, took everything into his own hands, and was more likely to encroach upon the authority of the master than to need any spurring. Captain T gave his directions to the mate in private, and, except in coming to anchor, getting under weigh, tacking, reefing topsails, and other all hands work, seldom appeared in person. This is the proper state of things; and while this lasts, and there is a good understanding aft, everything will go on well. Having furled all the sails, the royal yards were next to be sent down. The English lad and myself sent down the main, which was larger than the Pilgrim's main top gallant yard, 2 more light hands the fore, and 1 boy the mizzen. This order we kept while on the coast, sending them up and down every time we came in and went out of port. They were all tripped and lowered together, the main on the starboard side, and the fore and mizzen to port. No sooner was she all snug, than tackles were got up on the yards and stays, and the long boat and pinnace hove out. The swinging booms were then guyed out, and the boats made fast by Jesh-warps, and everything in harbor style. After breakfast, the hatches were taken off, and everything got ready to receive hides from the Pilgrim. All day, boats were passing and repassing, until we had taken her hides from her, and left her in ballast trim. These hides made but little show in our hold, though they had loaded the Pilgrim down to the water's edge. This changing of the hides settled the question of the destination of the two vessels, which had been one of some speculation with us. We were to remain in the Ward ports, while the Pilgrim was to sail the next morning for San Francisco. After we had knocked off work and cleared up decks for the night, my friend S came on board and spent an hour with me in our berth between decks. The Pilgrim's crew envied me my place on board the ship, and seemed to think that I had got a little of the windward to them, especially in the matter of going home first. S was determined to go home in the Alert by begging or buying. If Captain Thompson would not let him come on other terms, he would purchase an exchange with some one of the crew. The prospect of another year after the Alert should sail was rather too much of the monkey. About 7 o'clock, the mate came down into the steerage in fine trim for fun, roused the boys out of the berth, turned up the carpenter with his fiddle, sent the steward with lights to put in the between decks, and set all hands to dancing. The between decks were high enough to allow of jumping, and being clear, and white from holystoning, made a good dancing hall. Some of the Pilgrim's crew were in the forecastle, and they all turned to, and had a regular sailor's shuffle, till 8 bells. The Cape Cod boy could dance the true fisherman's jig, barefooted, knocking with his heels and slapping the decks with his bare feet, in time with the music. This was a favorite amusement of the mates, who used to stand at the steerage door looking on, and if the boys would not dance, haze them round with a rope's end, much to the entertainment of the men. The next morning, according to the orders of the agent, the Pilgrim set sail for the windward, to be gone 3 or 4 months. She got under way with no fuss, and came so near us as to throw a letter on board, Captain Faucon standing at the tiller himself, and steering her as he would a mackerel smack. When Captain Thompson was in command of the Pilgrim, there was as much preparation and ceremony as there would be in getting a 74 under way. Captain Faucon was a sailor, every inch of him. He knew what a ship was, and was as much at home in one as a cobbler in his stall. I wanted no better proof of this than the opinion of the ship's crew, for they had been 6 months under his command, and knew him thoroughly, and if sailors allow their captain to be a good seaman, you may be sure he is one, for that is a thing they are not usually ready to admit. To find fault with the seamanship of the captain is a crew's reserve store for grumbling. End of chapter 23, part 1. Chapter 23, part 2 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 23, part 2. New ship and shipmates. After the Pilgrim left us, we lay 3 weeks at San Pedro, from the 11th of September until the 2nd of October, engaged in the usual port duties of landing cargo, taking off hides, etc., etc. These duties were much easier, and went on much more agreeably than on board the Pilgrim. The more the merrier is the sailor's maxim, and by a division of labor, a boat's crew of a dozen could take off all the hides brought down in a day, without much trouble; and on shore, as well as on board, a good will and no discontent or grumbling make everything go well. The officer, too, who usually went with us, the third mate, was a pleasant young fellow, and made no unnecessary trouble, so that we generally had a sociable time, and were glad to be relieved from the restraint of the ship. While here, I often thought of the miserable, gloomy weeks I had spent in this dull place, in the brig, discontent and hard usage on board, and 4 hands to do all the work on shore. Give me a big ship. There is more room, better outfit, better regulations, more life, and a regular gig's crew. A light whale boat, handsomely painted and fitted out with the stern seats, yoke and tiller ropes, hung on the starboard quarter, and was used as the gig. The youngest lad in the ship, a Boston boy about 14 years old, was coxswain of this boat, and had the entire charge of her, to keep her clean, and have her in readiness to go and come at any hour. 4 light hands, of about the same size and age, of whom I was one, formed her crew. Each had his oar and seat numbered, and we were obliged to be in our places, have our oars scraped white, our thole pins in, and the fenders over the side. The bowman had charge of the boat hook and painter, and the coxswain of the rudder, yoke, and stern sheets. Our duty was to carry the captain and agent about, and passengers off and on, which last was no trifling duty, as the people on shore have no boats, and every purchaser, from the boy who buys his pair of shoes, to the trader who buys his casks and bales, was to be brought off and taken ashore in our boat. Some days, when people were coming and going fast, we were in the boat, pulling off and on all day long, with hardly time for our meals, making, as we lay nearly 3 miles off shore, from 30 to 40 miles rowing in a day. Still, we thought it the best berth in the ship, for when the gig was employed, we had nothing to do with the cargo, except with small bundles which the passengers took with them, and no hides to carry. Besides, we had the opportunity of seeing everybody, making acquaintances, and hearing the news. Unless the captain or agent was in the boat, we had no officer with us, and often had fine times with the passengers, who were always willing to talk and joke with us. Frequently, too, we were obliged to wait several hours on shore, when we would haul the boat up on the beach, and leaving one to watch her, go to the nearest house, or spend the time in strolling about the beach, picking up shells, or playing hop scotch and other games on the hard sand. The others of the crew never left the ship, except for bringing heavy goods and taking off hides; and though we were always in the water, the surf hardly leaving us a dry thread from morning till night, yet we were young, and the climate was good, and we thought it much better than the quiet, humdrum drag and pull on board ship. We made the acquaintance of nearly half California; for besides carrying everybody in our boat, men, women, and children, all the messages, letters, and light packages went by us, and being known by our dress, we found a ready reception everywhere. At San Pedro we had none of this amusement, for, there being but one house in the place, there was nothing to see, and no company. All the variety that I had was riding once a week to the nearest rancho, to order a bullock down to the ship. Note: this was Sepulveda's rancho, where there was a fight during our war with Mexico in 1846, between some United States troops and the Mexicans, under Don Andres Pico. End note. The brig Catalina came in from San Diego, and being bound to windward, we both got under way at the same time, for a trial of speed up to Santa Barbara, a distance of about 80 miles. We hove up and got under sail about 11 o'clock at night, with a light land breeze, which died away towards morning, leaving us becalmed only a few miles from our anchoring place. The Catalina, being a small vessel of less than half our size, put out sweeps and got a boat ahead, pulled out to sea during the night, so that she had the sea breeze earlier and stronger than we did, and we had the mortification of seeing her standing up the coast with a fine breeze, the sea all ruffled about her, while we were becalmed inshore. When the sea breeze died away, she was nearly out of sight, and towards the latter part of the afternoon, the regular north-west wind setting in fresh, we braced sharp upon it, took a pull at every sheet, tack, and halyard, and stood after her in fine style, our ship being very good upon a taut bowline. We had nearly 5 hours of splendid sailing, beating up to windward by long stretches in and off shore, and evidently gaining upon the Catalina at every tack. When this breeze left us, we were so near as to count the painted ports on her side. Fortunately, the wind died away when we were on our inward tack, and she on her outward, So we were in shore and caught the land breeze first, which came off upon our quarter and upon the middle of the first watch. All hands were turned up, and we set all sail, to the skysails and royal studding sails, and with these we glided quietly through the water, leaving the Catalina, which could not spread so much canvas as we, gradually astern; and by daylight were off Santa Buenaventura, and our competitor nearly out of sight. The sea breeze, however, favored her again, while we were becalmed under the headland, and laboring slowly along, and she was abreast of us by noon. Thus we continued, ahead, astern, and abreast of each other, alternately, now far out to sea, and again close in under the shore. On the third morning we came into the great bay of Santa Barbara, 2 hours behind the brig, and thus lost the bet; though if the race had been to the point, we should have beaten her by 5 or 6 hours. This, however, settled the relative sailing of the vessels; for it was admitted that although she, being small and light, could gain upon us in very light winds, yet whenever there was breeze enough to set us a-going, we walked away from her like hauling in a line, and in beating to windward, which is the best trial of a vessel, had much the advantage. Sunday, October 4th. This was the day of our arrival, and somehow or other our captain seemed to manage, not only to sail, but to come into port on a Sunday. The main reason for sailing on Sunday is not, as many people suppose, because it is thought a lucky day, but because it is a leisure day. During the 6 days the crew are employed upon the cargo and other ships' works, and, Sunday being their only day of rest, whatever additional work can be thrown into it is so much gain to the owners. This is the reason of our coasters and packets generally sailing on Sunday. Thus it was with us nearly all the time we were on the coast, and many of our Sundays were lost entirely to us. The Catholics on shore do not, as a general thing, do regular trading or make journeys on Sunday; but the American has no national religion, and likes to show his independence of priestcraft by doing as he chooses on the Lord's day. Santa Barbara looked very much as it did when I left it 5 months before. The long sand beach, with the heavy rollers breaking upon it in a continual roar, and the little town, embedded on the plain, girt by its amphitheatre of mountains. Day after day the sun shone clear and bright upon the wide bay, and the red roofs of the houses, everything being as still as death, the people hardly seeming to earn their sunlight. Daylight was thrown away upon them. We had a few visitors, and collected about 100 hides, and every night, at sundown, the gig was sent ashore to wait for the captain, who spent his evenings in the town. We always took our monkey jackets with us, and flint and steel, and made a fire on the beach with driftwood and the bushes which we pulled from the neighboring thickets, and lay down by it on the sand. Sometimes we would stray up to the town, if the captain was likely to stay late, and pass the time at some of the houses, in which we were always well received by the inhabitants. Sometimes earlier and sometimes later the captain came down, when, after a good drenching in the surf, we went aboard, changed our clothes, and turned in for the night; yet not for all the night, for there was the anchor watch to stand. This leads me to speak of my watchmate for 9 months, and, taking him all in all, the most remarkable man I had ever seen, Tom Harris. An hour every night while lying in port, Harris and I had the deck to ourselves, and walking fore and aft, night after night, for months, I learned his character and history, and more about foreign nations, the habits of different people, and especially the secrets of sailors' lives and hardships, and also of practical seamanship, in which he was abundantly capable of instructing me, than I could ever have learned elsewhere. His memory was perfect, seeming to form a regular chain, reaching from the earliest childhood up to the time I knew him, without a link wanting. His power of calculation, too, was extraordinary. I called myself pretty quick at figures, and had been through a course of mathematical studies; but working by my head, I was unable to keep within sight of this man, who had never been beyond his arithmetic. He carried in his head not only a log book of the voyage, which was complete and accurate, and from which no one thought of appealing, but also an accurate registry of the cargo, knowing where each thing was stowed, and how many hides we took in at each port. One night he made a rough calculation of the number of hides that could be stored in the lower hold, between the fore and main masts, taking the depth of the hold and breadth of the beam, for he knew the dimensions of every part of the ship before he had been long on board, and the average area and thickness of a hide, and he came surprisingly near the number, as it afterwards turned out. The mate frequently came to him to know the capacity of different parts of the vessel, and he could tell the sailmaker very nearly the amount of canvas he would want for each sail in the ship, for he knew the hoist of every mast, and spread of each sail, on the head and foot, in feet and inches. When we were at sea, he kept a running account in his head of the ship's way, the number of knots and courses, and if the courses did not vary much during the 24 hours, by taking the whole progress and allowing so many eighths, southing or northing, to so many easting or westing, he would make up his reckoning just before the captain took the sun at noon, and often came very near the mark. He had in his chest several volumes giving accounts of inventions in mechanics, which he read with great pleasure, and made himself master of. I doubt if he forgot anything that he read. The only thing in the way of poetry that he ever read was Falconer's Shipwreck, which he was charmed with, and pages of which he could repeat. He said he could recall the name of every sailor that had ever been his shipmate, and also of every vessel, captain, and officer, and the principal dates of each voyage. And a sailor with whom we afterwards fell in with, who had been in a ship with Harris nearly 12 years before, was much surprised at having Harris tell him things about himself which he had entirely forgotten. His facts, whether dates or events, no one thought of disputing, and his opinions few of the sailors dared to oppose, for right or wrong, he always had the best of the argument with them. His reasoning powers were striking. I have had harder work maintaining an argument with him in a watch, even when I knew myself to be right and he was only doubting, than I ever had before, not from his obstinacy, but from his acuteness. Give him only a little knowledge of his subject, and among all the young men of my acquaintance at college, there is not one whom I had not rather meet in an argument than this man. I never answered a question from him, or advanced an opinion to him, without thinking more than once. With an iron memory, he seemed to have your whole past conversation at command, and if you said a thing now which ill agreed with something you had said some months before, he was sure to have you on the hip. In fact, I felt when I was with him, that I was with no common man. I had a positive respect for his powers of mind, and thought, often, that if half the pains had been spent upon his education which are thrown away yearly in our colleges, he would have made his mark. Like many self-taught men of real merit, he overrated the value of a regular education, and this I often told him, though I had profited by his error, for he always treated me with respect, and often unnecessarily gave way to me from an overestimate of my knowledge. For the intellectual capacities of all the rest of the crew, captain and all, he had a sovereign contempt. He was a far better sailor, and probably a better navigator, than the captain, and had more brains than all the after part of the ship put together. The sailors said, "Tom's got a head as long as a bowsprit," and if any one fell into an argument with him, they would call out, "Ah, Jack, you had better drop that as you would a hot potato, for Tom will turn you inside out before you know it." I recollect his posing me once on the subject of the corn laws. I was called to stand my watch, and coming on deck, found him there before me, and we began, as usual, to walk fore and aft in the waist. He talked about the corn laws, asked me a question about them, which I gave him, and my reasons, my small stock of which I set forth to the best advantage, supposing his knowledge on the subject must be less than mine, if indeed he had any at all. When I had got through, he took the liberty of differing from me, and brought arguments and facts which were new to me, and to which I was unable to reply. I confess that I knew almost nothing of the subject, and expressed my surprise at the extent of his information. He said that, a number of years before, while at a boarding house in Liverpool, he had fallen in with a pamphlet on the subject, and, as it contained calculations, had read it very carefully, and had ever since wished to find some one who could add to his stock of knowledge on the question. Although it was many years since he had seen the book, and it was a subject with which he had no previous acquaintance, yet he had the chain of reasoning, founded upon principles of political economy, fully in his memory, and his facts, so far as I could judge, were correct. At least, he stated them with precision. The principles of the steam engine, too, he was familiar with, having been several months on board a steamboat, and made himself master of its secrets. He knew every lunar star in both hemispheres, and was a master of the quadrant and sextant. The men said he could take a meridian altitude of the sun from a tar bucket. Such was the man who, at 40, was still a dog before the mast, at $12 a month. The reason for this was to be found in his past life, as I had it, at different times, from himself. He was an Englishman, a native of Ilfracombe, in Devonshire. His father was a skipper of a small coaster from Bristol, and dying, left him, when quite young, to the care of his mother, by whose exertions he received a common school education, passing his winters at school and his summers in the coasting trade, until his 17th year, when he left home to go upon foreign vessels. Of his mother he spoke with the greatest respect, and said that she was a woman of a strong mind, and had an excellent system of education, which had made respectable men of his 3 brothers, and failed in him only from his own indomitable obstinacy. One thing he mentioned, in which he said his mother differed from all other mothers that he had ever seen disciplining their children, that was, that when he was out of humor and refused to eat, instead of putting his plate away, saying that his hunger would bring him to it in time, she would stand over him and oblige him to eat it, every mouthful of it. It was no fault of hers that he was what I saw him, and so great was his sense of gratitude for her efforts, though unsuccessful, that he determined, when the voyage should end, to embark for home with all the wages he should get, to spend with and for his mother, if perchance he should find her alive. After leaving home, he had spent nearly 20 years sailing upon all sorts of voyages, generally out of the ports of New York and Boston. 20 years of vice. Every sin that a sailor knows, he had gone to the bottom of. Several times he had been hauled up in the hospitals, and as often the great strength of his constitution had brought him out again in health. Several times, too, from his acknowledged capacity, he had been promoted to the office of chief mate, and often his conduct when in port, especially his drunkenness, which neither fear nor ambition could induce him to abandon, put him back into the forecastle. One night, when giving me an account of his life, and lamenting the years of manhood he had thrown away, "There," said he, "in the forecastle, at the foot of those steps, a chest of old clothes, is the result of 22 years of hard labor and exposure. Worked like a horse and treated like a dog." As he had grown older, he had begun to feel the necessity of some provision for his later years, and came gradually to the conviction that rum had been his worst enemy. One night in Havana, a young shipmate of his was brought on board drunk, with a dangerous gash in his head, and his money and new clothes stripped from him. Harris had been in hundreds of such scenes as these, but in his then state of mind it fixed his determination, and he resolved never to taste a drop of strong drink of any kind. He signed no pledge, and made no vow, but relied on his own strength of purpose. The first thing with him was to reason, and then a resolution, and the thing was done. The date of his resolution he knew, of course, to the very hour. It was 3 years before I became acquainted with him, and during all the time, nothing stronger than cider or coffee had passed his lips. The sailors never thought of enticing Tom to take a glass, any more than they would of talking to the ship's compass. He was now a temperate man for life, and capable of filling any berth in a ship, and many a high station there is on shore which is held by a meaner man. He understood the management of a ship upon scientific principles, and could give the reasons for hauling every rope; and a long experience, added to careful observation at the time, gave him a knowledge of the expedients and resorts for times of hazard, for which I became much indebted to him, as he took the greatest pleasure in opening his stores of information to me, in return for what I was enabled to do for him. Stories of tyranny and hardship which had driven men to piracy, and of the terrible ignorance of masters and mates, and of horrid brutality to the sick, dead, and dying, as well as of the secret knavery and impositions practiced upon seamen by connivance of the owners, landlords, and officers, all these he had, and I could not but believe them, for he made the impression of an exact man, to whom exaggeration was a falsehood, and his statements were always credited. I remember, among other things, his speaking of a captain whom I had known, by report, who had never handed a thing to a sailor, but put it on deck and kicked it to him; and of another, who was highly connected in Boston, who absolutely murdered a lad from Boston, who went out with him before the mast to Sumatra, by keeping him hard at work while ill of the coast fever, and obliging him to sleep in the close steerage. The same captain has since died of the same fever on the same coast. In fact, taking together all that I learned from him of seamanship, of the history of sailors' lives, of practical wisdom, and of human nature under new circumstances and strange forms of life, a great history from which many are shut out, I would not part with the hours I spent in watch with that man, for the gift of many hours to be passed in study and intercourse with even the best of society. Chapter 23. Part II. Chapter 24 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 24. San Diego again. Sunday, October 11th. Set sail this morning for the leeward, passed within sight of San Pedro, and to our great joy, did not come to anchor, but kept directly on to San Diego, where we arrived and moored ship on Thursday, October 15th. Found here the Italian ship La Rosa, from the windward, which reported the brig Pilgrim at San Francisco all well. Everything was as quiet here as usual. We discharged our hides, horns, and tallow, and were ready to sail again on the following Sunday. I went ashore to my old quarters, and found the gang at the hide house going on in the even tenor of their way, and spent an hour or two after dark at the oven, taking a whiff with my old Kanaka friends, who really seemed glad to see me again, and saluted me as the Ayakane of the Kanakas. I was grieved to find that my poor dog Bravo was dead. He had sickened and died suddenly the very day after I sailed in the Alert. Sunday was again, as usual, our sailing day, and we got under way with a stiff breeze, which reminded us that it was the latter part of the autumn, and time to expect south-easters once more. We beat up against a strong head wind, under reefed topsails, as far as San Juan, where we came to anchor nearly 3 miles from the shore, with slip ropes on our cables, in the old south-easter style of last winter. On the passage up, we had an old sea captain on board, who had married and settled in California, and had not been on salt water for more than 15 years. He was surprised at the changes and improvements that had been made in ships, and still more in the manner in which we carried sail, for he was really a little frightened, and said that while we had top-gallant sails on, he should have been under reefed topsails. The working of the ship and her progress to windward seemed to delight him, for he said she went to windward as though she were kedging. Tuesday, October 20th. Having got everything ready, we set the agent ashore, who went up to the mission to hurry down the hides for the next morning. This night we had the strictest orders to look out for south-easters, and the long, low clouds seemed rather threatening. But the night passed over without any trouble, and early the next morning we hove out the long boat and pinnace, lowered away the quarter boats, and went ashore to bring off our hides. Here we were again in this romantic spot, a perpendicular hill, twice the height of the ship's mast head, with a single circuitous path to the top, and long sand beach at its base, with the swell of the whole Pacific breaking high upon it, and our hides ranged in piles on the overhanging summit. The captain sent me, who was the only one of the crew who had ever been there before, to the top to count the hides and pitch them down. There I stood again, as 6 months before, throwing off the hides, and watching them pitching and scaling to the bottom, while the men, dwarfed by the distance, were walking to and fro on the beach, carrying the hides, as they picked them up, to the distant boats, upon the tops of their heads. 2 or 3 boats were sent off, until at last all were thrown down, and the boats nearly loaded again, when we were all delayed by a dozen or 20 hides which had lodged in the recesses of the bank, and which we could not reach by any missiles, as the general line of the side was exactly perpendicular, and these places were caved in, and could not be seen or reached from the top. As hides are worth in Boston 12½ cents a pound, and the captain's commission was 1%, he determined not to give them up, and sent on board for a pair of top-gallant studding sail halyards, and requested some one of the crew to go to the top and come down by the halyards. The older sailors said the boys, who were light and active, ought to go, while the boys thought that strength and experience were necessary. Seeing the dilemma, and finding myself to be near the medium of these requisites, I offered my services and went up, with one man to tend the rope, and prepared for the descent. We found a stake fastened strongly into the ground, and apparently capable of holding my weight, to which we made one end of the halyard well fast, and, taking the coil, threw it over the brink. The end, we saw, just reached to a landing place, from which the descent to the beach was easy. Having nothing but shirt, trowsers, and hat, the common sea rig of warm weather, I had no stripping to do, and began my descent by taking hold of the rope with both hands and slipping down, sometimes with hands and feet round the rope, and sometimes breasting off with one hand and foot against the precipice, and holding on to the rope with the other. In this way I descended until I came to the place which shelved in, and in which the hides were lodged. Keeping hold of the rope with one hand, I scrambled in, and by aid of my feet and other hand, succeeded in dislodging all the hides, and continued on my way. Just below this place the precipice projected again, and going over the projection, I could see nothing below me but the sea and the rocks upon which it broke, and a few gulls flying in the mid air. I got down in safety, pretty well covered with dirt, and for my pains was told, "What a damned fool you were to risk your life for half a dozen hides." While we were carrying the hides to the boat, I perceived, what I had been too busy to observe before, that heavy black clouds were rolling up from seaward, a strong swell heaving in, and every sign of a south easter. The captain hurried everything. The hides were pitched into the boats, and with some difficulty, and by wading nearly up to our armpits, we got the boats through the surf, and began pulling aboard. Our gig's crew towed the pinnace astern of the gig, and the launch was towed by 6 men in the jolly boat. The ship was lying 3 miles off, pitching at her anchor, and the farther we pulled, the heavier grew the swell. Our boat stood nearly up and down several times, and the pinnace parted her tow line, and we expected every moment to see the launch swamped. At length we got alongside, our boats half full of water, and now came the greatest trouble of all, unloading the boats in a heavy sea, which pitched them about so that it was almost impossible to stand in them, raising them sometimes even with the rail, and again dropping them below the bends. With great difficulty we got all the hides aboard and stowed under hatches, the yard and stay tackles hooked on, and the launch and pinnace hoisted, chocked, and gripped. The quarter boats were then hoisted up, and we began heaving in on the chain. Getting the anchor was no easy work in such a sea; but as we were not going back to this port, the captain determined not to slip. The ship's head pitched into the sea, and the water rushed through the hawse holes, and the chain surged so as to almost unship the barrel of the windlass.
"Hove short, sir!"
said the mate.
"Aye, aye! Weather bit your chain and loose the topsails! Make sail on her, men, with a will!"
A few moments served to loose the topsails, which were furled with reefs to sheet them home, and hoist them up.
"Bear a hand!"
was the order of the day, and every one saw the necessity of it, for the gale was already upon us. The ship broke out her own anchor, which we catted and fished, after a fashion, and were soon close hauled under reefed sails, standing off from the lee shore, and rocks against a heavy head sea. The fore course was given to her, which helped her a little; but as she hardly held her own against the sea, which was setting her to leeward,
"Board the main tack!"
shouted the captain, when the tack was carried forward and taken to the windlass, and all hands called to the handspikes. The great sail bellied out horizontally, as though it would lift up the mainstay. The blocks rattled and flew about, but the force of the machinery was too much for her.
"Heave ho! Heave and paw! Yo! Heave! Hardy ho!"
And in time with the song, by the force of 20 strong arms, the windlass came slowly round, pawl after pawl, and the weather clew of the sail was brought down to the waterways. The starboard watch hauled aft the sheet, and the ship tore through the water like a mad horse, quivering and shaking at every joint, and dashing from her head the foam, which flew off at each blow, yards and yards to leeward. A half hour of such sailing served our turn, when the clews of the sail were hauled up, the sail furled, and the ship, eased of her press, went more quietly on her way. Soon after, the foresail was reefed, and we mizzentop men were sent up to take another reef in the mizzentopsail. This was the first time I had taken a weather earing, and I felt not a little proud to sit astride of the weather yard arm, pass the earing, and sing out,
"Haul out to leeward!"
From this time until we got to Boston, the mate never suffered any one but our own gang to go upon the mizzentopsail yard, either for reefing or furling, and the young English lad and I generally took the earings between us. Having cleared the point and got well out to sea, we squared away the yards, made more sail, and stood nearly before the wind, for San Pedro. It blew strong, with some rain, nearly all night, but fell calm toward the morning, and the gale having blown itself out, we came to Thursday, October 22nd, at San Pedro, in the old southeaster berth, a league from shore, with a slip rope on the cable, reefs in the topsails, and rope yarns for gaskets. Here we lay 10 days, with the usual boating, hide carrying, rolling of cargo up the steep hill, walking barefooted over stones, and getting drenched in salt water. The 3rd day after our arrival, the Rosa came in from San Juan, where she went the day after the southeaster. Her crew said it was as smooth as a mill pond after the gale, and she took off nearly 1,000 hides, which had been brought down for us, and which we lost in consequence of the southeaster. This mortified us. Not only that an Italian ship should have got to windward of us in the trade, but because every 1,000 hides went towards completing the 40,000 which we were to collect before we could say good bye to California. While lying here, we shipped one new hand, an Englishman of about 26 years, who was an acquisition, as he proved to be a good sailor, could sing tolerably, and what was of more importance to me, had a good education and a somewhat remarkable history. He called himself George P. Marsh, professed to have been at sea from a small boy, and to have served his time in the smuggling trade between Germany and the coast of France and England. Thus he accounted for his knowledge of the French language, which he spoke and read as well as he did English. But his cutter education would not account for his English, which was far too good to have been learned in a smuggler; for he wrote an uncommonly handsome hand, spoke with great correctness, and frequently, when in private talk with me, quoted from books, and showed a knowledge of the customs of society, and particularly of the formalities of the various English courts of law and of Parliament, which surprised me. Still he would give no other account of himself than that he was educated in a smuggler. A man whom we afterwards fell in with, who had been a shipmate of George's a few years before, said that he heard, at the boarding house from which they shipped, that George had been at a college, probably a naval one, as he knew no Latin or Greek, where he learned French and mathematics. He was not the man by nature that Harris was. Harris had made everything of his mind and character in spite of obstacles, while this man had evidently been born in a different rank, and educated early in life accordingly, but had been a vagabond, and had done nothing for himself since. Nor had George the character, strength of mind, or memory of Harris, yet there was about him the remains of a pretty good education, which enabled him to talk quite up to his brains, in high spirit, and amenability to the point of honor, which years of a dog's life had not broken. After he had been a little while on board, we learned of his adventures of the last 2 years, which we afterwards heard confirmed in such manner as to put the truth of them beyond a doubt. He sailed from New York in the year 1833, if I mistake not, before the mast, in the brig Laysacar for Canton. She was sold in the East Indies, and he shipped at Manila in a small schooner, bound on a trading voyage among the Ladrone and Pelew Islands. On one of the latter islands their schooner was wrecked on a reef, and they were attacked by the natives, and, after a desperate resistance, in which all their number, except the captain, George, and a boy, were killed or drowned, they surrendered, and were carried bound in a canoe to a neighboring island. In about a month after this, an opportunity occurred in which one of their number might get away. I have forgotten the circumstances, but only one could go, and they gave way to the captain, upon his promising to send them aid if he escaped. He was successful in his attempt, got on board an American vessel, went back to Manila, and thence to America, without making any effort for their rescue, or, indeed, as George afterwards discovered, without even mentioning their case to any one in Manila. The boy that was with George died, and he being alone, and there being no chance for his escape, the natives soon treated him with kindness, and even with attention. They painted him, tattooed his body, for he would never consent to be marked in the face or hands, gave him 2 or 3 wives, and, in fact, made a pet of him. In this way he lived for 13 months in a delicious climate, with plenty to eat, half naked, and nothing to do. He soon, however, became tired, and went round the island on different pretenses, to look out for a sail. One day he was out fishing in a small canoe with another man, when he saw a large sail to windward, about 1.5 leagues off, passing abreast of the island and standing westward. With some difficulty he persuaded the islander to go off with him to the ship, promising to return with a good supply of rum and tobacco. These articles, which the islanders had got a taste of from the American traders, were too strong a temptation for the fellow, and he consented. They paddled off in the track in which the ship was bound, and lay to until she came down to them. George stepped on board the ship nearly naked, painted from head to foot, and in no way distinguishable from his companion until he began to speak. Upon this the people on board were not a little astonished, and having learned his story, the captain had him washed and clothed, and, sending away the poor astonished native with a knife or 2 and some tobacco and calico, took George with him on the voyage. This was the ship Cabot of New York, Captain Low. She was bound to Manila from across the Pacific, and George did seaman's duty in her until arrival in Manila, when he left her and shipped in a brig bound to the Sandwich Islands. From Oahu he came, in the British brig Clementine, to Monterey, as second officer, where, having some difficulty with the captain, he left her, and coming down the coast, joined us at San Pedro. Nearly 6 months after this, among some papers we received by an arrival from Boston, we found a letter from Captain Low, of the Cabot, published immediately upon his arrival in New York, giving all the particulars, just as we had them from George. The letter was published for the information of the friends of George, and Captain Lowe added that he left him at Manila to go to Oahu, and he had heard nothing of him since. George had an interesting journal of his adventures in the Pelew Islands, which he had written out at length, in a handsome hand, and in correct English. Note: in the spring of 1841, a seafaring man called at my rooms in Boston and said he wished to see me, as he knew something about a man I had spoken of in my book. He then told me that he was the second mate of the bark Mary Fraser, which sailed from Batavia in company with a Cabot, bound to Manila; that when off the Pelew Islands they fell in with a canoe with 2 natives on board, who told them that there was an American ship ahead, out of sight, and that they had put a white man on board her. The bark gave the canoe a tow for a short distance. When the Mary Fraser arrived at Manila, they found the Cabot there, and my informant said that George came on board several times, and told the same story that I had given of him in this book. He said that the name of George's schooner was the Dash, and that she was wrecked, and attacked by the natives, as George had told me. This man, whose name was Beauchamp, was second mate of the Mary Fraser when she took the missionaries to Oahu. He became religious during the passage, and joined the mission church at Oahu upon his arrival. When I saw him, he was master of a bark. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25, Part 1 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 25, Part 1. Rumors of War. Sunday, November 1st, sailed this day, Sunday again, for Santa Barbara, where we arrived on the 5th. Coming round Santa Buenaventura, and nearing the anchorage, we saw 2 vessels in port, a large full-rigged, and a small hermaphrodite brig. The former, the crew said, must be the Pilgrim, but I had been too long on the Pilgrim to be mistaken in her, and I was right in differing from them; for, upon nearer approach, her long, low, sheer, sharp bows, and raking masts, told quite another story.
Man-of-war brig,
said some of them.
Baltimore clipper,
said others. The Ayacucho, thought I, and soon the broad folds of the beautiful banner of St. George, white filled with blood-red border and cross, were displayed from her peak. A few minutes put it beyond a doubt, and we were lying by the side of the Ayacucho, which had sailed from San Diego about 9 months before, while we were lying there in the Pilgrim. She had since been to Valparaiso, Callao, and the Sandwich Islands, and had just come up on the coast. Her boat came on board, bringing Captain Wilson, and in half an hour the news was all over the ship that there was a war between the United States and France. Exaggerated accounts reached the forecastle. Battles had been fought. A large French fleet was in the Pacific, etc., etc. And one of the boat's crew, the Ayacucho, said that, when they left Callao, a large French frigate and the American frigate Brandywine, which were lying there, were going outside to have a battle, and that the English frigate Blonde was to be umpire and see fair play. Here was important news for us. Alone on an unprotected coast, without an American man-of-war within some thousands of miles, and the prospect of a voyage home through the whole length of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, a French prison seemed a much more probable place of destination than a good port of Boston. However, we were too salt to believe every yarn that comes into the forecastle, and waited to hear the truth of the matter from higher authority. By means of the supercargo's clerk, I got the amount of the matter, which was, that the governments had had a difficulty about the payment of a debt; that war had been threatened and prepared for, but not actually declared, although it was pretty generally anticipated. This was not quite so bad, yet was no small cause of anxiety. But we cared very little about the matter ourselves. Happy-go-lucky with Jack. We did not believe that a French prison would be much worse than hide droghing on the coast of California. and no one who has not been a long, dull voyage, shut up in one ship, can conceive of the effect of monotony upon one's thoughts and wishes. The prospect of a change is a green spot in the desert, and the probability of great events and exciting scenes creates a feeling of delight, and sets life in motion, so as to give a pleasure which any one not in the same state would be unable to explain. In fact, a more jovial night we had not passed in the forecastle for months. All seemed in unaccountably high spirits. An undefined anticipation of radical changes, of new scenes and great doings, seemed to have possessed every one, and the common drudgery of the vessel appeared contemptible. Here was a new vein opened, a grand theme of conversation, and a topic for all sorts of discussions. National feeling was wrought up. Jokes were cracked upon the only Frenchman in the ship, and comparisons made between old horse and soup maigre, etc., etc. We remained in uncertainty as to this war for more than 2 months, when an arrival from the Sandwich Islands brought us the news of an amicable arrangement of the difficulties. The other vessel which we found in port was the hermaphrodite brig Avon, from the Sandwich Islands. She was fitted up in handsome style, fired a gun, and ran her ensign up and down at sunrise and sunset, had a band of 4 or 5 pieces of music on board, and appeared rather like a pleasure yacht than a trader. Yet, in connection with the Loriotte, Clementine, Bolivar, Convoy, and other small vessels belonging to sundry Americans at Oahu, she carried on a considerable trade, legal and illegal, in otter skins, silks, teas, etc., as well as hides and tallow. The second day after our arrival, a full-rigged brig came round the point from the northward, sailed leisurely through the bay, and stood off again for the southeast in the direction of the large island of Catalina. The next day the Avon got under way, and stood in the same direction, bound for San Pedro. This might do for marines and Californians, but we knew the ropes too well. The brig was never seen again on the coast, and the Avon went into San Pedro in about a week, with a replenished cargo of Canton and American goods. This was one of the means of escaping the heavy duties that Mexicans lay upon all imports. A vessel comes on the coast, enters a moderate cargo at Monterey, which is the only customs house, and commences trading. In a month or more, having sold a large part of her cargo, she stretches over to Catalina, or other of the large uninhabited islands which lie off the coast, in a trip from port to port, and supplies herself with choice goods from a vessel from Oahu, which has been lying off on the islands waiting for her. 2 days after the selling of the Avon, the Loriotte came in from the leeward, and, without a doubt, had also had a snatch at the brig's cargo. Tuesday, November 10th, going ashore as usual in the gig, just before sundown, to bring off the captain, we found, upon taking in the captain and putting off again, that our ship, which lay the farthest out, had run up her ensign. This meant sail ho, of course, but as we were within the point, we could see nothing.
"Give way, boys, give way! Lay out on your oars and long stroke!"
said the captain, and stretching to the whole length of our arms, heading back again so that our backs touched the thwarts, we sent her through the water like a rocket. A few minutes of such pulling opened the islands, one after another, in range of the point, and gave us a view of the canal, where was a ship, under top-gallant sails, standing in, with a light breeze, for the anchorage. Putting the boat's head in the direction of the ship, the captain told us to lay out again, and we needed no spurring, for the prospect of boarding a new ship, perhaps from home, hearing the news, and having something to tell of when we got back, was excitement enough for us, and we gave way with a will. Captain Nye, of the Loriotte, who had been an old whaleman, was in the stern sheets, and fell mightily into the spirit of it.
"Bend your backs, break your oars,"
he said.
"Lay me on, Captain Bunker! There she flukes!"
and other exclamations current among whalemen. In the meantime it fell flat calm, and being within a couple of miles of the ship, we expected to board her in a few minutes, when a breeze sprung up, dead ahead for the ship, and she braced up and stood off toward the islands, sharp on the larboard tack, making good way through the water. This, of course, brought us up, and we had only to ease larboard oars, pull round starboard, and go aboard the Alert, with something very like a flea in the ear. There was a light land breeze all night, and the ship did not come to anchor until the next morning. As soon as her anchor was down, we went aboard, and found her to be the whale ship Wilmington and Liverpool Packet, of New Bedford, last from the off-shore ground, with 1,900 barrels of oil. A spouter we knew her to be, as soon as we saw her, by her cranes and boats, and by her stump topgallant mast, and a certain slovenly look to the sails, rigging, spars, and hull. And when we got on board, we found everything to correspond spouter fashion. She had a false deck, which was rough and oily, and cut up in every direction by the chimes of oil casks. Her rigging was slack, and turning white, paint worn off the spars and blocks, clumsy seizings, straps without covers, and homeward bound splices in every direction. Her crew, too, were not in much better condition. Her captain was a slab-sided Quaker, in a suit of brown, with a broad-brimmed hat, bending his long legs as he moved about decks with his head down like a sheep, and the men looked more like fishermen and farmers than they did like sailors. Though it was by no means cold weather, we having on only our red shirts and duck trousers, they all had on woolen trousers, not blue in ship shape, but of all colors, brown, drab, gray, and green, with suspenders over their shoulders and pockets to put their hands in. This added to the Guernsey frocks, striped comforters about the neck, thick cowhide boots, woolen caps, and a strong oily smell, and a decidedly green look, will complete the description. 8 or 10 were on the foretopsail yard, and as many more in the main, furling the topsail, while 8 or 10 were hanging about the forecastle doing nothing. This was a strange sight for a vessel coming to anchor, so we went up to them to see what was the matter. One of them, a stout, hardy-looking fellow, held out his leg and said that he had the scurvy. Another had cut his hand, and others had got nearly well, but said there were plenty aloft to furl the sails, so they were sobering in the forecastle. There was only one splicer on board, a fine-looking old tar, who was in the bunt of the foretopsail. He was probably the only thorough marline-spike seaman in the ship before the mast. The mates, of course, and the boat steerers, and also 2 or 3 of the greater part of the crew, were raw hands, just from the bush, and had not yet got the hayseed out of their hair. The mizzen topsail hung in the buntlines until everything was furled forward. Thus a crew of 30 men were half an hour in doing what would have been done in the Alert with 18 hands to go aloft in 15 or 20 minutes. Note: I have been told that this description of a whaleman has given offence to the whale-trading people of Nantucket, New Bedford, and the Vineyard. It is not exaggerated, and the appearance of such a ship and crew might well impress a young man trained in the ways of a ship in the style of the Alert. Long observation has satisfied me that there are no better seamen, so far as handling a ship is concerned, and none so venturous and skillful navigators, as the masters and officers of our whalemen. But never, either on this voyage, or on a subsequent visit to the Pacific and its islands, was my fortune to fall in with a whale ship whose appearance, and the appearance of whose crew, gave signs of strictness and discipline and seaman-like neatness. Probably these things are impossibilities from the nature of the business, and I may have made too much of them. Endnote. We found that they had been at sea 6 or 8 months, and had no news to tell us. So we left them, and promised to get liberty to come on board in the evening for some curiosities. Accordingly, as soon as we were knocked off in the evening and were through supper, we obtained leave, took a boat, and went aboard and spent an hour or two. They gave us pieces of whalebone, and the teeth and other parts of curious sea animals, and we exchanged books with them, a practice very common among ships in foreign ports, by which you get rid of the books you have read and re-read, and a supply of new ones in their stead, and Jack is not very nice as to their comparative value. Note: this visiting between the crews of ships at sea is called, among whalemen, gamming. End note. Thursday, November 12th. This day was quite cool in the early part, and there were black clouds about; but as it was often so in the morning, nothing was apprehended, and all the captains went ashore together to spend the day. Towards noon, the clouds hung heavily over the mountains, coming halfway down the hills that encircle the town of Santa Barbara, and a heavy swell rolled in from the southeast. The mate immediately ordered the gig's crew away, and at the same time we saw boats pulling ashore from the other vessels. Here was a grand chance for a rowing match, and every one did his best. We passed the boats of the Ayacucho and the Loriotte, but could not hold our own with the long 6-oared boat of the whale ship. They reached the breakers before us, but here we had the advantage of them, for, not being used to the surf, they were obliged to wait to see us beach our boat, just as, in the same place, nearly a year before, we and the Pilgrim were glad to be taught by a boat crew of Kanakas. We had hardly got the boats beached, and their heads pointed out to sea, before our old friend, Bill Jackson, the handsome English sailor, who steered the Loriotte's boat, called out that his brig was adrift; and sure enough, she was dragging her anchors, and drifting down into the bight of the bay. Without waiting for the captain, for there was no one on board the brig but the mate and steward, he sprang into the boat, called the Kanakas together, and tried to put off. But the Kanakas, though capital water dogs, were frightened by their vessels being adrift, and by the emergency of the case, and seemed to lose their faculties. Twice their boat filled, and came broadside upon the beach. Jackson swore at them for a parcel of savages, and promised to flog every one of them. This made the matter no better. When we came forward, he told the Kanakas to take their seats in the boat, and, going 2 on each side, walked out with her till it was up to our shoulders, and gave them a shove, when, giving way with their oars, they got her safely into the long, regular swell. In the meantime, boats had put off to the Loriotte from our ship and the whaler, coming all on board the brig together. They let go the other anchor, paid out chain, braced the yards to the wind, and brought the vessel up. In a few minutes the captains came hurrying down on the run, and there was no time to be lost, for the gale promised to be a severe one, and the surf was breaking upon the beach 3 deep, higher and higher every instant. The Ayacucho's boat, pulled by 4 Kanakas, put off first, and as they had no rudder or steering oar, would probably never have got off, had we not waded out with them as far as the surf would permit. The next that made the attempt was the whale boat, for we, being the most experienced beach combers, needed no help, and stayed till the last. Whalemen make the best boat's crew in the world for a long pull, but this landing was new to them, and notwithstanding the examples they had had, they slewed round and were hove up, boats, oars, and men, all together, high and dry upon the sand. The second time they filled, and had to turn their boat over and set her off again. We could be of no help to them, for they were so many as to be in one another's way, without the addition of our numbers. The third time they got off, though not without shipping a sea which drenched them all, and half filled their boat, keeping them bailing until they reached their ship. English Ben and I, who were the largest, standing on each side of the bows to keep her head out to sea, 2 more shipping and manning the 2 after oars, and the captain taking the steering oar. 2 or 3 Mexicans, who stood upon the beach looking at us, wrapped their cloaks about them, shook their heads, and muttered "Caramba!" They had no taste for doing such things. In fact, the hydrophobia is a nautical malady, and shows itself in their persons as well as their actions. Watching for a smooth chance, we determined to show the other boats the way it should be done, and, as soon as ours floated, ran out with her, keeping her head out, with all our strength and the help of the captain's oar, and the two after oarsmen giving way regularly and strongly, until our feet were off the ground. We tumbled into the bows, keeping perfectly still, from fear of hindering the others. For some time it was doubtful how it would go. The boat stood nearly up and down in the water, and the sea, rolling from under her, let her fall upon the water with a force which seemed almost to save her bottom in. But quietly sliding 2 oars forward, along the thwarts, without impeding the rowers, we shipped 2 bow oars, and thus, by the help of 4 oars and the captain's strong arm, we got safely off, though we shipped several seas, which left us half full of water. We pulled alongside of the Loriotte, put her skipper on board, and found her making preparations for slipping, and then pulled aboard our own ship. Here Mr. Brown, always on hand, had got everything ready, so that we had only to hook on the gig and hoist it up, when the order was given to loose the sails. While we were on the yards, we saw the Loriotte under way, and, before our yards were mast headed, the Ayacucho had spread her wings, and, with yards braced sharp up, was standing athwart our hawse. There is no prettier sight in the world than a full rigged, clipper built brig, sailing sharp on the wind. In a minute more, our slip rope was gone, and the head yards filled away, and we were off. Next came the whaler, and in half an hour from the time when 4 vessels were lying quietly at anchor, without a rag out or a sign of motion, the bay was deserted, and 4 white clouds were moving over the water to seaward. Being sure of clearing the point, we stood off with our yards a little braced in, while the Ayacucho went off with a taut bowline, which brought her to windward of us. During all this day, and the greater part of the night, we had the usual south-easter entertainment, a gale of wind, with occasional rain, and finally topped off with a drenching rain of 3 or 4 hours. At daybreak the clouds thinned off and rolled away, and the sun came up clear. The wind, instead of coming out from the northward as usual, blew steadily and freshly from the anchoring ground. This was bad for us, for being flying light, with little more than ballast trim, we were in no condition for showing off on a taut bowline, and had depended upon a fair wind, with which, by the help of our light sails and studding sails, we meant to have been the first at the anchoring ground. But the Ayacucho was a good league to the windward of us, and was standing in fine style. The whaler, however, was as far to the leeward of us, and the Loriotte was nearly out of sight, among the islands up the canal. By hauling every brace and bowline, and clapping watch tackles upon all the sheets and halyards, we managed to hold our own, and drop the leeward vessels a little in every tack. When we reached the anchoring ground, the Ayacucho had got her anchor, furled her sails, squared her yards, and was lying as quietly as if nothing had happened. We had our usual good luck in getting our anchor without letting go another, and were all snug, with our boats at the boom ends, in half an hour. In about 2 hours more, the whaler came in and made a clumsy piece of work in getting her anchor, being obliged to let go her best bower, and finally to get out a kedge and a hawser. They were heave hoing, stopping and unstopping, pawling, catting, and fishing for 3 hours, and the sails hung from the yards all the afternoon, and were not furled until sundown. The Loriotte came in just after dark, and let go her anchor, making no attempt to pick up the other until the next day. This affair led to a dispute as to the sailing of our ship and the Ayacucho. Bets were made between the captains, and the crews took it up in their own way. But as she was bound to leeward, and we to windward, and merchant captains cannot deviate, a trial never took place. And perhaps it was well for us that it did not, for the Ayacucho had been 8 years in the Pacific, in every part of it, Valparaiso, Sandwich Islands, Canton, California, and all, and was called the fastest merchantman that traded in the Pacific, unless it was the brig John Gilpin, and perhaps the ship Anne McKim of Baltimore. End of chapter 25, part 1. Chapter 25, Part 2 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 25, Part 2 Rumors of War. Saturday, November 14th. This day we got under way, with the agent and several Mexicans of note, as passengers, bound up to Monterey. We went ashore in the gig to bring them off with their baggage, and found them waiting on the beach, and a little afraid about going off, as the surf was running very high. This was nuts to us, for we liked to have a Mexican wet with salt water, and then the agent was very much disliked by the crew, one and all, and we hoped, as there was no officer in the boat, to have a chance to duck them, for we knew they were such marines that they would not know whether it was our fault or not. Accordingly, we kept the boat so far from shore as to oblige them to wet their feet in getting into her, and then waited for a good high comber, and letting the head slew a little round, sent the whole force of the sea into the stern sheets, drenching them from head to feet. The Mexicans sprang out of the boat, swore, and shook themselves, and protested against trying it again, and it was with the greatest difficulty that the agent could prevail upon them to make another attempt. The next time we took care, and went off easily enough, and pulled aboard. The crew came to the side to hoist in their baggage, and heartily enjoyed the half-drowned looks of the company. Everything being now ready, and the passengers aboard, we ran up the ensign and the broad pennant, for there was no man of war, and we were the largest vessel on the coast, and the other vessels ran up their ensigns. Having hove short, cast off the gaskets, and made the bunt of each sail fast by the jigger, with a man on each yard, at the word the whole canvas of the ship was loosed, and with the greatest rapidity possible everything was sheeted home and hoisted up, the anchor tripped and cat-headed, and the ship under headway. We were determined to show the spouter how things could be done in a smart ship, with a good crew, though not more than half their number. The royal yards were all crossed at once, and royal and skysails set, and as we had the wind free, the booms were run out, and all were aloft, active as cats, laying out on the yards and booms, reeving the studding sail gear, and sail after sail the captain piled upon her, until she was covered with canvas, her sails looking like a great white cloud resting upon a black speck. Before we doubled the point, we were going at a dashing rate, and leaving the shipping far astern. We had a fine breeze to take us through the canal, as they call this bay of 40 miles long by 10 wide. The breeze died away at night, and we were becalmed all day on Sunday, about halfway between Santa Barbara and Point Conception. Sunday night we had a light fair wind, which set us up again, and having a fine sea breeze on the first part of Monday, we had the prospect of passing, without any trouble, Point Conception, the Cape Horn of California, where the sailors say it begins to blow the 1st of January, and blows until the last of December. Towards the latter part of the afternoon, however, the regular northwest wind, as usual, set in, which brought in our studding sails, and gave us a chance of beating round the point, which we were now just abreast of, and which stretched off into the Pacific, high, rocky, and barren, forming the central point of the coast for hundreds of miles north and south. A capful of wind will be a bagful here, and before night our royals were furled, and the ship was laboring hard under her topgallant sails. At 8 bells our watch went below, leaving her with as much sail as she could stagger under, the water flying over the forecastle at every plunge. It was evidently blowing harder, but then there was not a cloud in the sky, and the sun had gone down bright. We had been below but a short time before we had the usual premonitions of a coming gale, seas washing over the whole forward part of the vessel, and her bows beating against them with a force and sound like the driving of piles. The watch, too, seemed very busy trampling about decks and singing out at the ropes. A sailor can tell by the sound what sail is coming in, and in a short time we heard the top-gallant sails come in, one after another, and then the flying jib. This seemed to ease her a good deal, and we were fast going off to the land of Nod, when bang, 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 on the scuttle, and
All hands, reef topsails ahoy!
started us out of our berths, and it not being very cold weather, we had nothing extra to put on, and were soon on deck. I shall never forget the fineness of the sight. It was a clear and rather a chilly night, and the stars were twinkling with an intense brightness, and as far as the eye could reach, there was not a cloud to be seen. The horizon met the sea in a defined line. A painter could not have painted so clear a sky. There was not a speck upon it, yet it was blowing great guns from the northwest. When you can see a cloud to windward, you feel that there is a place for the wind to come from. But here it seemed to come from nowhere. No person could have told from the heavens, by their eyesight alone, that it was not a still summer's night. One reef after another we took in the topsails, and before we could get them hoisted up, we heard a sound like a short, quick rattling of thunder, and the jib was blown to atoms out of the bolt rope. We got the topsails set, and the fragments of the jib stowed away, and the foretopmast staysail set in its place, when the great mainsail gaped open, and the sail ripped from head to foot.
Lay up on that main yard and furl the sail before it blows to tatters!
Shouted the captain, and in a moment we were up, gathering the remains of it upon the yard. We got it wrapped round the yard, and passed gaskets over it as snugly as possible, and were just on deck again, when, with another loud rent, which was heard throughout the ship, the foretopsail, which had been double reefed, split in two athwartships, just below the reef band, from earing to earing. Here again it was, down yard, haul out reef tackles, and lay out upon the yard for reefing. By hauling the reef tackles chock a block, we took the strain from the other earings, and passing the close reef earing, and knotting the points carefully, we succeeded in setting the sail close reefed. We had but just got the rigging coiled up, and were waiting to hear "go below the watch," when the main royal worked loose from the gaskets, and blew directly out to leeward, flapping and shaking the mast like a wind. Here was a job for somebody. The royal must come in or be cut adrift, or the mast would be snapped short off. All the light hands in the starboard watch were sent up one after another, but they could do nothing with it. At length, John, the tall Frenchman, the head of the starboard watch, and a better sailor never stepped upon a deck, sprang aloft, and, by the help of his long arms and legs, succeeded, after a hard struggle, the sail blowing over the yard arm to leeward, and the skysail adrift directly over his head, in smothering it and frapping it with long pieces of sinnet. He came very near being blown or shaken from the yard several times, but he was a true sailor, every finger a fishhook. Having made the sail snug, he prepared to send the yard down, which was a long and difficult job, for frequently he was obliged to stop and hold on with all his might for several minutes, the ship pitching so as to make it impossible to do anything else at that height. The yard at length came down safe, and after it the fore and mizzen royal yards were sent down. All hands were then sent aloft, and for an hour or two we were hard at work making the booms well fast, unreeving the studding sail and royal and skysail gear, getting rolling ropes on the yard, setting up the weather, breast backstays, and making other preparations for a storm. It was a fine night for a gale, just cool and bracing enough for quick work, without being cold, and as bright as day. It was sport to have a gale in such weather as this, yet it blew like a hurricane. The wind seemed to come with a spite, an edge to it, which threatened to scrape us off the yards. The force of the wind was greater than I had ever felt it before, but darkness, cold, and wet are the worst parts of a storm to a sailor. Having got on deck again, we looked round to see what time of night it was, and whose watch. In a few minutes the man on the wheel struck 4 bells, and we found that the other watch was out, and our own half out. Accordingly, the starboard watch went below, and left the ship to us for a couple of hours, yet with orders to stand by for a call. Hardly had they got below, before away went the foretopmast staysail, blown to ribbons. This was a small sail, which we could manage in the watch, so that we were not obliged to call up the other watch. We laid out upon the bowsprit, where we were under water half the time, and took in the fragments of the sail, and, as she must have some head sail on her, prepared to bend another staysail. We got the new one out into the nettings, seized on the tack, sheets, and halyards, and the hanks, manned the halyards, cut adrift the frapping lines, and hoisted away. But before it was half way up the stay, it was blown all to pieces. When we belayed the halyards, there was nothing left but the bolt rope. Now large eyes began to show themselves on the foresail, and knowing that it must soon go, the mate ordered us upon the yard to furl it. Being unwilling to call up the watch, who had been on deck all night, he roused out the carpenter, sailmaker, cook, and steward, and with their help we manned the foreyard, and after nearly half an hour's struggle, mastered the sail, and got it well furled round the yard. The force of the wind had never been greater than at this moment. In going up the rigging, it seemed absolutely to pin us down to the shrouds, and on the yard there was no such thing as turning a face to windward. Yet here was no driving sleet, and darkness, and wet, and cold, as off Cape Horn; and instead of stiff oilcloth suits, southwester caps, and thick boots, we had on hats, round jackets, duck trowsers, light shoes, and everything light and easy. These things make a great difference to a sailor. When we got on deck, the man at the wheel struck 8 bells, 4 o'clock in the morning, and
All starboard lines ahoy!
brought the other watch up, but there was no going below for us. The gale was now at its height, blowing like scissors and thumbscrews. The captain was on deck, the ship, which was light, as though she would shake the long sticks out of her, and the sails were gaping open and splitting in every direction. The mizzen topsail, which was a comparatively new sail, and close reefed, split from head to foot in the bunt. The foretopsail went in one rent, from clew to earing, and was blowing to tatters. One of the chain bobstays parted, the spritsail yard sprung in the slings, the martingale had slewed away off to leeward, and, owing to the long dry weather, the lee rigging hung in large bights at every lurch. One of the main top gallant shrouds had parted. To crown it all, the galley had got adrift, and had gone over to leeward, and the anchor on the lee bow had worked loose, and was thumping the side. Here was work enough for all hands for half a day. Our gang laid out on the mizzen topsail yard, and after more than half an hour's hard work, furled the sail, though it bellied out over our heads, and again, by a slant of the wind, blew it under the yard with a fearful jerk, and almost threw us off from the foot ropes. Double gaskets were passed round the yards, rolling tackles and other gear bows taut, and everything made as secure as it could be. Coming down, we found the rest of the crew just coming down the fore rigging, having furled the tattered topsail, or rather swathed it round the yard, which looked like a broken limb bandaged. There was no sail now upon the ship but the spanker and the close reefed main topsail, which still held good; but this was too much after sail, and order was given to furl the spanker. The brails were hauled up, and all the light hands in the starboard watch sent out on the gaff to pass the gaskets, but they could do nothing with it. The second mate swore at them for a parcel of sogers, and sent up a couple of the best men, but they could do no better, and the gaff was lowered down. All hands were now employed in setting up the lee rigging, fishing the spritsail yard, lashing the galley, and getting tackles upon the martingale, to bowse it to windward. Being in the larboard watch, my duty was forward, to assist in setting up the martingale. 3 of us were out on the martingale guys and back ropes for more than half an hour, carrying out, hooking and unhooking the tackles, several times buried in the seas, until the mate ordered us in, from fear of our being washed off. The anchors were then to be taken up on the rail, which kept all hands in the forecastle for an hour, though every now and then the seas broke over it, washing the rigging off to leeward, filling the lee scuppers breast high, and washing chock aft to the taffrail. Having got everything secure again, we were promising ourselves some breakfast, for it was now nearly 9 o'clock in the forenoon, when the main topsail showed evident signs of giving way. Some sail must be kept on the ship, and the captain ordered the fore and main spencer gaffs to be lowered down. The 2 spencers, which were storm sails, brand new, small, and made of the strongest canvas, to be got up and bent, leaving the main topsail to blow away, with the blessing on it, if it would only last until we could set the spencers. These we bent on very carefully, with strong robands and seizings, and making tackles fast to the clews, bowsed them down to the waterways. By this time the main topsail was among the things that have been, and we went aloft to stow away the remnant of the last sail of all those which were on the ship 24 hours before. The spencers were now the only whole sails on the ship, and being strong and small, and near the deck, presenting but little surface to the wind above the rail, promised to hold out well. Hove to under these, and eased by having no sails above the tops, the ship rose and fell, and drifted off to leeward like a line of battle ship. It was now 11 o'clock, and the watch was sent below to get breakfast, and at 8 bells, noon, as everything was snug, although the gale had not in the least abated, the watch was set, and the other watch and idlers sent below. For 3 days and 3 nights the gale continued with unabated fury, and with singular regularity. There were no lulls, and very little variation in its fierceness. Our ship, being light, rolled so as almost to send the fore yard arm under water, and drifted off bodily to leeward. All this time there was not a cloud to be seen in the sky, day or night, no, not so large as a man's hand. Every morning the sun rose cloudless from the sea, and set again at night in the sea, in a flood of light. The stars, too, came out of the blue, one after another, night after night, unobscured, and twinkled as clear as on a still frosty night at home, until the day came upon them. All this time the sea was rolling in immense surges, white with foam, as far as the eye could reach on every side, and we were now leagues and leagues from shore. The between decks being empty, several of us slept there in the hammocks, which are the best things in the world to sleep in during a storm, it not being true of them, as it is of another kind of bed, when the wind blows the cradle will rock, for it is the ship that rocks, while they hang vertically from the beams. During these 72 hours we had nothing to do but to turn in and out, 4 hours on deck and 4 below, eat, sleep, and keep watch. The watches were only varied by taking the helm in turn, and now and then by one of the sails, which were furled, blowing out of the gaskets, and getting adrift, which sent us upon the yards, and by getting tackles on different parts of the rigging which were slack. Once the wheel rope parted, which might have been fatal to us, had not the chief mate sprung instantly with a relieving tackle to windward, and kept the tiller up till a new rope could be rove. On the morning of the 20th, at daybreak, the gale had evidently done its worst, and had somewhat abated, so much so that all hands were called to bend new sails, although it was still blowing as hard as 2 common gales. One at a time, and with great difficulty and labor, the old sails were unbent and sent down by the buntlines, and 3 new topsails, made for the homeward passage round Cape Horn, which had never been bent, were got up from the sail room, and under the care of the sailmaker, were fitted for bending, and sent up by the halyards into the tops, and, with stops and frapping lines, were bent to the yards, close reefed, sheeted home, and hoisted. These were bent one at a time, and with the greatest care and difficulty. 2 spare courses were then got up and bent in the same manner and furled, and a storm jib, with the bonnet off, bent and furled to the boom. It was 12 o'clock before we got through, and 5 hours of more exhausting labor I never experienced; and no one of the ship's crew, I will venture to say, will ever desire again to unbend and bend 5 large sails in the teeth of a tremendous northwester. Towards night a few clouds appeared on the horizon, and as the gale moderated, the usual appearance of driving clouds relieved the face of the sky. The 5th day after the commencement of the storm, we shook a reef out of each topsail, and set the reefed foresail, jib, and spanker; but it was not until 8 days of reefed topsails that we had a whole sail on the ship, and then it was quite soon enough, for the captain was anxious to make up for leeway, the gale having blown us half the distance to the Sandwich Islands. Inch by inch, as fast as the gale would permit, we made sail on the ship, for the wind still continued ahead, and we had many days' sailing to get back to the longitude we were in when the storm took us. For 8 days more we beat to windward under a stiff top-gallant breeze, when the wind shifted and became variable. A light south-easter, to which we could carry a reefed topmast studding sail, did wonders for our dead reckoning. Friday, December 4th. After a passage of 20 days, we arrived at the mouth of the Bay of San Francisco. End of Chapter 25, Part 2. Chapter 26 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 26. San Francisco. Our place of destination had been Monterey, but as we were to the northward of it when the wind hauled ahead, we made a fair wind for San Francisco. This large bay, which lies in latitude 37° 58', was discovered by Sir Francis Drake, and by him represented to be, as indeed it is, a magnificent bay, containing several good harbors, great depth of water, and surrounded by a fertile and finely wooded country. About 30 miles from the mouth of the bay, and on the southeast side, is a high point, upon which the Presidio is built. Behind this point is the little harbor, or bight, called Yerba Buena, in which trading vessels anchor, and near it the Mission of Dolores. There is no other habitation on this side of the bay, except a shanty of rough boards, put up by a man named Richardson, who was doing a little trading between the vessels and Indians. Note: the next year Richardson built a one-story adobe house on the same spot, which was long afterwards known as the oldest house in the great city of San Francisco. End note. Here, at anchor, and the only vessel, was a brig under Russian colors, from Sitka, in Russian America, which had come down to winter, and to take in a supply of tallow and grain, great quantities of which latter article are raised in the missions at the head of the bay. The second day after our arrival we went on board the brig, it being Sunday, as a matter of curiosity, and there was enough there to gratify it. Though no larger than the Pilgrim, she had 5 or 6 officers, and a crew of between 20 and 30, and such a stupid and greasy looking set I never saw before. Although it was quite comfortable weather, and we had nothing on but straw hats, shirts, and duck trousers, and were barefooted, they had, every man of them, double-soled boots coming up to the knees, and well-greased, thick woolen trousers, frocks, waistcoats, pea-jackets, woolen caps, and everything in true Nova Zembla rig. And in the warmest days they made no change. The clothing of one of these men would weigh nearly as much as that of half our crew. They had brutish faces, looked like the antipodes of sailors, and apparently dealt in nothing but grease. They lived upon grease, ate it, drank it, slept in the midst of it, and their clothes were covered with it. To a Russian, grease is the greatest luxury. They looked with greedy eyes upon the tallow bags as they were taken into the vessel, and no doubt would have eaten one up whole, had not the officer kept watch over it. The grease appeared to fill their pores, and to come out in their hair and on their faces. It seemed as if it were this saturation which makes them stand cold and rain so well. If they were to go into a warm climate, they would melt and die of scurvy. The vessel was no better than the crew. Everything was in the oldest and most inconvenient fashion possible. Running trusses and lifts on the yards, and large hawser cables coiled all over the deck, and served and parceled in all directions. The topmast, topgallant mast, and studding sail booms were nearly black for want of scraping, and the decks would have turned the stomach of a man-of-war's man. The galley was down in the forecastle, and there the crew lived, in the midst of the steam and grease of the cooking, in a place as hot as an oven, and apparently never cleaned out. 5 minutes in the forecastle was enough for us, and we were glad to get into the open air. We made some trade with them, buying Indian curiosities, of which they had a great number, such as beadwork, feathers of birds, fur moccasins, etc. I purchased a large robe, made of the skins of some animal, dried and sewed nicely together, and covered all over on the outside with thick, downy feathers, taken from the breasts of various birds, and arranged with their different colors, so as to make a brilliant show. A few days after our arrival, the rainy season set in, and for 3 weeks it rained almost every hour, without cessation. This was bad for our trade, for the collecting of hides is managed differently in this port from what it is in any other on the coast. The mission of Dolores, near the anchorage, has no trade at all, but those of San Jose, Santa Clara, and others situated on the large creeks or rivers which run into the bay, and distant between 15 and 40 miles from the anchorage, do a greater business in hides than any in California. Large boats, or launches, manned by Indians, and capable of carrying from 500 to 600 hides apiece, are attached to the mission, and sent down to the vessels with hides, to bring away goods in return. Some of the crews of the vessels are obliged to go and come in the boats, to look out for the hides and the goods. These are favorite expeditions with the sailors in fine weather, but now, to be gone 3 or 4 days in open boats, in constant rain, without any shelter, and with cold food, was hard service. 2 of our men went to Santa Clara in one of these boats, and were gone 3 days, during all which time they had constant rain, and did not sleep a wink, but passed 3 long nights walking fore and aft the boat, in the open air. When they got on board, they were completely exhausted, and took a watch below of 12 hours. All the hides, too, that came down in the boats, were soaked with water, and unfit to put below, so that we were obliged to trice them up to dry, in the intervals of sunshine or wind, upon all parts of the vessel. We got up tricing lines from the jib boom end to each arm of the foreyard, and thence to the main and crojack yard arms. Between the tops, too, and the mast heads, from the fore to the main swifters, and thence to the mizzen rigging, and in all directions athwart ships, tricing lines were run, and strung with hides. The head stays and guys, and the spritsail yard were lined, and having still more, we got out the swinging booms, and strung them, and the forward and after guys, with hides. The rail, fore and aft, the windlass, capstan, the sides of the ship, and every vacant place on deck, were covered with wet hides on the least sign of an interval for drying. Our ship was nothing but a mass of hides, from the catapins to the water's edge, and from the jib boom end to the taffrail. One cold rainy evening, about 8 o'clock, I received orders to get ready to start for San Jose at 4 the next morning, in one of these Indian boats, with 4 days' provisions. I got my oilcloth clothes, sou'wester, and thick boots ready, and turned into my hammock early, determined to get some sleep in advance, as the boat was to be alongside before daybreak. I slept on till all hands were called in the morning; for, fortunately for me, the Indians, intentionally or from mistaking their orders, had gone off alone in the night, and were far out of sight. Thus I escaped 3 or 4 days of very uncomfortable service. 4 of our men, a few days afterwards, went up in one of the quarter boats to Santa Clara, to carry the agent, and remained out all night in a drenching rain in the small boat, in which there was not room for them to turn round; the agent having gone up to the mission and left the men to their fate, making no provision for their accommodation, and not even sending them anything to eat. After this they had to pull 30 miles, and when they got on board were so stiff that they could not come up the gangway ladder. This filled up the measure of the agent's unpopularity, and never after this could he get anything done for him by the crew; and many a delay and vexation, and many a good ducking in the surf, did he get to pay old scores, or "square the yards with the bloody quill driver." Having collected nearly all the hides that were to be procured, we began our preparations for taking in a supply of wood and water, for both of which San Francisco is the best place on the coast. A small island about 2 leagues from the anchorage, called by us Wood Island, and by the Mexicans Isla de los Angeles, was covered with trees to the water's edge, and to this 2 of our crew, who were Kennebec men, and could handle an axe like a plaything, were sent every morning to cut wood, with 2 boys to pile it up for them. In about a week they had cut enough to last us a year, and the 3rd mate, with myself and 3 others, were sent over in a large, schooner rigged, open launch, which we had hired of the mission, to take in the wood and bring it to the ship. We left the ship about noon, but owing to a strong head wind, and a tide, which here runs 4 or 5 knots, did not get into the harbor, formed by 2 points of the island, where the boats lie, until sundown. No sooner had we come to than a strong south easter, which had been threatening us all day, set in, with heavy rain and a chilly air. We were in rather a bad situation: an open boat, heavy rain, and long night; for in winter, in this latitude, it was dark nearly 15 hours. Taking a small skiff, which we had brought with us, we went ashore, but discovered no shelter, for everything was open to the rain; and collecting a little wood, which we found by lifting up the leaves and brush, and a few mussels, we put aboard again, and made the best preparations in our power for passing the night. We unbent the mainsail and formed an awning with it, over the after part of the boat, made a bed of wet logs of wood, and, with our jackets on, lay down, about 6 o'clock, to sleep. Finding the rain running down upon us, and our jackets getting wet through, and the rough, knotty logs rather indifferent couches, we turned out, and taking an iron pan, which we brought with us, we wiped it out dry, put some stones around it, cut the wet bark from some sticks, and striking a light, made a small fire in the pan. Keeping some sticks near to dry, and covering the whole over with a roof of boards, we kept up a small fire, by which we cooked our mussels and ate them, rather for an occupation than for hunger. Still it was not 10 o'clock, and the night was long before us, when one of the party produced an old pack of Spanish cards from his monkey jacket pocket, which we held as a great windfall; and, keeping a dim, flickering light by our fagots, we played game after game, till 1 or 2 o'clock, when, becoming really tired, we went to our logs again, one sitting up at a time, in turn, to keep watch over the fire. Towards morning the rain ceased, and the air became sensibly colder, so that we found sleep impossible, and sat up watching for daybreak. No sooner was it light than we went ashore, and began our preparations for loading our vessel. We were not mistaken in the coldness of the weather, for a white frost was on the ground, a thing we had never seen before in California, and one or two little puddles of fresh water were skimmed over with a thin coat of ice. In this state of the weather, and before sunrise in the gray of the morning, we had to wade off, nearly up to our hips in water, to load the skiff with the wood by armfuls. The third mate remained on board the launch, 2 more men stayed in the skiff to load and manage it, and all the water work, as usual, fell upon the 2 youngest of us; and there we were, with frost upon the ground, wading forward and back, from the beach to the boat, with armfuls of wood, barefooted, and our trowsers rolled up. When the skiff went off with her load, we could only keep our feet from freezing by racing up and down the beach on the hard sand as fast as we could go. We were all day at this work, and toward sundown, having loaded the vessel as deep as she would bear, we hove up our anchor and made sail, beating out of the bay. No sooner had we got into the large bay than we found a strong tide setting us out to seaward, a thick fog which prevented our seeing the ship, and a breeze too light to set us against the tide, for we were as deep as a sand barge. By the utmost exertions we saved ourselves from being carried out, and were glad to reach the leewardmost point to sea of the island, where we came to, and prepared to pass another night more uncomfortable than the first, for we were loaded up to the gunwale, and had only a choice among logs and sticks for a resting place. The next morning we made sail at slack water with a fair wind, and got on board by 11 o'clock, when all hands were turned to unload and stow away the wood, which took till night. Having now taken in all our wood, the next morning a water party was ordered off with the casks. From this we escaped, having had a pretty good siege with the wooding. The water party were gone 3 days, during which time they narrowly escaped being carried out to sea, and passed one day on an island, where one of them shot a deer, great numbers of which overrun the islands and hills of San Francisco Bay. While not off on these wood and water parties, or up the rivers to the missions, we had easy times on board the ship. We were moored stem and stern, within a cable's length of the shore, safe from south-easters, and with little boating to do; and as it rained nearly all the time, awnings were put over the hatchways, and all hands sent down between decks, where we were at work day after day, picking oakum, until we got enough to caulk the ship all over, and to last the whole voyage. Then we made a whole suit of gaskets for the voyage home, a pair of wheel ropes from strips of green hide, great quantities of spun yarn, and everything else that could be made between decks. It being now midwinter and in high latitude, the nights were very long, so that we were not turned to until 7 in the morning, and were obliged to knock off at 5 in the evening, when we got supper, which gave us nearly 3 hours before 8 bells, at which time the watch was set. As we had now been about a year on the coast, it was time to think of the voyage home; and, knowing that the last 2 or 3 months of our stay would be very busy ones, and that we should never have so good an opportunity to work for ourselves as the present, we all employed our evenings in making clothes for the passage home, and more especially for Cape Horn. As soon as supper was over and the kids cleared away, and each man had taken up his smoke, we seated ourselves on our chests round the lamp, which swung from a beam, and went to work, each in his own way, some making hats, others trowsers, others jackets, etc., etc. And no one was idle. The boys who could not sew well enough to make their own clothes laid up grass into sinnet for the men, who sewed for them in return. Several of us clubbed together, and bought a large piece of twilled cotton, which we made into trowsers and jackets, and, giving them several coats of linseed oil, laid them by for Cape Horn. I also sewed and covered a tarpaulin hat, thick and strong enough to sit upon, and made myself a complete suit of flannel underclothing for bad weather. Those who had no sou'wester caps made them, and several of the crew got up for themselves tarpaulin jackets and trowsers, lined on the inside with flannel. Industry was the order of the day, and every one did something for himself, for we knew that as the season advanced, and we went farther south, we should have no evenings to work in. Friday, December 25th. This day was Christmas, and as it rained all day long, and there were no hides to take in, and nothing especial to do, the captain gave us a holiday. The first we had had, except Sundays, since leaving Boston, and plum duff for dinner. The Russian brig, following the old style, had celebrated their Christmas 11 days before, when they had a grand blow out, and, as our men said, drank, in the forecastle, a barrel of gin, ate up a bag of tallow, and made a soup of the skin. Sunday, December 27th. We had now finished all our business at this port, and it being Sunday, we unmoored ship and got under way, firing a salute to the Russian brig, and another to the Presidio, which were both answered. The commandant of the Presidio, Don Guadalupe Vallejo, a young man, and the most popular among the Americans in English, of any man in California, was on board when we got under way. He spoke English very well, and was suspected of being favorably inclined to foreigners. We sailed down this magnificent bay with a light wind, and tide, which was running out, carrying us at the rate of 4 or 5 knots. It was a fine day, the first of entire sunshine we had had for more than a month. We passed directly under the high cliff on which the Presidio is built, and stood into the middle of the bay, from whence we could see small bays making up into the interior, large and beautifully wooded islands, and the mouths of several small rivers. If California ever becomes a prosperous country, this bay will be the center of its prosperity. The abundance of wood and water, the extreme fertility of its shores, the excellence of its climate, which is as near to being perfect as any in the world, and its facilities for navigation, affording the best anchoring grounds in the whole western coast of America, all fit it for a place of great importance. The tide leaving us, we came to anchor near the mouth of the bay, under a high and beautifully sloping hill, upon which herds of hundreds and hundreds of red deer, and the stag, with his high branching antlers, were bounding about, looking at us for a moment, and then starting off, affrighted at the noises which we made for the purpose of seeing the variety of their beautiful attitudes and motions. At midnight, the tide having turned, we hove up our anchor and stood out of the bay, with a fine starry heaven above us, the first we had seen for many weeks. Before the light northerly winds, which blow here with the regularity of trades, we worked slowly along, and made Point Ano Nuevo, the northerly point of the Bay of Monterey, on Monday afternoon. We spoke, going in, the brig Diana of the Sandwich Islands, from the northwest coast, last from Sitka. She was off the point at the same time with us, but did not get into the anchoring ground until an hour or two after us. It was 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning when we came to anchor. Monterey looked just as it did when I saw it last, which was 11 months before, in the brig Pilgrim. The pretty lawn on which it stands, as green as sun and rain could make it, the pine wood on the south, and small river on the north side, the adobe houses with their white walls and red tiled roofs, dotted about on the green, the low, white Presidio with its soiled tricolored flag flying, and the discordant din of drums and trumpets of the noon parade, all brought up the scene we had witnessed here with so much pleasure nearly a year before, when coming from a long voyage, and from our unprepossessing reception at Santa Barbara. It seemed almost like coming to a home. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of 2 Years Before the Mast. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2 Years Before the Mast, by Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Chapter 27. A Fandango. The only other vessel in the port was a Russian government bark from Sitka, mounting 8 guns, 4 of which we found to be Quakers, and having on board the ex-governor, who was going in here to Mazatlan, and thence overland to Vera Cruz. He offered to take letters and deliver them to the American consul at Vera Cruz, whence they could be easily forwarded to the United States. We accordingly made up a packet of letters, almost every one writing and dating them January 1st, 1836. The governor was true to his promise, and they all reached Boston before the middle of March, the shortest communication ever yet made across the country. The brig Pilgrim had been lying in Monterey through the latter part of November, according to orders, waiting for us. Day after day, Captain Faucon went up to the hill to look out for us, and at last gave up, thinking we must have gone down in the gale which we experienced off Point Conception, and which had blown with great fury over the whole coast, driving ashore vessels in the snuggest ports. An English brig, which had put into San Francisco, lost both her anchors. The Rosa was driven upon a mud bank in San Diego, and the Pilgrim, with great difficulty, rode out the gale in Monterey, with 3 anchors ahead. She sailed early in December for San Diego and Intermedios. As we were to be here over Sunday, and Monterey was the best place to go ashore on the whole coast, and we had had no Liberty Day for nearly 3 months, every one was for going ashore. On Sunday morning, as soon as the decks were washed, and we were through breakfast, those who had obtained liberty began to clean themselves, as it is called, to go ashore. Buckets of fresh water, cakes of soap, large coarse towels, and we went to work scrubbing one another on the forecastle. Having gone through this, the next thing was to step into the head, one on each side with a bucket apiece, and duck one another, by drawing out water and heaving over each other, while we were stripped to a pair of trousers. Then came the rigging up, the usual outfit of pumps, white stockings, loose white duck trousers, blue jackets, clean checked shirts, black kerchiefs, hats well varnished, with a fathom of black ribbon over the left eye, a silk handkerchief flying from the outside jacket pocket, and $4 or $5 tied up in the back of the handkerchief, and we were all right. One of the quarter boats pulled us ashore, and we steamed up to the town. I tried to find the church, in order to see the worship, but was told that there was no service, except a mass early in the morning. So we went about the town, visiting the Americans and English, and the Mexicans whom we had known when we were here before. Towards noon, we procured horses and rode out to the Carmel Mission, which is about a league from the town, where we got something in the way of a dinner: beef, eggs, frijoles, tortillas, and some middling wine, from the major doma, who, of course, refused to make any charge, as it was the Lord's gift, yet received our present as a gratuity, with a low bow, a touch of the hat, and "Dios se lo pague." After this repast, we had a fine run, scouring the country on our fleet horses, and came into town soon after sundown. Here we found our companions, who had refused to go to ride with us, thinking that a sailor has no more business with a horse than a fish has with a balloon. They were moored, stem and stern, in the grog shop, making a great noise, with a crowd of Indians and hungry half-breeds about them, and with a fair prospect of being stripped and dirked, or left to pass the night in the calabozo. With a great deal of trouble, we managed to get them down to the boats, though not without many angry looks and interferences from the Mexicans, who had marked them out for their prey. The Diana's crew, a set of worthless outcasts, who had been picked up at the islands from the refuse of whale ships, were all as drunk as beasts, and had a set to on the beach with their captain, who was in no better state than themselves. They swore they would not go aboard, and went back to the town, were robbed and beaten, and lodged in the calabozo until the next day, when the captain brought them out. Our forecastle, as usual after a Liberty Day, was a scene of tumult all night long for the drunken ones. They had just got to sleep towards morning, when they were turned up with the rest, and kept at work all day in the water carrying hides, their heads aching so that they could hardly stand. This is sailor's pleasure. Nothing worthy of remark happened while we were here, except a little boxing match on board our own ship, which gave us something to talk about. Our broad-backed, big-headed Cape Cod boy, about 16 years old, had been playing the bully for the whole voyage over a slender, delicate-looking boy from one of the Boston schools, and over whom he had much the advantage in strength, age, and experience in the ship's duty; for this was the first time the Boston boy had been on salt water. The latter, however, had picked up his crumbs, and was learning his duty, and getting strength and confidence daily, and begin to assert his rights against his oppressor. Still the other was his master, and by his superior strength, always tackled with him and threw him down. One afternoon, before we returned to, these boys got into a violent squabble on the between decks, when George, the Boston boy, said he would fight Nat if he could have fair play. The chief mate heard the noise, dove down the hatchway, hauled them both up on deck, and told them to shake hands and have no more trouble for the voyage, or else they should fight till one gave in for beaten. Finding neither willing to make an offer of reconciliation, he called all hands up, for the captain was ashore, and he could do as he chose aboard, ranged the crew in the waist, marked a line on the deck, brought the two boys up to it, making them toe the mark, then made the bight of rope fast to a belaying pin, and stretched it across the deck, bringing it just above their waist.
No striking below the rope.
And there they stood, one on each side of it, face to face, and went at it like two gamecocks. The Cape Cod boy, Nat, put in his double fisters, starting the blood, and bringing the black and blue spots all over the face and arms of the other, whom he expected to see give in every moment. But the more he was hurt, the better he fought. Again and again he was knocked nearly down, but he came up again and faced the mark, as bold as a lion, again to take the heavy blows, which sounded as to make one's heart turn with pity for him. At length he came up to the mark, the last time, his shirt torn from his body, his face covered with blood and bruises, and his eyes flashing fire, and swore he would stand there until one or the other was killed, and set to it like a young fury.
"Hurrah on the bow!"
said the men, cheering him on.
"Never say die when there's a shot in a locker!"
Nat tried to close with him, knowing his advantage, but the mate stopped that, saying there should be fair play, and no fingering. Nat then came up to the mark, but looked white about the mouth, and his blows were not given with half the spirit of his first. Something was the matter. I was not sure whether he was cowed, or being good-natured, he did not care to beat the boy any more. At all events, he faltered. He had always been master, and had nothing to gain and everything to lose, while the other fought for honor and freedom, and under a sense of wrong. It was soon over. Nat gave in, apparently not much hurt, and never afterwards tried to act the bully over the boy. We took George forward, washed him in the deck tub, complimented his pluck, and from this time he became somebody on board, having fought himself into notice. Mr. Brown's plan had a good effect, for there was no more quarreling among the boys for the rest of the voyage. Wednesday, January 6th, 1836. Set sail from Monterey, with a number of Mexicans as passengers, and shaped our course for Santa Barbara. The Diana went out of the bay in company with us, but parted from us off Point Pinos, being bound to the Sandwich Islands. We had a smacking breeze for several hours, and went along at a great rate until night, when it died away, as usual, and a land breeze set in, which brought us upon a taut bowline. Among our passengers was a young man who was a good representation of a decayed gentleman. He reminded me much of some of the characters in Gil Blas. He was of the aristocracy of the country, his family being of pure Spanish blood, and once of considerable importance in Mexico. His father had been governor of the province, and having amassed a large property, settled at San Diego, where he built a large house with a courtyard in front, kept a retinue of Indians, and set up for the grandee in that part of the country. His son was sent to Mexico, where he received an education, and went into the first society of the capital. Misfortune, extravagance, and the want of any manner of getting interest on money, soon ate the estate up, and Don Juan Bandini returned from Mexico accomplished, poor, and proud, and without any office or occupation to lead the life of most young men of the better families. Dissipated and extravagant when the means are at hand, ambitious at heart, and impotent in act, often pinched for bread, keeping up an appearance of style when their poverty is known to each half-naked Indian boy in the street, and standing in dread of every small trader and shopkeeper in the place. He had a slight and elegant figure, moved gracefully, danced and waltzed beautifully, spoke good Castilian, with a pleasant and refined voice and accent, and had, throughout, the bearing of a man of birth and figure. Yet here he was, with his passage given him, as I afterwards learned, for he had not the means of paying for it, and living upon the charity of our agent. He was polite to every one, spoke to the sailors, and gave 4 reals, I dare say the last he had in his pocket, to the steward, who waited upon him. I could not but feel pity for him, especially when I saw him by the side of his fellow passengers and townsmen. A fat, coarse, vulgar, pretentious fellow of a Yankee trader, who had made his money in San Diego, and was eating out the vitals of the Bandinis, fattening upon their extravagance, grinding them in their poverty, having mortgages on their lands, forestalling their cattle, and already making an inroad upon their jewels, which were their last hope. Don Juan had with him a retainer, who was as much like many of the characters in Gil Blas as his master. He called himself a private secretary, though there was no writing for him to do, and he lived in the steerage with the carpenter and sailmaker. He was certainly a character, could read and write well, spoke good Spanish, had been over the greater part of Spanish America, and lived in every possible situation, and served in every conceivable capacity, though generally in that of confidential servant to some man of figure. I cultivated this man's acquaintance, and during the 5 weeks that he was with us, for he remained on board until we arrived at San Diego, I gained a greater knowledge of the state of political parties in Mexico, and the habits and affairs of the different classes of society, than I could have learned from almost any one else. He took great pains in correcting my Spanish, and supplying me with colloquial phrases and common terms and exclamations in speaking. He lent me a file of late newspapers from the city of Mexico, which were full of the triumphal reception of Santa Anna, who had just returned from Tampico after a victory, and with the preparations for his expedition against the Texans. "Viva Santa Anna" was the byword everywhere, and it had even reached California, though there were still many here, among whom was Don Juan Bandini, who were opposed to his government, and intriguing to bring in Bustamante. Santa Anna, they said, was for breaking down the missions, or as they termed it, Santa Anna no quiere religión. Yet I had no doubt that the office of administrator of San Diego would reconcile Don Juan to any dynasty in any state of the church. I found scraps of American and English news, but which were so unconnected, and I was so ignorant of everything preceding them for 18 months past, that they only awakened a curiosity which they could not satisfy. One article spoke of Taney as Justicia Mayor de los Estados Unidos. What had become of Marshall? Was he dead or banished? And another made known, by news received from Vera Cruz, that El Vizconde Melbourne had returned to the office of Primer Ministro, in place of Sir Robert Peel. Sir Robert Peel had been minister then? Where were Earl Grey and the Duke of Wellington? Here were the outlines of grand political overturns, the filling up of which I was left to imagine at my leisure. The second morning after leaving Monterey, we were off Point Conception. It was a bright, sunny day, and the wind, though strong, was fair, and everything was in striking contrast with our experience in the same place 2 months before, when we were drifting off from a northwester under a fore and main spencer.
Sail ho!
Cried a man who was rigging out a top-gallant studding sail boom.
We're away! Weather beam, sir!
And in a few minutes a full-rigged brig was seen standing out from under Point Conception. The studding sail halyards were let go, under the yard boom ended, the after yards braced aback, and we waited her coming down. She rounded to, backed her main topsail, and showed her decks full of men, 4 guns on a side, hammock nettings, and everything man-of-war fashion, except that there was no boatswain's whistle, and no uniforms on the quarter-deck. A short, square-built man, in a rough gray jacket, with a speaking trumpet in hand, stood in the weather hammock nettings.
Ship ahoy! Hello! What ship is that, pray? Alert! Where are you from, pray?
Etc., etc. She proved to be the brig Convoy from the Sandwich Islands, engaged in otter hunting among the islands which lie along the coast. Her armament was because of her being a contrabandista. The otter are very numerous among these islands, and being of great value, the government require a heavy sum for a license to hunt them, and lay a high duty upon every one shot or carried out of the country. This vessel had no license and paid no duty, besides being engaged in smuggling goods on board other vessels trading on the coast, and belonged to the same owners in Oahu. Our captain told him to look out for the Mexicans, but he said they had not an armed vessel of his size in the whole Pacific. This was without a doubt the same vessel that showed herself off Santa Barbara a few months before. These vessels frequently remain on the coast for years without making port, except in the islands for wood and water, and an occasional visit to Oahu for a new outfit. Sunday, January 10th. Arrived at Santa Barbara, and on the following Wednesday slipped our cable and went to sea, on account of a southeaster. Returned to our anchorage the next day. We were the only vessel in the port. The Pilgrim had passed through the canal and hove to off the town nearly 6 weeks before, on her passage down from Monterey, and was now at the leeward. She heard here of our safe arrival at San Francisco. Great preparations were making on shore for the marriage of our agent, who was to marry Doña Anita de la Guerra de Noriega y Corillo, youngest daughter of Don Antonio Noriega, the grandee of the place, and the head of the first family in California. Our steward was ashore 3 days, making pastry and cake, and some of the best of our stores were sent off with him. On the day appointed for the wedding, we took the captain ashore in the gig, and had orders to come for him at night, with leave to go up to the house and see the fandango. Returning on board, we found preparations for making a salute. Our guns were loaded and run out, men appointed to each, cartridges served out, matches lighted, and all the flags ready to be run up. I took my place at the starboard after gun, and we all waited for the signal from on shore. At 10 o'clock, the bride went up with her sister to the confessional, dressed in deep black. Nearly an hour intervened. When the great doors of the mission church opened, the bells rang out a loud, discordant peal. The private signal for us was run up by the captain ashore. The bride, dressed in complete white, came out of the church with the bridegroom, followed by a long procession. Just as she stepped from the church door, a small white cloud issued from the bows of our ship, which was full in sight. The loud report echoed among the surrounding hills and over the bay, and instantly the ship was dressed in flags and pennants from stem to stern. 23 guns followed in regular succession, with an interval of 15 seconds between each. When the cloud blew off, our ship lay dressed in her colors all day. At sundown, another salute of the same number of guns was fired, and all the flags run down. This we thought was pretty well, a gun every 15 seconds, for a merchantman with only 4 guns and a dozen or 20 men. After supper, the gig's crew were called, and we rowed ashore, dressed in our uniform, beached the boat, and went up to the fandango. The bride's father's house was the principal one in the place, with a large court in front, upon which a tent was built, capable of containing several hundred people. As we drew near, we heard the accustomed sound of violins and guitars, and saw a great motion of the people within. Going in, we found nearly all the people of the town, men, women, and children, collected and crowded together, leaving barely room for the dancers; for on these occasions no invitations are given, but every one is expected to come, though there is always a private entertainment within the house for particular friends. The old women sat down in rows, clapping their hands to the music, and applauding the young ones. The music was lively, and among the tunes we recognized several of our popular airs, which we, without a doubt, have taken from the Spanish. In the dancing I was much disappointed. The women stood upright, with their hands down by their sides, their eyes fixed upon the ground before them, and slid about without any perceptible means of motion, for their feet were invisible, the hem of their dresses forming a circle about them, reaching to the ground. They looked as grave as though they were going through some religious ceremony; their faces as little excited as their limbs; and on the whole, instead of the spirited, fascinating Spanish dances which I had expected, I found the Californian fandango, on the part of the women at least, a lifeless affair. The men did better. They danced with grace and spirit, moving in circles round their nearly stationary partners, and showing their figures to advantage. A great deal was said about our friend Don Juan Bandini, and when he did appear, which was towards the close of the evening, he certainly gave us the most graceful dancing that I had ever seen. He was dressed in white pantaloons, neatly made, a short jacket of dark silk, gaily figured, white stockings, and thin morocco slippers upon his very small feet. His slight and graceful figure was well adapted to dancing, and he moved about with the grace and daintiness of a young fawn. An occasional touch of the toe to the ground seemed all that was necessary to give him a long interval of motion in the air. At the same time, he was not fantastic or flourishing, but appeared to be rather repressing a strong tendency to motion. He was loudly applauded, and danced frequently towards the close of the evening. After the supper, the waltzing began, which was confined to a very few of the gente de razón, and was considered a high accomplishment, and a mark of aristocracy. Here, too, Don Juan figured greatly, waltzing with the sister of the bride, Doña Angustia, a handsome woman and a general favorite, in a variety of beautiful figures, which lasted as much as half an hour, no one else taking the floor. They were repeatedly and loudly applauded, the old men and women jumping out of their seats in admiration, and the young people waving their hats and handkerchiefs. The great amusement of the evening, owing to its being the carnival, was the breaking of eggs filled with cologne or other essences upon the heads of the company. The women bring a great number of these secretly about them, and the amusement is to break one upon the head of a gentleman when his back is turned. He is bound in gallantry to find out the lady and return the compliment, though it must not be done if the person sees you. A tall, stately Don, with immense gray whiskers and a look of great importance, was standing before me, when I felt a light hand on my shoulder, and turning round, saw Doña Angustia, whom we all knew, as she had been up to Monterey and down again in the Alert, with her finger upon her lip, motioning me gently aside. I stepped back a little, when she went up behind the Don, and with one hand knocked off his huge sombrero, and at the same instant, with the other, broke the egg upon his head, and, springing behind me, was out of sight in a moment. The Don turned slowly round, the cologne running down his face and over his clothes, and a loud laugh breaking out from every quarter. He looked round in vain for some time, until the direction of so many laughing eyes showed him the fair offender. She was his niece, and a great favorite with him, so old Don Domingo had to join in the laugh. A great many such tricks were played, and many a war of sharp maneuvering was carried on between couples of the younger people, and at every successful exploit a general laugh was raised. Another of their games I was for some time at a loss about. A pretty young girl was dancing, named, after what would appear to us an almost sacrilegious custom of the country, Espiritu Santo, when a young man went behind her, and placed his hat directly upon her head, letting it fall down over her eyes, and spring back among the crowd. She danced for some time with the hat on, when she threw it off, which called forth a general shout, and the young man was obliged to go out upon the floor and pick it up. Some of the ladies upon whose heads hats had been placed threw them off at once, and a few kept them on throughout the dance, and took them off at the end, and held them out in their hands, when the owner stepped out, bowed, and took it from them. I soon began to suspect the meaning of the thing, and was afterwards told that it was a compliment, and an offer to become a lady's gallant for the rest of the evening, and to wait upon her home. If the hat was thrown off, the offer was refused, and the gentleman was obliged to pick up his hat amid a general laugh. Much amusement was caused sometimes by gentlemen putting hats on the ladies' heads without permitting them to see who it was done by. This obliged them to throw them off, or keep them on at a venture, and when they came to discover the owner, the laugh was turned upon one or the other. The captain sent for us about 10 o'clock, and we went aboard in high spirits, having enjoyed the new scene much, and were of great importance among the crew, from having so much to tell, and from the prospect of going every night until it was over, for these fandangos generally last 3 days. The next day, 2 of us were sent up to the town, and took care to come back by way of Señor Noriega's, and take a look into the booth. The musicians were there again, upon their platform, scraping and twanging away, and a few people, apparently of the lower classes, were dancing. The dancing is kept up at intervals throughout the day, but the crowd, the spirit, and the élite come in at night. The next night, which was the last, we went ashore in the same manner, until we got almost tired of the monotonous twang of the instruments, the drawling sounds which the women kept up as an accompaniment, and the slapping of the hands in time with the music, in place of castanets. We found ourselves as great objects of attention as any persons or anything in the place. Our sailor dresses, and we took great pains to have them neat and ship-shape, were much admired, and we were invited, from every quarter, to give them our American dance. But after the ridiculous figure some of our countrymen cut in dancing after the Mexicans, we thought it best to leave it to their imaginations. Our agent, with a tight, black, swallow-tailed coat just imported from Boston, a high, stiff cravat, looking as if he had been pinned and skewered, with only his feet and hands left free, took the floor just after Bandini, and we thought they had enough of Yankee grace. The last night they kept it up in great style, and were getting into a high go, when the captain called us off to go aboard, for it being south-easter season, he was afraid to remain on shore long, and it was well that he did not, for that night we slipped our cables, as a crowner to our fun ashore, and stood off before a south-easter, which lasted 12 hours, and returned to our anchorage the next day. Chapter 27.